Volume 7 of I Was Caught Up in a Hero Summoning. Request by Tristan. What is the Festival of Heroes? This is a festival held once every 10 years in honor of the achievements of the first hero who defeated the Demon Lord and became the bridge of friendship between the demons and humans, where a person from the same other world, Earth, as the first hero is summoned and invited to play the role of hero. The one who plays the role of hero is treated as a guest of honor for a year before the main festival occurs, and after the festival, they would be able to return to their world. Dear Mom, Dad, how should I say this? I have a big report to make today. Well, I'm embarrassed to say this, but spring has finally come to your son. I finally have a girlfriend for the first time in my life. It was the girl I had mentioned many times in my diary, the person who saved my cowering heart, Kuro. It hasn't been that long since we became lovers, but how should I say this? I'm feeling a lot of changes, such as my heart skipping a beat by Kuro's smallest gestures, and the scenery we see together feeling so refreshing. It's just, I'm still groping around, not really knowing everything. But well, I think that's fun in itself too. But I'd like to get some advice. I wonder if Mom and Dad were still alive today, would we have a conversation like this and would I be able to hear about your experiences? Mom is quite petite, so I wonder if Dad had trouble being aware of everyone around him. Now then, I know I'm getting off topic, but I'm finally going to give my big report. No, of course, having a girlfriend is something big, but I think this one is more than that. I've thought about this a lot of times, and I'm thinking of going to live in this world. I haven't told anyone else about this yet, except one person. I have some issues I need to settle, and I don't feel like talking to the others about this until they're settled, so I haven't told anyone yet. The person I have talked to about this is the god of this world, Shiro-san, who I have written about before, but again, it isn't a simple matter, and it seems that my request isn't going to be easily met. Apparently, in order to get the ending I want, I have to clear some kind of ordeal that Shiro-san would prepare for me. The details will be given to me at the end of the 1-year period. But to be honest, thinking about it is making me quite anxious now. I trust Shiro-san and I don't think she'd make an unreasonable ordeal, but from the atmosphere Shiro-san had around her, I felt like it's not something that can be cleared easily. Well, I still have a lot of time to think about this matter, but I thought I should report about this matter to Mom and Dad. There are also other issues that I need to think about, but I think I will probably write about them next time. I hope that the next report I write in my diary will be a happy one. The 13th day of the Earth month. Morning time. It was still a little early for breakfast, and I'm currently troubled about something. Kaito-kun, Kuro, who was sitting on my lap with a bag of baby castellas, today's cream-filled, in hand, seemed to have noticed this and asked. Feeling somewhat nervous under Kuro's gaze, I spoke. There's actually something I need to tell you, Kuro. Currently, what I have in mind was, yes, it's Isis-san. I got a confession from Isis-san and my response to her was put on hold. Being a Japanese, I feel like I should decline Isis-san's confession because I now have a girlfriend named Kuro. However, rejecting Isis-san, who holds such straightforward feelings towards me, isn't something I want to do. The important factor here is the common sense of this world. In this world, polygamy is the norm and men marry more than one woman. However, that isn't just something I can accept and get used to, and that's why I'm having a hard time with this. And above all, if I were to accept polygamy and respond to Isis-san's feelings, I was concerned about what Kuro would think. It takes quite the courage to speak up about this matter, but not telling her about this isn't an option. So, while I was alone with Kuro, I decided to tell her about Isis-san's confession, my pending response, and my feelings towards Isis-san, who I began becoming attracted to. I was quite nervous as I awkwardly explained the situation to her, but Kuro did not interrupt me and continued to listen in silence. After I finished telling her the whole story, I let out a calm sigh. That's how it is so. Kuro, what do you think? Feeling as if I was a defendant waiting for the judge's verdict, I asked her. To which Kuro faced me with a smile. That's nice to be liked by Isis that much, as expected of Kaito-kun. Her reaction's kinda different from what I had expected. I thought I'd be scolded for being unfaithful or something like that, but
Doesn't it seem like she's pleased instead? Kuro, are you okay with that? About what? Like I said, even though I'm lovers with Kuro. Don't you feel like being in love with Isis-san too is being unfaithful? Why, if Kaito-kun and Isis became lovers, I would be happy too. Ah, I see. Come to think of it. Kuro tilted her head, seemingly not understanding what I was talking about. But then something seemed to occur to her, as she put her hand on her chin and began to think. After a moment of silence, Kuro turned her gaze back to me again and spoke. If I remember correctly, it's normal to marry only one person in Kaito-kun's world, right? Why? Of course, there have been instances of people having a second marriage, and there may even be polygamy in other countries. But at least, in Japan where I have lived, monogamy was the norm. When Kuro confirmed that, I nodded. She crossed her arms and tilted her head. I see, so that's what you're worrying about. So, I thought I'd ask Kuro's opinion. I don't know much about Kaito-kun's world because I've only heard about it from Shiro and the people who used to play the role of hero. But, Kaito-kun, did you know that boys here marry more than one girl? Yeah, I've lived in this world my whole life. I can't help but think in terms of the common sense of this world, and since Kaito-kun is the first lover I've ever had, I don't think I can give you much advice about this matter. Sorry. Kuro knows a certain amount of things about my world, and she seems to have guessed right away what I'm troubled about. However, since Kuro is a resident of this world, she seems to have a way of thinking that is more in line with this world. It's true that my way of thinking is more inclined by the norms of my original world, so I understand how she feels. But it seems that the way we perceive love and marriage really is different. This is just for example. But if I already have a lover named Kuro, but I also fell in love with Isis-san and went out with her. No, if I were to marry a lot more girls than that, how would you feel, Kuro? Of course, I'll be happy. Why you'll be happy? I mean, look, that just means my beloved Kaito-kun is a wonderful boy who is loved by many other children, right? Our way of thinking really is different. From how I see it, dating more than one woman is being unfaithful, but for the people of this world, it seems to be something like a status factor, and having more lovers isn't a matter to be jealous about. I still don't know if the other people in this world think about this too, or if it's just Kuro who thinks this way. I suppose it would be better to ask around and see what other people have to say about this. Asterisk. And so, that's why I was consulting you. Kaito-san, since when are you dating Underworld King Sama? Just the other day. Is that so? Congratulations. I'm currently standing before Sayaka-san, who had a puzzled expression on her face. I thought I'd like to hear other people's opinions as well, so after Kuro went home, I thought I'd visit Sayaka-san, explaining the situation to her. I asked her about her opinion. So, if it's alright with you, I was wondering if you'd be willing to share your opinion. Why me? Sayaka-san seems like a mature woman, so I thought you would be able to give me some good answers if I consult you about it. I see. But much less a lover. I've only had a first love just recently. Sorry, the latter half of your words are kinda muffled, so I couldn't quite hear you. It's nothing. I'm not sure if my question was too abrupt or not, but Sayaka-san looks kind of troubled. Of course, I don't intend to force her to answer about all sorts of stuff, but the first person who came to my mind when I thought of someone I can talk to was Sayaka-san. Of course, I still intend to figure it out on my own in the end, but if possible, I'd like to discuss it with you for a bit. I'd like to have some advice. Let's see. Sayaka-san? No. The difference in common sense between your world and Kaito-san's world, it may have been partly due to the fact that there are many women in this world, but I think it's also due to the fact that there are many long-lived species existing here, just like my kin. I see, there certainly are many people in this world like the elves who are long-lived. And even those who didn't have the concept of lifespan at all. That's also probably why, other than the humans in this world, the people of this world are quite calm in regards to the flow of time. Even if you're married to many women, they must have some kind of wider range of senses in terms like how long they haven't talked for a long time and how they haven't seen each other lately. Of course, exceptions do exist. For example, my father was only married to my mother.
but people like him are quite rare. In fact, people even call my father an eccentric for it. I see. I also greatly feel like men are supposed to marry lots of women. I guess that's really something that is obvious for the people in this world, huh? I wonder if it's okay to like Isis-san too, without worrying about it. No, it would be like putting the cart before the horse if I just decided to be ambiguous about it and end up making Kuro and Isis-san sad. So let's not slacken and properly think about it. There's something I'd like to ask, just for reference though. Yes, what is it? If, for example, this is just for example, but if Sayaka-san and I were lovers! T that would make me happy. No, please continue. I decided to ask Sayaka-san the same question I had asked Kuro. And even though we're lovers, I was loved by another woman, and I also love that woman. How would Sayaka-san feel? I would be very delighted to see that Kaito-san is liked by a lot of women. It seems that is really what she would think, huh? The idea that it's pleasing for a man to be liked by a lot of women isn't just Kuro's, as Sayaka-san also seems to have the same thoughts, and I felt a little bit comforted after hearing that. Thank you very much. Hearing your thoughts really helps me. No, it's just if you want to ask for advice for that, wouldn't it be better for Kaito-san to ask for the opinion of the same gender? I see. You're right. Thank you very much. As I thought, I'm glad I talked to Sayaka-san about it. It's not that big of a deal. Indeed, if you're going to talk about these kinds of problems, it's easier to talk about various things in depth with someone of the same gender. And just as I heard her mention it, I thought of the best person to talk to. That's right. Let's consult with Orchid. Orchid is married, have a gentle demeanor and is easy to talk to. I wanted to consult with Orchid as soon as possible, so I was thinking about checking Orchid's schedule, when I heard Sayaka-san quietly mutter something which I couldn't quite catch. This could also be a chance for me. I suppose I really should be a little more proactive, huh? Regarding my reply to Isis-san's confession and the difference in common sense between my world and this world. At Sayaka-san's suggestion, I came to visit the royal palace to consult Orchid, someone of the same gender. I'm sure he must be busy with lots of things because of his status as the first prince. But to my surprise, he made time for me that afternoon immediately after I sent him a hummingbird. I can't thank Orchid enough for this. I see. I think I can understand what Kaito is troubled about. I told Orchid the same explanation I gave to Sayaka-san, in a tasteful private room that isn't lavishly decorated with all sorts of stuff, but is simple and elegant. Thereupon, Orchid told me he understood what I'm troubled about, but he looks like he heard something complicated. I wonder what I should tell you though. To be honest, I think cultural differences are a big part of it. I honestly don't know what to do. Kaito may know about this already, but I have been married to 3 women. One is a human, one is elven and the other is a half-elf. I knew that Orchid had 3 wives, but I didn't exactly know much about them. All of them technically seem to be of different species, but I wonder if the relationship between his fellow wives doesn't get stormy. When I asked him about that, Orchid calmly smiled and shook his head. No. My wives are all very close to each other, so close that I even feel like I'm being the odd man out when I'm together with them. Well, we are talking about beings that possess a heart here. There are people who they would be agreeable with and people they don't, but I don't think jealousy is within their hearts. Wouldn't that be? Because Orchid loves everyone probably. It might be embarrassing for me to say this, but it might certainly be as you said. In the public's eyes, there's a clear distinction between the standpoint of the legal wife and the concubines, but I don't see the point of having differences in showing my love for them. I see. There's no point in having differences, huh? It certainly may be as he said, and that could possibly be the biggest difference in their mindset compared to the mindset of the people of my world. In this world, you don't have to choose one, or even make distinctions of who is number one. It's an open-minded world where the idea of liking everyone is accepted. So there's no need to have differences in treatments and fellow wives wouldn't have stormy relationships with each other. Though I say all that, I'm also still inexperienced with this topic. I may not be able to give Kaito solid advice. That's why, how about we ask father about it? Rise-san? Yes, father has 10 wives and he has a good relationship with his spouses. I think you can get better advice from him than I can. Rise-san has 10 wives? That's amazing. No. He certainly looks like an icon. He's also a king, so I guess he would obviously be popular, huh? After announcing this, Orchid rings a small bell on his desk. Thereupon, a butler came into the room and asked the butler to give a message to Rise-san. The butler immediately bowed and left the room, and returned about 10 minutes later. Thankfully, Rise-san seemed to have responded that if we're fine with talking with him while he's doing his official duties, he could talk with us. So along with Orchid, we decided to head to Rise-san's office. Walking down the wide royal corridor, we arrived at Rise-san's office, which is located almost at the far end of the hallway. After Orchid knocked and asked permission to enter, we entered and saw Rise-san sitting in front of a desk with a large stack of papers, moving his pen and occasionally stamping with his seal. "Excuse me, I'm sorry to bother you at this time." Seeing Rise-san, who looked busy, I called out to him and apologized for intruding, and he welcomed me with a gentle smile on his face. Welcome, Mama-kun. I'm sorry for not being able to offer you some great hospitality." "So, what is it that you wanted to talk about?" Yes, actually. He said he would listen to me while he's doing his work, so I told him the same thing I just told Orchid. And that's why I'm feeling troubled. Fume. When I finished speaking, Rise-san stopped his pen and looked towards me. And then, putting his hand on his chin, looking as if he's thinking about it, and seeing this, Orchid takes a step forward and speaks. "What do you think, father?" "What do I think? I don't even know why you're so troubled about it." "Father? No, I'm sorry. It's not that I'm saying Mama-kun's worries were mistaken. We're in a different world with different cultures, so I think it's only natural to be troubled by such differences. However, shouldn't you be more bothered by other things right now?" Hearing what Rise-san amiably told me, I tilted my head. "I should be more bothered by other things?" What did he mean by that? "Mama-kun, what you need to prioritize right now isn't the difference between your previous world and the one you were currently in, but rather, how you, yourself, feel about that person and what kind of relationship you want to have in the future. Isn't that so?" Hearing those words, I felt like a hammer had just struck me right on my head. I thought of Isis-san's face as she told me she would wait for my answer for as long as she could. It's as Rise-san said, my priority right now should be how I feel about Isis-san. Seeing me stunned, Rise-san chuckles before he lightly scratches his own head. I've also been there myself, and let me tell you, the time between confession and waiting for the response isn't a pleasant one to be in. I don't know who this person who has feelings for you, and I wouldn't ask, but don't you think she must be feeling uneasy inside? I understand that you are being sincere. However, I think that you are still young. Sometimes, I think it would be better if you forcibly pulled the woman to you. Well, these are only the things I could tell you other than about the differences between the different worlds. But doesn't it seem like you already have budding feelings for this woman? Yes, perhaps. I was just running away. I may just be using the difference between the common sense of my world and this world as an excuse. Perhaps, I was trying to distract myself from Isis-san's presence, which was growing in my mind. And by bringing up the differences between the world I was in and the world I'm currently in towards the discussion. What I had in mind was just for someone to affirm my thoughts and encourage me to move forward. I will be rooting for you, Mama-kun. Rise-san. If you were thinking about that, you must have already decided what to do with yourself, right? Then, you should take the path that you think is best for you. If you love this person, then you can just walk beside them and fill up the discrepancies within your awareness. Yes, I nodded, feeling really grateful for the words that gently, but powerfully pushed my back, as if they could see right through my heart. I'm glad I consulted with him. Just as I'm feeling that way, with a calm expression on his face, Rise-san continues to speak. Please make Lilian happy. Yes, Lilia-san? Am I mistaken? I was certain that. Seeing me tilting my head at what he said, Rise-san looks as if something was different from what he expected. Could it be that he thought that the one I was talking about all this time was Lilia-san? I wasn't talking about Lilia-san though. I see. Just when I thought father was being unusually reliable. I see, so you thought it was about elder sister Lilia, huh? No, I mean, Isn't Lilian charming? There's no way a man could live under the same roof with a woman and not be in love with her. Father, I wholeheartedly agree that Lilia-san is charming, but I wonder how I should think about this. I feel like the mask of the reliable adult that I was relying on earlier has been completely destroyed. I see. You must be dwarfed by the difference between your social status, right? However, it's alright, Mama-kun. I'm on your side. And no, like I said, or could it be? Don't tell me. Lilian. That cuteness incarnate Lilian. You don't see her as a love interest. Why yes. I think that Lilia-san is a very lovely woman. I feel like a switch has just been turned on. More specifically, I think I just triggered his Siscon switch. Isn't she? You're right about that. Lilian doesn't seem to hate you either, so I guess the day I will see that girl wearing a bridal gown is soon. Father, I don't think that's something that unrelated people like us should be getting impatient about. MNGGHH, it certainly is as you say. I guess I'm being too far ahead of myself. However, there's no cuter girl than Lilian, is there? For her to brush Lilian aside and express her feelings to Mama-kun. I'm sorry, even though I said I wouldn't ask you earlier, but may I ask you who has feelings for you, Mama-kun? Yes, it's Isis-san. Death King Sama. I mean, please accept my apologies. Why? Even you, Orchid? As if another switch had been completely flipped, when I told Rise-san about Isis-san, the person in question. For some reason, Rise-san and Orchid both made a really beautiful doujinshi. Mama-kun. I take back what I said earlier. I think Death King Sama is a really magnificent woman. A true incarnation of beauty. You definitely suit each other. It's not that anyone is watching, but Rise-san hurriedly began to explain himself. He must really be scared of Isis-san. He's shaking so badly that I feel sorry for him. I mean, it's not like they said anything rude, and it's not like I'm going to tell Isis-san what they just said though. Well, anyway, I now have a solid idea of what I need to think about now. It's about what kind of relationship I want to have with Isis-san. The night had fallen, and it can be said that it was already midnight. Normally, I would already be asleep by now, but I was lying in bed, staring at the dark ceiling. It isn't that I can't fall asleep, but right now, I still couldn't bring myself to sleep. Rise-san told me that I should prioritize what I think about how I feel about Isis-san and think about what kind of relationship I want to have with her in the future. And I've been thinking about that for a long time. When I first met Isis-san, I was scared of her. A mysterious and frightening being that is beyond my common sense. I may have realized that it was because of her magic power of death, but I was almost caught off guard at that time, and I shuddered from the fear I couldn't comprehend. However, I fortunately have the power of my sympathy magic, and thanks to that, the loneliness deep within Isis-san's heart, I was able to slightly sense it. Perhaps, if I hadn't met Kuro and she hadn't saved me, I probably wouldn't have reached out my hand to her. I would probably be shamefully running in fear. However, what actually happened was that I met Kuro and was saved by her, and because I regained my courage to step forward, I was able to reach out to Isis-san's hand in spite of my fear. Looking back at it, Isis-san may be the first person I've ever tried to get involved with on my own. And, when I held Isis-san's hand and introduced myself to her, she confessed to me. Because it was the first time in my life that I had ever been confessed to, I was half confused at that time, and to be honest, I didn't really take her confession seriously. After that, Isis-san and I became friends, and afterwards, I learned that Isis-san is the Death King and that she possesses the magic power of death. But at that time, Isis-san was no longer a scary person to me, so I couldn't see why Lilia-san and the others were so scared of her. On the contrary, I was even inwardly mad to Kronos-san when she evaluated Isis-san as someone with a bad nature. After all, the real Isis-san was lonely and quiet, reserved and gentle, a really lovely lady. The pain that Isis-san has been going through, I still feel like I can't completely understand it even now that we've become so close. However, I'm confident that a smile is much more suitable for Isis-san than a sad one. Since the first time we met, Isis-san has been straightforwardly directing her love and affection to me, and even though I felt shy from it, felt delighted from it, and remembered feeling strangely nervous when I'm talking to Isis-san, she really always, always taking care of me. And when I was injured, she was really angry and sincerely worried about me. No matter how insensitive I am, I understand that the affection Isis-san has for me is very strong. However, that affection isn't something that is forced on me. When I asked her to hold off on responding to her confession, or when I asked where Isis-san's castle is, she always paid attention and respected my circumstances. Being thought about that much, there's no way I wouldn't be happy. Yeah, that's right. I'm feeling glad that I'm receiving Isis-san's affection. I've never had any experience of being popular, so I had no idea how to respond to her confession, and because I strongly felt that I love Kuro, I've kept it ambiguous for a long time. It may be as Rai-san told me. The answer may have been in me right from the start. If this was the world I was in, if I really had to choose only one person, I think I would have chosen Kuro. I would have been heartbroken at the thought of Isis-san feeling sorrowful, and I may even cry. But even if it's painful, I would still need to make a choice. However, the world I'm in now is different. This is a world where I could choose to like both of them. A world where I could make such a gentle choice. And just as Orchid said, in this world, there's no need for me to have any differences in my love for them. Then, the only thing left is my feelings. But even that has already been answered. I'm not averse to Isis-san's love. I enjoy spending time with Isis-san. I felt my heart beat for Isis-san's gestures. How I feel about Isis-san has long since appeared in my heart before I could even think about it in my mind. I see. I love Isis-san. Feeling as if I've found the answer within the darkness, I felt as if I instantly felt better. Yes, there's no need for me to be puzzled. I love Isis-san. I want Isis-san to keep smiling. I want her to be happy. I want to make her happy. Alice, you there? Yes, you called? I have a few things I'd like to ask and some things I'd like to discuss with you. Raising herself from the bed where she had been slacking around, Alice muttered, and with a small smile, she dramatically curtsied. You don't need to be so reserved. All you need to do is say those words. Give me what I need, and I will set the stage perfectly for you. Alice's intelligence is beyond normal. Perhaps Alice already has an almost perfect grasp of what I wanted to do. Good grief, how should I say this? She's a really reliable friend to have. Thanks, Alice. Then, once again, give me the information I need. By your will. Now that we've got the theatrics out of the way, let's get things in order. First of all, based on the blue crystal flower that Kaito-san received from Isis-san, Isis-san's book preferences, book release date, and all the other conditions, that would be referring to the romance novel titled The Caged Princess and the Blue Flower. Incidentally, this is the aforementioned book. You're frighteningly prepared. Seriously, you're so dependable that if you were usually a little more proper, I wouldn't have doubted your excellence. Whether, I feel like I'm being mildly insulted here. Well, putting that aside, what do you think? It's a long novel, but do you want to read it, or perhaps, should I summarize it for you? One of the things I was going to ask Alice about was the blue crystal flower that Isis-san gave me when we first met. I figured that Isis-san had harvested that flower as part of the hobby she had mentioned earlier, so I wanted to know about the book that inspired her. It seems that Alice had seen through my thoughts and had already prepared that novel for me. I'd like to leisurely read it, but I don't want to keep Isis-san waiting any longer if possible. So I'd like you to tell me the gist of it. Understood? Well, it's a simple love story between a princess and a commoner. And the crucial item of the story, the blue crystal flower, is only a little rare in real life. But in this novel, it's depicted as a legendary flower that heals all illnesses. As you can probably guess to some extent, the story is about a commoner man who tries his best to find the blue crystal flower in order to save the princess who is suffering from an incurable disease. The love between a princess and a commoner, two people of different status. It might be a little bit similar to the position Isis-san and I held. Thinking of Isis-san, who is one of the pinnacles of the world, and me, who is just an ordinary person, albeit I have some special circumstances being someone from another world, I feel that I could be quite emotionally involved with the story. Kaito-san is an ordinary person? What? That's some kind of otherworlder joke or something. That's a little too advanced for Alice-chan to understand. Well, I would have understood if you said you've deviated from what an ordinary person, but no, I'm just an ordinary. You're the lover of Kuro-san, one of the pinnacles of the demon realm, practically one of the big wigs, and is the richest person in the world. and received the blessing of the god of this world, Shalavanal-sama, and has interacted with almost all the bigwigs in various realms. And you claim that you're an ordinary person? No, I was wrong. Indeed, no matter how you look at it, it doesn't feel like I'm an ordinary person. After thinking about it again, I've come a long way in just a few months in this world. No, let's just put aside the abnormality of the situation around me. What I should be thinking about more than that is Isis-san. My answer to Isis-san's confession has already taken shape in my mind. Now, I just need to figure out how to convey it to her. Can we get back on track? Tell me more about the book. Understood. The night went on as I was examining the novel Alice told me about, thinking in my head about how this will go. Dawn, at a time when it was still early in the morning, I went to visit where Sayaka-san usually is. Sayaka-san had worked the night shift last night, so she was still up at this time as well, and I was able to find her quietly drinking tea in the dining room. Good morning, Sayaka-san. Good morning. You're very early, aren't you? Yes. There's actually something I wanted to request of you, Sayaka-san. Request? Sayaka-san tilted her head after hearing what I said, but after she looked straight at me, she smiled. It looks like you've made up your mind. You have a good look in your eyes right now. Yes, I understand. I'll help you in any way I can. Thank you. Thanking Sayaka-san for her gracious words of approval, I once again told her what I'm asking for. Sayaka-san quietly listened to what I said, and then, she nodded in agreement and spoke. I see. I understand. Well then, let's go get what we need today. Yes. Wait, Sayaka-san, don't you need to sleep at all? There's no problem. Even if us elves don't sleep for a few days, we would still be perfectly fine. Feeling my heartfelt gratitude as I saw Sayaka-san's gently smile, I decided to get ready to depart. By the way, Kaito-san, I'm just asking for our reference but... Yes, what is it? Kaito-san, for example. Can you also see elves as a LL love interest? You mean someone like Sayaka-san? That's right. A pure-blooded elf like me. I tilted my head at Sayaka-san, who seemed somewhat flustered while asking me while her eyes were restlessly moving about. I've seen lots of elves at the Sacred Tree Festival, but if I think about elves, the one I could think of the most would be Sayaka-san. I don't know why she's asking such a question, but with Sayaka-san in my mind, I thought about it. To be honest, I've never really paid much attention to things like a person's species. For example, regardless of whether you're an elf or not, Sayaka-san is beautiful and kind, and you're also very capable when it comes to housework, so I guess I would be happy if I could date you! Is that so? By the way, what do you mean when you asked that question? No. It's for that. It's for future reference. You see, with Lily's circumstances, I haven't seen many people around me in love until now, so I thought I'd ask what Kaito-san, a man, thinks about it. For some reason, Sayaka-san is more flustered than before, and her long wiggling ears look really cute. Was my response helpful? Yes. Thank you. I'm relieved that I also have a chance. Your voice sounded smaller on the latter part of what you said so I couldn't hear it. I said nothing. The 15th day of the Earth month. I am currently standing in front of the east gate of the royal capital of Symphonia. I wonder how they made this wall though. Piled up stones? Bricks? Although I don't know enough about it to recognize it just by looking at it, the massive and solid wall, and the big gate are quite majestic when I look at it again up close. Since the protective wall surrounding the royal capital is equipped with a barrier magic, so basically no monsters can come near it and the gate is said to be almost always open. The only exception to this are the wyverns and other monsters that have a certain level of power and can fly, but putting aside the monsters from the demon realm, there are almost no monsters with that level of flying ability in the human realm. Lilia-san's mansion, just like other nobles' homes, is located near the center of the royal capital, so I haven't been near the gates that much. This is my first time being within the vicinity of the East Gate, and I heard it's usually busy with peddlers. But currently, there are only the bare minimum of gatekeepers around the area, making it hard to believe that it's just before noon. The reason for this is simple, because Isis-san will be here soon. I myself don't fear her magic power of death thanks to my sympathy magic, but that's just me being a special case. and it seems that if Isis-san were to visit a city, sooner or later, that city would be in this kind of situation. When I went out with Isis-san before, we met up near the gate like this. That time, we met at the south gate, but as expected, I really don't like this atmosphere that feels as if the whole city is rejecting Isis-san. Though I say that, Isis-san's magic power of death unconditionally brings fear to the ordinary people, and it's something that can't be overcome by sheer mental strength. So I suppose this is something that can't be helped. Even if they were to understand in their head that Isis-san is actually a kind person, the fundamental fear of death within their instincts made them reject her. A few moments while I was thinking about this, a pillar of ice appeared in front of me, and after breaking into multiple pieces of ice dancing like flower petals with the wind, Isis-san appeared. Kaito. Hello. Isis-san. Hello, thank you for coming out today. No. But is it alright? Wouldn't I just be causing trouble? I don't think you're causing any trouble at all. Isis-san didn't specifically say anything about what she was causing trouble with, but I can somewhat imagine from the way she moved her gaze to the trembling gatekeepers. It's like she's worried that her going out to the royal capital is causing me trouble. I'm sorry for inviting you out of the blue, but there's a place I really want to go with Isis-san today, so I invited you. A place you want to go with me? Yes. However, it's a bit far away, and it seems to be a place with a lot of monsters, so I'm afraid I would have to rely on you. It's alright. I will protect you, Kaito. Thank you very much. That's reassuring. Declaring such while clenching her small fists, I feel conscious of how cute such a gesture is, making a small rise on my lips as I thanked her. Riding on a floating slab of ice, the same one that had carried me when I went to collect maple flower nectar in the past, we moved across the meadow at a fairly fast pace. I have already told Isis-san where we are going, and she says it will take us about an hour to get there. If Isis-san gets serious, we could probably get there faster. But since we are in no particular hurry, I suggested that we take our time and enjoy the scenery, to which Isis-san agreed, moving at a moderate speed. Well, it's still faster than a car. I don't know if she had placed some kind of magic barrier around us, but I don't feel the strong wind hitting my body, and the warm sunlight and breeze gently caressing my cheeks feels good. I'm glad that the weather is fine today. It has been quite warm recently. Speaking of which, in this world, are there such things like seasons? I mean, would there be warm months or cold months? If I were to compare it to Japan, the current climate would be about as warm as spring, but does this world also have 4 seasons? The light month is the warmest, and the sky month is the coldest. In the demon realm though, it's different in every region. Hey, then, the current month is the time where the temperature is rather moderate. The 30th day of the sky month was the day I was summoned to this world. The temperature around that time until New Year's Day was around the same as autumn, so it seems this world doesn't have as much temperature difference as Japan. I don't mind the cold weather, but I'm not really a big fan of hot weather since I tend to sweat easily, so I've been very comfortable in this world while the temperature was around spring and autumn. In the human realm, the Symphonia Kingdom has a climate that's comfortable all year round. I've heard a little about that. That's also part of the reason why crops grow well here, right? Alice told me about the characteristics of each country when I visited the Archlesia Empire before. She told me that the Symphonia Kingdom has a stable climate throughout the year, and combined with Lilywood-san's blessing, the country is so rich in nature that it's dubbed as Symphonia of Food. That's why Symphonia Kingdom is popular as a tourist destination. It's just that the distance between each town were too far, and there are a lot of mountains and forests, so it seems to be a bit of a challenge to get around. I see, so that's why flying dragons is the most common mode of transportation around here. As we were leisurely chatting while moving along, it seemed like Isis-san suddenly remembered something and spoke. Speaking of which, why are we heading to a distant mountain? Do you need to harvest something again? No, I suppose so. Something like that. Kaito, are you hiding something? That's not the case at all. If Kaito doesn't want to say it, I won't ask. I'm sorry, I'll tell you about it later. NNN. Alright. No, I had already expected her to ask this question, and I actually had thought about my answer to it. But after getting easily found out, I was so shaken that I wasn't able to skillfully answer her question. Fortunately, Isis-san didn't ask me any more questions, but I had to be a little more careful or I would risk being found out before I could accomplish my goal. By the way, how did you know I was hiding something from you? It was written on his face. I've been told that by a lot of people. Am I really that easy to understand? A little bit. I've been told by many people since I came into this world that my emotions could easily be seen on my face. As for how exactly it was that I'm easy to read, it seemed like even the kind Isis-san can't support me on this matter. I wonder how I can change this. After a few minutes of travel, we arrived at the mountain, which was our destination. Alice told me that it was about 1,200 meters above sea level and rarely visited by people. It's a beautiful mountain. What are we doing here? I was thinking of climbing the mountain. Then I will. Please wait. Hearing my words about climbing the mountain, Isis-san tried to manipulate the floating slab of ice, but I stopped her and got off the ice. If it's possible, I'd like to do the climb myself. If that's what Kaito wants. That's fine, but is that alright? Maybe. To be honest, I have no experience in mountain climbing. I have a vague idea of how hard it would be, but when I think about it again, it seems pretty tough. 1,200 meters isn't that high of a mountain for those accustomed to mountaineering. However, this isn't really a mountain that has been prepared for mountaineering, but a remote mountain. I am sure that the path would be tough enough that it could only be described as an animal trail. The first thing you need to do is to make sure that you have a good understanding of what you're doing and how you're going to get there. If the place we arrived in ends up to be a cliff or a huge valley, and we're unable to proceed, I will have to rely on Isis-san. Considering the purpose of this trip though, I would like to make this climb by myself as much as possible. After smiling at Isis-san who had a worried look on her face, I made up my mind and started my hike up the mountain. Mountain climbers this way. Strange, isn't it? I was told that this is a mountain that hardly anyone visits, and it's not like it's a tourist spot or anything like that. So why is there a signboard at the entrance? Moreover, there's a pretty solid fenced trail. No, as an amateur in mountain climbing, I'm more than grateful for this, but this seems a little too convenient. Isis-san, can you tell me your thoughts about this? I think it's probably Shutya who made it. There's some part of the mountain that had been magically shaved off. As expected of her, she's meticulous with her work. With this, Kaito will be safe. I had an inkling that that would be the case, but it really is Alice's doing. I know it's too late to say this now, but isn't she too competent? They did say she would set the stage perfectly, but to be able to do such a perfect job in one night is really mind-boggling. Well, seriously, if only she had a decent personality. Anyway, let's get back on track and start climbing. Thinking of thanking Alice some other time, just as I originally planned, I began to climb the mountain with Isis-san. The well-made path was easy to walk on, and although it seemed a bit roundabout, the course was probably made with safety in mind. About an hour after we started walking, we began to see beautiful scenery, perhaps because we had progressed to a reasonably high point. The air is clear and the atmosphere is quiet and pleasant. The view sure is beautiful. Lots of greenery. Within the tranquil mood around us, I have a peaceful conversation with Isis-san. However, it's surprisingly tough on my legs. To be honest, I'm getting pretty tired. The distance I walked itself shouldn't be that big of a deal, but the slope and the bumpy path, although well arranged, may have accumulated fatigue to some extent. For experienced hikers, it may not be a big deal, but as an amateur, it was time for me to take a short break. The view around here is also nice, so I think it might be a good idea to have a meal around here. Kaito, there's a rest area there. Should we take a break? That sounds great. It's just about lunch. A rest area? After reflexively responding to Isis-san's words, I realized something strange. Again, this is a remote mountain. But just as Isis-san said, there was a wooden building with a sign that read rest area at the end of my gaze. Could that also be something Alice prepared as well? She really is extraordinary, building something all this in one night. When we reached the rest area, I found wooden benches and tables arranged that provide a great view of the scenery, a perfect place for eating. And what seems to be a stall, tended by a bird-stuffed costume. Welcome to Alice Chan's Traveling General Store. We have everything from drinks to souvenirs. I see. Hearing Alice's words, I looked at the products in her stall and found old-fashioned pennants, keychains I didn't understand, wooden carvings of animals, and so on. It's seriously a souvenir shop. Also, the overall price seems strangely high, but I guess that's really the cost for items in the tourist spots, isn't it? I mean, I've thought of this many times before, but this guy definitely knows Earth. What is this? It's one of those keychains sold everywhere that people just don't understand. It's the first of those useless souvenirs that you just buy on the spur of the moment, thrown in a drawer at home, and eventually go missing. And this? It's a bandana that was popular a long time ago. It has an appropriate pattern drawn on it depending on which region it was sold. Why the heck was that the only thing that has a very Japanese feel to it? Seriously, where the heck is this guy getting her knowledge from? Well, leaving that aside. Alice, do you have something to drink? I already have some stuff prepared in my magic box, but since she prepared it, I think I will buy something from her shop as a token of my appreciation, even if it's a little expensive. I have lots of stuff to choose from, but tea is the orthodox choice for lunch. Don't you think? Here, bottled tea. Give me two. Thank you for the purchase. I'm so tired that I don't feel like throwing a tsukumi anymore, so I just accepted the bottled tea offered to me as if it's a matter of course and paid for it. Then, I moved with Isis-san to a place with a clear view and prepared our lunch while teaching Isis-san how to open the pet bottle, which she didn't know how to do. Did Kaito prepare this? Yes. Again, I don't know if it's well done. I asked someone to teach me how to make them and made it. Thank you. It makes me very happy. Just like the picnic we had back then, I prepared our lunch this time as well. I made it with Sayaka-san's help, so it should taste pretty good. But I did make some mistakes in the appearance. It was a simple bento with bite-sized, easy-to-eat side dishes and sandwiches, but Isis-san was delighted to the point of overreacting, and repeatedly told me how delicious it was. After finishing lunch, it was time to climb the mountain again. When we left the rest stop, Alice told us that this rest stop was apparently just about halfway up the trail. That would mean that we would reach our destination, the summit, in about another hour's walk. I was certainly tired, but not so much that I needed to take another break on the way. Fortunately, we have a magic box, so we don't have to carry our luggage, which makes the climb much easier for me than the normal mountaineers. Incidentally, Isis-san is walking up the mountain just like me, instead of floating as usual, but she doesn't look tired at all, not even a trace of sweat. Kaito, are you alright? Yes. Fortunately, thanks to Alice, the path isn't too rough and I'm not that tired. If that is so, then that's great. What about you, Isis-san? Are you alright? You're walking unlike usual. I'm fine. Although she doesn't give that impression because she looks so slender and fragile. In fact, Isis-san's physical capabilities were incredibly high. She was able to send Magnoel-san, who had such an abnormally large physique, flying with a punch, and even if she's such a cute girl, she had the strength befitting of her title as one of the 6 kings. Just a bit more, and we'd be at the summit. Then, we're almost there. Is there something on the summit? That's still a secret. Fufu. Smiling softly, Isis-san seems to be really enjoying my date with me, and although she doesn't ask me in depth about this secret, I can tell she is looking forward to it. If it's possible, I hope I don't disappoint her. Anyway, we're almost to the summit. And even though I'm already prepared, it doesn't change the fact that I'm nervous. When we arrived at the summit shortly after, I found the site I was looking for. Are these blue crystal flowers? Amazing. There's so many. Alice told me about this place. A place where blue crystal flowers grow in clusters on a mountaintop, similar to that seen in The Caged Princess and the Blue Flower! I guess she hadn't thought I knew the title of that book. Isis had recommended many books to me, but The Caged Princess and the Blue Flower wasn't one of them. With Isis-san looking at me with an astonished expression on her face, I walked slowly and picked a single blue crystal flower. Thereupon, I kneeled down in front of Isis-san and gently put the blue crystal flower in her hand. Just like a scene from The Caged Princess and the Blue Flower. The commoner man, who has been searching for the miraculous flower that heals all illnesses and has obtained it after much hardship, offers the blue flower to the princess and confesses his love to her. I remember all those words, too, having been taught them by Alice. However, imitating that scene would only be until there. I imitated the situation in this way because it was a story that was important to both Isis-san and I. However, from this point onward, it shouldn't be something I should imitate. The scene they had in that story is a confession from a commoner man to a caged princess. Not a confession from me to Isis-san. That is why, from here on out, I will tell her my feelings with my own words. I should have been prepared for this moment, but the nervousness I'm feeling isn't meager at all. Within that silence, as if all sound had disappeared from our surroundings, I could hear only the sound of my heart beating fast. Taking a deep breath to calm myself down, I spoke. Isis-san, I love Kuro. I know. Hearing the words I told her first, Isis-san looked a little sad when she heard my words. It was probably because she remembered what I had told her before, that monogamy was the norm in the world I was in. Even though it was a necessary preamble to be sincere to Isis-san, I was a little heartbroken. But the real deal is just about to start. However, I also love you, Isis-san. Of course, as a man, towards a woman. It might be unfaithful of me, perhaps, I'm being indecisive. But in my heart, Isis-san has become really big. A person I love that can't be replaced by no one! Hearing my words, Isis-san's beautiful eyes widened and she switched glances between me and the blue crystal flower she had received. Her beautiful ruby red eyes were shaking violently, as if she was shaken. Why you're lying? After all, I have my magic po. That doesn't matter, Interrupting Isis-san, who was about to say that she's a being clad in magic power of death, I clasped Isis-san's hand holding the flower, as if I was enveloping it in both of my hands. Hoping that these feelings will be conveyed to her, I looked straight into her eyes and continued, It doesn't matter for me if you're clad in magic power of death or that you're one of the 6 kings. I've fallen in love with the woman named Isis Remnant. She who is caring, lovely and always cares for me with all her heart. I'm just a mere human. I can't even jokingly say that I understand how you feel after suffering in solitude for a very long time. I also can't say cool things like I'm going to heal your loneliness. However, I can promise you this. As I looked into Isis-san's tear-stained eyes, I said these words with all my heart. I will never make you regret having fallen in love with me. I may not be able to change the past, but creating a future is something I'm capable of. I will definitely make my future with you, Isis-san, even happier than it is now. I will definitely make you smile more than ever. That's why. Please go out with me! I said it. I said my feelings and my love for Isis-san in words. All that's left to do is wait for Isis-san's response. Although it may look conceited of me, I know that Isis-san has feelings for me, but still, confessing to someone makes me feel helplessly nervous, and I can even hear my heart beating very clearly. When I was confessing to Kuro, I was acting recklessly before her power, so I didn't have the composure to think. But now, I feel so nervous that it feels as if my whole body is being pricked by needles. I finally understood what Rai-san was saying about not feeling alive until I got a response. Hearing my confession, Isis-san's eyes opened wide and she stiffened. And a little while later, large drops of tears began to spill from her eyes. This isn't a dream, right? For me, for someone like me, to feel such happiness. Isis-san, I'll say it once again. I love you. Can I please hear your reply? Yes, I love Kaito too. More than anyone, more than anything. Please let me stay by my beloved Kaito's side from now on. Yes, with pleasure. Kaito. Hearing my words, tears of joy began to appear from Isis-san's eyes before she vigorously jumped on me. Because it was a surprise attack and because I was weak, the momentum pushed me to fall on my back with Isis-san held in my embrace. In the field of blooming blue flowers, with me on the bottom and Isis-san on top of me, Isis-san continues to shed tears as her small body clung onto as if she doesn't want to be apart from me even the slightest bit. I'm happy. This is the first time since I was born that I felt this much happiness. Isis-san. Kaito, I love you. I love you so much. I love you too, Isis-san. Hearing Isis-san's tear-filled voice, repeatedly telling that she loves me, I hug her body a little tighter, feeling happy that I've told her my feelings. Thereupon, Isis-san responded to my movement and gently raising her face. She closed her eyes, wiping away the shimmering tears on her beautiful cheeks with my finger. I put my hands on the back of Isis-san's head and slowly pulled her face to mine. As we feel the wind on the hill caress our cheeks, our shadows perfectly overlap, sharing our feelings with each other, and ended up losing track of time. As the pleasant breeze blows on the flower garden, I sit side by side with Isis-san, staring at the spectacular view from the top of the mountain. Isis-san is leaning her body against mine as if she's fawning on me, her cheeks dyed red as she had a smile brimming with happiness. Hugging her shoulder close to me, seeing such an Isis-san really makes me feel that she's truly adorable. Is this alright for me to feel such happiness? Of course, it's alright. Besides, it's not like this will be the end. I will make you even happier than before. I'm sure of that. If Kaito is by my side, I will always be smiling. I will be much more happier. Yes. Murmuring in a gentle voice, Isis-san brought forth a magic circle in midair and put away the blue crystal flower in it. Then, she slowly ran her hands over my body before she tightly hugged me. As I feel happiness along with embarrassment from feeling the warmth of Isis-san's entire body glued onto mine, Isis-san mutters in a gentle voice. However, it will not be just me. I will also make Kaito happy. I'll make you won't regret loving me. I will do my best so that Kaito will love me even more. Yes, let's bond with each other a lot more from now on. It took a long time from the time Isis-san confessed to me until today, and I've made her wait. However, because I've taken my time and slowly thought about it, I think I've made a firm decision. I won't let go of Isis-san anymore, and of course, I also won't let Kuro go. I love both of them, and even though I think the answer I gave them was such an indecisive one, I feel that it was a gentle answer filled with happiness. Kaito, will you come visit my home again? Of course, or rather, don't you think I might go there rather often instead? Come more often. Embracing my arm, Isis-san let out a happy smile. I strongly vowed, along with the love that swelled within my heart, that I would never let her smile disappear. Kaito, yes. I love you. It took me a long time to get to this point, but I was able to successfully tell Isis-san about my feelings for her, and we became lovers. I think a smile really looks great on Isis-san, and seeing her smile makes me feel happy. That's why, from now on, I sincerely want to protect the smile on her face. Then, the countries in this story are modeled after the cities in the demon realm then. There's a large city in the east, where the materials needed to make illumination magic tools were numerous. So it was called the City Without Night. The 16th day of the Earth month, having become lovers with Isis-san, I came to her castle and was reading books with her. Since our relationship has developed from friends to lovers, I guess I've really become more relaxed by her side, so I'm able to come visit Isis-san more casually than before. Like this, I'm less likely to be surprised or nervous about sudden things, so I was finally able to calmly interact with her, making me feel like I've become more charming of an adult. Kaito, hey, are you alright? Why yes, I am alright. I take back my previous statement. The sweet tone of her whispered in my ear, making my blood rise through my head. It's like I really don't have the composure of an adult. Now that Isis-san has become my lover, she has been more aggressive in her attempts with skinship. In other words, we have gained more opportunities to be in close contact with each other, or rather, she has begun getting so close with me in a state with clear defenselessness, which stirs me quite a bit. I mean, even now, how should I say this? The two of us were wrapped up in a single blanket, in a position that is very mentally straining for me. Kaito, are you not cold? Yes, or rather, it feels warm. What about you, Isis-san? Because Kaito is by my side. Not just my body. My heart. also feel warm. It all started when Isis-san prepared a blanket out of concern for me, a human. With Shiro-san's blessing, even in this ice castle, I didn't feel freezing cold, and at most, I feel that the temperature is a bit cool. But not wanting to let her kindness go to waste, I accepted the blanket. It was good if it was just that, but Isis-san snuggled up to me as if it's a matter of course, wrapping herself in the same blanket. The warmth of Isis-san's body and the warmth of the blanket itself, and on top of that, Isis-san's face is right next to mine, so I could occasionally feel the warmth of her breath on my ear with each of her exhales. I don't even know which one of those is causing my face to get hot anymore. However, I may be feeling embarrassed being in this situation. But of course, I'm also feeling happier being held in her embrace. I don't know how to say this and it's hard to put it into words, but as if our hearts are connected with each other, even though we're not doing anything special, I feel like I'm surrounded by an overflowing amount of happiness just by being with her. I'm just going to stay at Isis-san's castle for one night this time. Of course, as a healthy young man, those kinds of stuff. How should I say this? Tasting every nook and cranny of Isis-san's body is something I have imagined, but I desperately pushed it down. No, I'm going to be honest here. Even if I were to do so, Isis-san would probably happily receive me, but, well, how should I say this? I feel like this is just some meager vanity of mine. It's not like I'm saying that a pure and honest relationship is supreme, but I feel like it was too soon for that, especially since it has only been a few days since we started dating. Isis-san doesn't have a lifespan, and maybe it's partly because she's already lived tens of thousands of years. The same was also true for Kuro, but I feel like their love is so pure and straightforward. She wholeheartedly affirms me, making me feel happy as we pass our time together. Maybe that's why, as far as that aspect is concerned, she's always been willing to respond to me if I wanted to. That means, it's safe to say that the timing for that is up to me. And because of that, to be honest, that's something that is very difficult for me to reach my hand to. Before her really pure affection, there's no way that the virgin me would know the timing for that. Even though it's too soon, I don't want it to seem like that's the goal. Though I said that though, I definitely don't think I can bear being stuck in endless meandering. That's something I just don't want to stay the same. For the time being though, I guess I will just wait for the right moment. Perhaps, when that kind of mood appears, that moment will naturally come. I think I can do it. It would be great if I could do it. Kaito, here. Thank you very much. Is it tasty? Yes, it tastes even better than the last time I ate. Shaking off these slightly agonizing thoughts, I eat the food that is gently offered to me. I guess it has become the usual, or perhaps, even a custom, as Isis-san is feeding me food again this time, and even though I feel embarrassed, I felt happy. Moreover, the taste of the food is obviously more refined than before, making me feel so happy that I'm almost in tears thinking that Isis-san, who basically doesn't need to eat, worked hard to practice cooking. I'm most glad that Kaito had come to see me. Isis-san. Kaito's favorite food. Favorite things. I want to know more. Yes, different from Kuro's love that seems to draw me and drag me along, Isis-san feels gentle and devoted. How should I say this? It's making me feel that I'm a really lucky guy. Although I'm still confused by some stuff because I'm still unfamiliar with having a lover, I hope I can still slowly learn while feeling this happiness. Kaito, are we going to bath together? However, reality is ruthless and didn't let me slowly learn about things. Taking a bath together with Isis-san? Even the last time we went together was too much for me, making me feel like my reasoning was about to slip away. And she's asking to do that now that we're currently lovers? I'm not sure if I can stand that for a minute. But if I say no here, Isis-san will probably become sad. The time when I've become Isis-san's boyfriend, or rather, the time when I fell in love with Isis-san, is also the time when the option of refusing her invitation disappeared. I want to go together too. Wow. Kuro Muina. Welcome. With her black coat flapping behind her, Kuro appeared out of nowhere. Since when is she here? I'll repeat it again because it's important, but reality is ruthless. When I first came to this world, I thought there would be no way happenings in the bathrooms would ever happen in real life. I miss those days when I can look at things optimistically. Not only did it not happen, but I had a mixed bath with Isis-san before that riot that happened when I visited the God Realm. And now, this. Am I afflicted with some kind of bathhouse curse or something? Well, putting that aside, what's more important now is what to do about the situation. I don't feel confident to endure this situation even just with Isis-san. But you're telling me that Kuro is also going to join in? Moreover, unlike that time in the God Realm, the two of them are my lovers. The heck is this? Are they trying to kill me? Isis, good evening. Yes, here, a souvenir. Thanks. Kuramuina. Are you also going to take a bath together with us? I'd love to, but is that no good? No. I feel happy if Kuramuina also joins. Let's go take a bath. The three of us, leaving the confused me behind in the conversation, Kuro and Isis-san exchanged words with a cheerful expression on their faces. Hey, Isis, let's wash Kaito-kun together. Let's relieve Kaito's tiredness together. The both of them kinda look really happy though. Doesn't this look like I can't say no to this anymore? I heard from someone that as long as one is alive, their life would be filled with trials and tribulations. But I guess you could say my troubles are quite luxurious, huh? I'm even starting to think that it would be easier to just take the offensive and reach my hands towards their bodies, but that's no good. That is an important act, not only for me, but also for Kuro and Isis-san. I can't just do it because I'm swept away by the situation. My body is trembling. Is this because I'm trembling from excitement? In front of Kuro and Isis-san as they happily talked, the door to the bathroom looks awfully heavy. Bring it on. I'll show you. I'll definitely go through this ordeal. Let's do our best. I'll show you my best. After this sleepover is over, I guess I'll go invite Alice to go eat yakiniku. It may be abrupt, but when humans reach the limits of their mental strain, it seems that their thoughts can go into hyperspeed mode. This is an act that comes along the defensive instinct of humans, and as the expression blood rushing to the head suggests, an immense amount of energy is spent on thinking and searching for a way out of the current situation. However, accelerated speed of thinking doesn't necessarily mean you come up with a good idea, so even if you think really fast, it's possible that you won't be able to think about any solution either. That's exactly what happened to me in my current situation. Right now, in a large bathtub, I'm sitting in a sea geyser in the hot water because I'm too nervous. But even though the water is supposed to be comfortable, it feels a little lukewarm because my body temperature is rising so high. No, seriously, it feels like I'm going to overload here. That feels good. It feels warm. Free myself from obstructive thoughts. Become one with innocence. I'm just a rock, invulnerable from all that is happening. I'm a thoughtless inorganic being. My heart holds no thoughts. Kuramuina. As I thought, Isis really has bigger breasts than mine. Really? I don't think it's that different though. Stop. Why are you suddenly comparing your breast sizes? Moreover, in the tropes written in light novels, this happens when the men's bathroom is separated from the women's bathroom, and such conversation could be heard across the wall, but these two are seriously doing that in front of me. But Kuramuina, you can just change it. No matter how big you want. I could certainly do that, but this form is already my basic form, you know? Look, it's a little smaller than Isis, right? However, Kuramuina's breasts are smooth and soft. Even Isis's breasts are very soft and feel good to touch. I've thought of this last time, but I'm really glad that this hot spring is filled with steam. No, well, if I'm going to be honest, I also think it's a bit regrettable. The sight of Kuro and Isis-san soaking in the hot water would probably make people looking at it gulp at the sight, and it would have been a really awesome sight to see, but the particularly dangerous one would be Kuro. She moves more than Isis-san, so if I get careless, I feel like something would stand tall. Kaito-kun? Kaito, are you alright? Yes, I am alright. It feels good, isn't it? Fiancé, I mean, as if they were worried about me remaining silent for a long time. The two of them called out to me, and I replied to them with words clearly filled with nervousness. A wide bath feels nice, isn't it? That's right. Saying that with a grin on her face, Kuro approached me as if she had something in mind. I wonder why I have a very bad feeling from the grin on her face though. It makes me feel like if I don't run away here, it would be a disaster. But I also feel like it's a bad idea to just abruptly move here. Upsy daisy! WW what are you doing, KK Kuro? Keeping close to Kaito-kun is happiness. Kuro walked up to me and spontaneously sat on my lap. What the heck is this girl doing? That's dangerous. Doing that is really bad. Awawa, it feels like the touch of heaven is caressing my lap. I've never felt better about sitting in a sea-izer than I do right now. I mean, if I loosened up my sea-izer right now, I felt like my body would completely react and a certain something would poke Kuro, and that's something I can't let happen. Kuro Muina. Not fair! She's not being unfair. She's not being unfair, alright, Isis-san. So stop, please stop. It's impossible. Any more than this is. Shuddering as Isis-san approaches me saying such disturbing words, but I can't move because Kuro is on my lap. However, the screams from within my heart were futile, as Isis-san went the opposite direction from Kuro, slithering her hands in front of me, attaching herself to my back. You're right. Being like this makes me feel really happy, isn't it, Tilda? What the heck is with this happiness deluxe sandwich? Are they trying to kill me? Are you trying to completely obliterate my reason? From behind me were twin hills being flattened on my back, and from in front of me were soft buttocks, changing shape upon contact with my lap. Rather than having my mind whittled away with a file, it's as if my sense of reasoning were cut in half with a giant pair of scissors. I felt like an adolescent middle schooler that's almost near passing out. But the damage dealt by the previous mixed bathing, that mixed bathing back in the God realm, and today's mixed bathing had accumulated, and it felt like the mental fatigue seemed to be rushing in all at once. Kaito-kun? Kaito. The stormy and confusing thoughts swirling in my mind before had gone completely silent. And I felt my consciousness getting farther. I see, this is probably that enlightenment thing. No, I'm mistaken. It may just be me being completely overpowered by all my worldly desires. Thinking about all that, I completely overheated and passed out, along with a heavenly or perhaps hellish, indescribable feeling of happiness. I regained consciousness. NNGGHHH. I was. Kaito-kun. That's great, you finally gained consciousness, huh? Feeling a bit chilly, I moved my body, and that's when I heard Kuro's voice, sounding worried. I see, I fainted, huh? It doesn't seem like a lot of time has passed though. You're feeling dizzy, aren't you? I'm sorry, I didn't notice. No. How long have I been fainted? Well, you've only lost consciousness for a few minutes. Isis went out to get you something to drink. I see. Apparently, I fainted only for a few minutes. To be more accurate, I didn't feel dizzy because of the heat of the onsen, but because I was so nervous that I overheated, I decided to keep my mouth shut for the sake of my honor. When I slowly opened my eyes, feeling bad that Kuro and Isis-san had to take care of me, my thoughts completely stopped. Apparently, I really fainted for a short while, and we weren't out of the bathhouse yet. Which I should have expected if I just thought about it. However, as I just regained consciousness and haven't that much, I opened my eyes without thinking carefully about my current position. And what plunged out at my face was the relieved Kuro's face and the small twin hills hidden by nothing, along with the cherry-colored protrusion at the tip. Yes, I was currently in a situation where I was laid down in the lap of the naked Kuro. My confused consciousness instantly awakened, and I flustredly tried to get up. I'm sorry. Are you alright? I think you should lie down a little longer. I am alright. Jumping up from Kuro's lap, I avert my gaze away from the sight that is too much for my heart. The image of Kuro I saw earlier is completely burned into my brain though, and I can't think straight at all. Kaito. Thank goodness! However, the situation didn't change for the better even. As I looked away, the bathroom door opened right at that moment, and Isis-san appeared with a cup in her hand. I'm pretty sure that with Isis-san's character, she would have been flustered when she saw me pass out. And that's exactly why she didn't even take the time to wrap a towel around her body and went to get some water. And thus, the result was this situation. where I was directly looking at the naked Isis-san. Kaito-kun, your nose is bleeding. Kaito. The shocking turn of events that occurred so quickly and continuously seems to have finally pushed my brain to its limits, and fresh blood falls from my nose from the unusual amount of arousal I felt. Getting a nosebleed from arousal, am I some gag character from a comedy novel or something? How should I say this? The excitement is even greater when I think that the other party is my lover. Virgins sure are sad creatures. As I thought, you're still feeling dizzy, huh? For the time being, I'll use recovery magic to stop it. Isis, is there somewhere we can lie him down? Bed. This way. Alright! Seeing me with a bloody nose, Kuro and Isis-san flustredly rushed over towards me. Ugh, stop right there. In all sorts of ways, I'm already reaching my limits. And thus, after Kuro puts her hand over my face, the blood instantly stopped, and at the same time as Isis-san turned around to guide us, I felt my body being lifted with one hand. Or rather, she just easily lifted me, who's at least 60 kilos. As expected of Kuro. It's kind of important. But fortunately, really fortunately, the two of them misunderstood that I was feeling dizzy. If they had known that I was so aroused from seeing their naked bodies, I would have died from embarrassment. Even as I thought about this, it seems like my extremely tired mind was searching for rest. And my body sank unconscious yet again. Slowly opening my eyes, I found myself in a dimly lit room. It seems that this time, I've been unconscious for quite a long time. No, well, it might be shameful to say this, but the naked bodies of Kuro and Isis-san, two tremendously beautiful girls, are a little too stimulating for me, who has zero experience with women. Should I lament my timidness for fainting in that situation, or should I be relieved that I fainted and didn't cause my rationality to collapse, making me recklessly do something? Anyway, it looks like I've survived the biggest ordeal of my life. The place I'm lying on right now should be a bed, right? I felt a little thirsty, so I tried getting up, but it feels like both of my arms are being grabbed. I take back my previous statement. The ordeals aren't over yet. The biggest ordeal of my life is still going on. It's often said that lightning strikes twice. How should I say this? Just when I thought I survived through the front and back Happiness Deluxe sandwich, I woke up with a left and right Happiness Deluxe sandwich before me. I don't clearly know why I'm thinking about all sorts of stuff. But what I do know is that the current situation is bad. I'm currently lying in the middle of a large bed. I was worried that I was also sleeping naked because I passed out in the bathroom, but I was relieved to see that I was dressed in what felt like a bathrobe. That's good, but sleeping on my right is Kuro and sleeping on my left is Isis-san. And both of them are holding my arms. After my eyes adjusted to the dark room, I moved my gaze to see that Kuro was wearing a large shirt while Isis-san was wearing a baby doll, looking really defenseless and sensational at the same time. This is bad. As I start to become aware of what's going on, I'm beginning to clearly feel the softness in my arms and my heart starts to beat loudly. Kuro's breasts are modest in size, but they have a pleasant elasticity to them, and I can clearly feel the texture of her breasts on my arm. Isis-san's breasts are bigger than Kuro's. They're very soft and they're making me feel like my arm is caught between two moches. And they're seriously dangerous. I think I'm going to get a nosebleed again. Even in the current situation, I feel incredibly nervous, but as if to deal the final blow, Kuro shifted in her sleep and reached out her hand towards my body. And then, as if she's aiming at the gaps, her hand enters my bathrobe, reaching near my waist, around the area near the dangerous zone. That's bad. That's really, really bad. I'll just move away her hand a bit. Wait, it won't budge. She's supposed to be asleep, but why can't I move it at all? I can't say it's wrong to wake her up because of this. If I don't move her hand, it would turn the scene into something that isn't family friendly. I need to wake Kuro up. Kuro, please wake up. Fire you. Kaito-kun tilde. Gee good. I'm sorry that I woke. When I called out to Kuro while moving my arm she's holding, Kuro slowly shook her head and opened her eyes. I was relieved to see her wake up for a moment. But a tremendous chill ran down my spine, and cold sweat began appearing behind my back as I looked into Kuro's sluggish eyes. Was that feeling just now a premonition for incoming danger? From my past experiences, it seems that my body has figured out what's going to happen next. However, even if I try to escape, my other arm is hugged by Isis-san, making me unable to move. Thereupon, Kuro's hand reached out to the back of my neck. Chiu hnnen chiu chiu nu tilde. Her lips pressing against mine, her tongue inserted into my mouth freely and viscously, as if to taste everything in my mouth. I desperately tried escaping from the deep kisses that are so thick that my brain feels like it's melting, but obviously, my body won't budge. Kuro doesn't usually sleep. She doesn't need to sleep. But after we became lovers, she began to sleep with me. It's also an expression of affection that she's willing to show me her defenseless, sleeping face, and I'm incredibly happy about that. But I feel like Kuro is really bad in the mornings. This is specifically the second time, but when she finds me while she's still sleepy, she seems to immediately move on to kissing me, and in both the first time and this time, I couldn't even resist and ended up receiving her passionate kiss. To begin with, it's fair to say that I hold strength that isn't much better than average, so no matter how sleepy she may be, Kuro's still one of the strongest beings in the world and I wouldn't be a match for her. In fact, even now, the hand that was holding the back of my neck completely blocked my movements. No, I guess I should be thankful that she was using a moderate amount of force here and that my neck isn't snapped like one of her cookies. Chiu hnnen Kaito-kun Shiua exclamation mark. Era Kaito-kun. Along with her passionate kisses, she whispered her love for me with her sweet, melting voice, pushing my thoughts to the verge of conducting passionate rampage. With one more push, my reasoning would have collapsed to pieces. But just when it seems like I will jump on Kuro, her eyes completely awakened, tilting her head at me. Apparently, this time too, she doesn't remember about the kiss. But at any rate, my body was released. Feeling a mixture of happiness and disappointment. Kuro Muina only is unfair. What the TTT that voice just now, could it be? Just when I thought I was free of Kuro's kisses that seemed to uproot and crush my reason, I heard a familiar voice. And just like a rusty tin doll, I turned around. Thereupon, I found Isis-san. I don't know since when she was awake, but she's sitting up on the bed with a slight blush on her cheeks and an expectant look in her eyes. Isis-san, what do you mean by unfair? I also want to kiss Kaito. She really said or it? No, as expected. It's already impossible for me. I'm absurdly trying hard to persevere here, desperately trying to endure it, you know? An additional attack right here and I will die. No, that is. Kaito. Do you not like kissing me? I don't dislike it. I'm rather feeling happy instead. Thank goodness. This is no good. I don't have any option of refusal at all. Hearing what I said, Isis-san squinted as she happily smiled, before she pulled her face closer to mine. Hnnen Chiu hnnen Chiu pure It's sweet. The taste of her mouth is just plain sweetness and warmth. Kissing her lips is already melting my thoughts. It feels like I'm turning into an idiot. That looks nice. Kaito-kun, it's my turn next. Hnnen next? No, Kuro, you may not remember it, but didn't you kiss me plenty enough earlier? You still want more? It's impossible. Seriously, it's impossible already. Kaito-kun, are you alright? Was it hard to breathe? No. Do you want to drink some water? I'm alright. I endured. I freaking endured it. The struggle for my reason, which was too long and agonizing. I was able to overcome it. After such a struggle, I guess it's fine for me to call myself a hero now. Right? I've never persevered this hard before. I never thought that keeping my vow to take my time and deepen our relationship would be such a harsh road. I was almost about to give up. Anyway, I'm lying down on the bed, breathing hard after facing the biggest ordeal of my life. Thereupon, Kuro and Isis-san followed my lead and laid by my side, and a peaceful silence fell. What is this I'm feeling? really happy. Isis? Within the silence, Isis-san murmured in a small voice, and Kuro and I turned to face her. Thereupon, Isis-san looks at me and Kuro with a really heartfelt smile, filled with happiness. Kaito is here. Kuro Muina is here. I'm not alone. My heart feels really warm. Speaking of which, since the Treaty of Friendship was established, I have been busy, so I haven't been able to visit Isis's home that much. Thanks to Kaito, I'm not lonely anymore. So I'm happy. I feel the same way. Seriously, I can't thank Kaito-kun enough. Kuro and Isis-san calmly talked with each other. It was like they were both suffering different forms of loneliness, and that's why they felt happy in this moment. Hearing what the two of them were saying, my head, which had been so flushed, regained a little bit of composure. And after slowly putting my hands on Kuro and Isis-san's shoulders, I strongly embraced them. Kaito-kun? Kaito. I promise. Even if I'm a meager human. But still, I will never let Kuro or Isis-san think they're alone again. I swear to the both of you right here. Kaito-kun. Kaito. Hearing the words I said filled with my resolve, the strength from their bodies relaxed, and they leaned their weight on me. You really are quite cool, Kaito-kun. Kaito is dreamy. Hey, Isis. Hugging me from both sides, Kuro and Isis-san exchanged a few words, and quickly leaning into me, they kissed me on my cheeks. I love you. Words of love spoken in a voice that I can feel are from the heart. Savoring the happiness gently seeping into my heart, I strongly vowed again to take care of the two of them. Thereupon, Kuro and Isis-san closed their eyes and fell asleep in a position where they are still clinging to me. I really feel like I'm a fortunate man. I felt nervous from all sorts of stuff, but right now, at this moment, I'm really happy to be with the two of them. As a side note, it wasn't only after a few hours later that I was able to sleep. After After 2 hours. No, an hour of sleep, I rubbed my sleepy eyes and returned to the front of Lilia-san's mansion with teleportation magic. I was definitely unbearably happy from all the events that happened yesterday, including those that happened in my dreams. But I'm also pretty tired. Even though exhaustion from happiness might sound luxurious, that doesn't make my body any less tired. Kaito-san, what happened? You look awfully tired. You're asking what happened. Alice, aren't you watching me? No, as expected, I'm not that tactless. When you're with Kuro-san or Isis-san, I'm properly taking my distance and only checking on you through your magic power. I see. Well, concisely speaking. Alice spoke to me with an unusually heartfelt look of concern, and while I felt comforted, I briefly explained to her the situation. Alice silently listened to me, but after a while, she nodded her head in understanding. I see. Well, Kuro-san and Isis-san don't really have the same instincts of humans to preserve their species. In a way, you could say that their love is so pure and straightforward. That's why I can't reach out my hand to them in strange ways. No. Well, it's not like there's any problem with it though. Kuro-san and Isis-san have both lived for a long time, and they know that humans have such desires. So, if Kaito-san wants to, I think they'll be happy to comply, you know? Well, that's exactly why I'm hesitating on the timing. Kaito-san is kind after all. Well, I guess Kaito-san should just go with the time that you think is right. Maybe it's because I've been nervous all day, but talking to Alice feels easy and comfortable. That's right. I may be sleepy, but I'm also hungry. And since we're talking now, let's go invite Alice. That's right, Alice. I'm changing the subject but... Yes. Will you go out with me for a bit? GG go out? Kaito-san? What are you suddenly? Have you suddenly peeled off your fur and showing off what a wolf you really are? For some reason, Alice began to panic when she heard what I said. Maybe it's just my imagination, but I think her cheeks are slightly red. Well, talking to Alice makes me feel better. Please don't tell me. Since you can't reach out your hands to Kuro-san and Isis-san, you're reaching your hands to me instead? No. Well, I certainly am. A former human after all. So I could understand that kind of thing but... What the heck is this woman talking about? I feel like she's digressing in a direction I don't know at all. Also, I feel like she's having some kind of misunderstanding here. Well, I can certainly make clones. And since I can change my sizes and proportions at will, I can certainly respond to all sorts of diverse plays. But even I need to prepare my heart for such. Alice? That is, please be gentle with me. No, I was inviting you to eat with me though. I should have known that would be the punchline. DMN it all. No, I didn't have such thoughts. I didn't hold any expectations at all. I didn't say anything. Since this happened, I'll just go eat off all these feelings until my stomach bursts. I don't know if I should say that I still couldn't understand her as usual or not. But well, I guess that means she accepted my invitation to eat today, right? Anyway, once I've filled up my belly to some extent, I'll go get some rest. And so, Alice and I went to eat, but let's just say that this was the first time I paid a 6-digit bill in yen for a single meal. The place where it was born was a battlefield stained with blood, where numerous corpses lay. After a battle in which two species fought against each other, a grand one even in the demon realm, that suddenly appeared. With snow-white hair and skin, blood-red eyes and a beautiful dress, its great presence made itself known in the midst of the battlefield. Soon after, the eyes of the warriors of both races were drawn to that being. However, it wasn't that their eyes were involuntarily drawn by the being's beauty, but instead, they reflexively turned their heads to the presence that was so repulsive and sinister. Immediately afterward, jet black magic power was released from the being. What the being had released wasn't magic, just magic power. And it wasn't released with hostile intent, but with that single act. Tens of thousands of lives that had gathered on the battlefield died. Floating in midair clad in pale blue light, the being turned its gaze to its surroundings for the first time. Numerous corpses laid around her, unaware that it was even they who had taken all these lives. The girl with an innocent-looking face muttered, "Lonely." That was the moment of birth of Isis Remnant, she who would later be called Death King, and at the same time, the first words she uttered in her life. The young girl in a blue dress floats through the land of the demon realm. With the feeling of loneliness welling up in her heart, she seeked out others. Soon after, the girl found a small monster. Her face breaking into a smile, the girl approached the monster, only for the monster to quickly die out. Why? Picking up the corpse of the monster that suddenly died without a word, she looked around her. Why did this monster die? Why are the surrounding plants and trees withering? Why is the ground cracking and turning black? The girl was indeed a newborn being. However, as she was born from the magic power of the dead, she was born with a certain amount of intelligence. That is why it didn't take her long to realize that it was her fault. Several years had passed since the girl realized that she was a being who had been spreading death. Even as the feeling of loneliness festers in her heart, the girl has yet to be touched by even a single warmth. Alone and lonely, she lay on her knees in the desolate wilderness. Her body doesn't require food or sleep, but for some reason, she was terribly sleepy at that moment. As she closed her eyes, her consciousness sank as if drawn to something. And then, she had a dream. In the lonely world, where the sky was covered with thick clouds and the empty snowfield was covered with black snow, there was only one shadow in the world that projected the girl's heart. Someone in a tattered robe, with a body shape similar to her, though her face was not visible. Who are you? I am you. Me. We are the incarnation of death, a being who reaps life, scattering despair around us. You need not seek warmth anymore, for the day you acquire it will never come! The girl clad in shadows spun her words in exactly the same voice as her. Though she herself hadn't said it out loud, it was a thought that she had been harboring in her heart for the past few years. You're wrong. What I say isn't wrong. What we're clad in is the magic power of death. Magic power of death? Yes, we are the incarnation of death. The magic power we're clad in reaps lives, a cold, malevolent force that extinguishes the flames of being souls. Who is it that would accept a being like us? Is this really just a dream? The girl questioned, but the other girl, all too aptly, continues to speak of the darkness that has begun to emerge in her heart. That isn't the case. I just haven't met them yet. Is that so? If that's how you feel, then so be it. However, do not forget this. There will be no one who will accept us in the real sense of the word. Expecting something that doesn't exist will only hurt us. That's something you must not forget. And with those words, the girl woke up from her dream. She was asleep for only a few minutes. But after waking up, The landscape around her seemed much colder and lonelier than before. A few more years passed, exactly 10 years after the girl was born. And before such a girl, a being appeared. "Hello there. Are you that girl I've heard so much about?" Who? "My name is Kuramuina. Nice to meet you." A conversation with a brightly smiling Kuramuina. For the girl, it was the first time in her life. That is why the girl's heart was filled with joy and sadness at the same time. Don't go any closer. Why? If you get closer, you will die. The first person who didn't run away from the girl and converse with her, not wanting to kill such a person. The girl spoke words of warning, but Kuramuina, after lightly smiling at her, approached the girl without stopping. Don't approach. It's all right. I won't die. You won't kill me. While telling her this in a gentle voice, Kuramuina approached her and gently embraced the girl with a look of mixed fright and loneliness on her face. "See, it's all right, isn't it?" When the girl felt the warmth of another person for the first time, large tears spilled from her eyes. Then, once again, "Hello there. If you don't mind, could you tell me your name?" "I don't have a name." "Is that so? In that case, I'll give you one. Let's see. Your name will be Isis." "Isis Remnant." "Isis Remnant. My name." Tears seemingly not stopping from leaking out of her eyes, the girl, Isis, murmured the name given to her. Thereupon, Kuramuina released Isis from her embrace and reached out her hand to her with a dazzling smile on her face. "Isis, will you come with me? You have a lot of magic power, but it doesn't seem like you can control it properly. If you want, I'll teach you about a lot of things." Those were words that made Isis extremely happy. That's why, without hesitation, she held onto the held-out hand. After that would be days free from the painful, cold loneliness, is what she thought. Yes, Isis had forgotten. Accompanied by Kuramuina, Isis came to her house, spontaneously laid down on the bed in the room given to her and closed her eyes. It was as if someone was calling her, making her feel extremely sleepy. And there, that appeared again. In the field of black snow, in a place where another version of herself, clad in black robes, stands. "So, you've come again." What you said back then, it was a lie. Kuramuina. She accepted me. She reached out her hand towards me. You really think so? What do you mean? While Isis happily told her this, the other Isis asked back in the same cold tone as before, as if to say that Isis is mistaken. Indeed, Kuramuina had reached out her hand towards us. However, does that really mean she accepted us? Kuramuina did. She accepted me. We can't kill Kuramuina. Kuramuina would always be stronger than us. That's all there is to it. What are you trying to say? Before she knew it, Isis found herself raising her voice. She doesn't know why, but the words of the being in front of her were bothering her. If you still haven't realized it, that's fine for now. However, don't forget, Kuramuina is not the one we wanted. You may only feel a slight discomfort at first. However, the more time passes, the bigger that discomfort will become. What would you even know? I would know of it. You are me, and I am you. That's why I would know. You'd be happy not realizing this, for realizing this would make you suffer even more. I won't. Is that so? If that were the case, that would be great. Those lonely words echoing on her ears, Isis regained consciousness, with an unexplainable thorn in the back of her mind. After being picked up by Kuramuina and becoming a member of her family, happy days for Isis continued. She met and spent her days with family members who weren't afraid to talk to her, just like Kuramuina, and the days she spent with them were filled with the warmth that she wanted. Kuramuina has a warmth that gently embraces you. Ain, who is firm and dependable. Mejdo, who has a rough but open personality and is easy to talk to. Lilywood, who she had hit it off with and became like best friends. Magnoel, who speaks stiffly but knows a lot of things and can teach her many things. Zwei, a magical puppet created by Kuramuina that has a sense of self and is capable of growing. Ozma, a laid-back person who isn't really part of the family but spends time with them. And the newest addition to the family, Shantia, a mysterious girl from another world. Every day she spent with these family members is boisterous, but full of happiness. However, For some reason, there were times when she suddenly felt loneliness she couldn't quite express. Whenever she felt this, she would fall asleep and dream of her other self. We sure meet a lot lately. What you had said. Everything is wrong. I'm really happy. Is that so? Then, why did you come here again? That is because you called me here. After her abrupt sleepiness would always come this dream. This conversation with her other self. Isis thought it was because her other self was calling her. However, the other Isis, clad in a black robe, quietly shook her head. You're mistaken. I haven't called you here. You came here by your own will. What do you mean? What we're currently in is the deepest place in our heart. Calmly pointing to the skies, the other Isis spoke in a voice that even sounded gentle. As if guided by his movements, Isis looked up at the sky and only saw dark, thick clouds. You said you are happy. We are indeed happy. But deep down, our heart is still covered by thick clouds. Not a single ray of warmth had reached us. What are you saying? I don't understand. I have no idea what you're trying to say. It was just as I told you before. You were realizing the things that we'd better off not realizing. No, this is something you've realized all along. That's why you feel lonely even when you're with Kuramuina and the others. I don't know. What are you trying to say? The words of the other Isis, the dark, enclosed skies. It brings about an irresistible sense of frustration to her mind, making Isis scream. In response to such an Isis though, the other Isis spoke to her in a calm, gentle voice. Please don't get me wrong. I'm not trying to hurt you. The two of us aren't separate entities. You and I are both Isis remnant. Your happiness is my happiness, and what makes you sad also makes me sad. Then, why do you keep on denying my happiness? I don't think either of us is the leading self or anything like that. Both of us are Isis remnant. Everyone has feelings deep inside them that they don't want to show to others. Feelings that you keep on turning your eyes away from. The reason why you keep on meeting me, the reason why you keep on coming here is because you keep on turning away from your true feelings. My true feelings? Tell me then, why is it that even though I'm happy, that I keep on feeling lonely? What is it that I kept on looking away from? If you can keep your eyes averted, you will definitely be happy. But if I had noticed this, you would have noticed it someday. No. It seems like you're already on the verge of realizing it. In that case, maybe I should just tell it to you here. Saying this, the other Isis looks up at the dark cloud-covered sky. Her hair as white as Isis' hair spilled out from between the gaps in the robe, swaying along the occasional breeze. This is happiness, isn't it? We have a family, we all laugh together. Thanks to what Kuramuina has taught us, we've been able to suppress the magic power of death, even if only to a certain extent. With Kuramuina, with everyone, surrounded by family. I am. However, Zwei was afraid of us at first. With those words, the black snow that continued to fall around them seemed to gain momentum. Feeling as if her heart was rapidly cooling down, Isis' eyes opened wide and she looked at her other self. Indeed, it was just as the other Isis said. The Zwei created by Kuramuina had been terribly afraid of Isis when she was just created. Let alone talk to her, she did not even try to approach her. However, that was in the past. Now, Zwei talks to Isis just as she does to the others and adores her as a family member. That is. But now, it's all right now. Because she's learned how to clad herself in magic power enough to resist our magic power of death. In the end. That's all there is to it. Astonished, Isis stiffened. It's as if the place where she now stands is crumbling beneath her feet, feeling helpless. Yes, she had realized it. What exactly her other self said that she was better off not noticing. Kuramuina held out her hand to us. However, that's only because Kuramuina is stronger than us. Lilywood and the others call us their family. However, that's only because Lilywood and the others are capable of resisting our magic power of death. Without the power to resist our magic power of death, Kuramuina wouldn't have reached out to us. Lilywood and the others wouldn't have called us their family. Yes, not one of them would have ever accepted us. You're wrong. Stop. In the future, Kuramuina and the others will be accepted by those without power. However, they won't accept us. There is no one who will unconditionally accept us. Thus, There will never come a time when their warmth will reach the depths of our heart. Stop. Isis' voice sounded like she's about to cry. The words of the other Isis violently shook the true wish that had remained dormant in the depths of her heart. What Isis really seeks is unconditional warmth. Just like the one given from a parent to a child, happiness that seemed to envelop her body. However, such a thought kept on following Isis. She kept on thinking about the future. No matter how well she meets someone she gets along with, the thought that if they don't have the power to resist her magic power of death, they wouldn't have accepted her won't go away from her mind. Why don't we just compromise? There's no one who will unconditionally accept us. So, why don't we be content with what we have? If you can keep looking away, you're better off just keeping your gaze away. Otherwise, we will continue to suffer for a long time to come. The other Isis told her in a gentle voice. As the other Isis herself said, it's not that she wanted to make Isis unhappy. That's why I propose this. Keep on turning her gaze away from her true wish and give up. It might just be that we haven't met yet. You'll never meet such a person, ever. That's not true. I'm sure, they must be out there. I understood it. I am also you after all. That's why I knew you wouldn't give up. However, I don't think we'll ever find someone like that. No further words were exchanged between the girls. Only the black snow that continued to fall increased in amount, freezing the depths of their heart. The only thing that was left was a cold snowflake in the depths of my heart. Isis Remnant has chosen a thorny path, not to compromise with what she has now, but to continue to search for what she truly seeks. Turning her back on her own heart that tells her that she will never find it. She began to frequently stroll around the demon realm. In name, it was for her hobby to collect items that appear in the books she likes. However, its real purpose was to find a being who would accept her unconditionally. It could be described as something like a battle. 1,000 years have passed since she began her search. The concept of peerage holding, high-ranking demons and the Six Kings, created by Shaltir's proposal, became well known in the demon realm, and Isis also became widely known as the Death King. At the same time, her family members that came to be known as the Six Kings became independent from Kuramuina and moved to different parts of the demon realm. It was lonely and painful for Isis to live apart from her beloved family, but it was also a good opportunity for her to search for the thing she hadn't found yet. 5,000 years have passed since she began her search. The demon realm, where once all that mattered was the ability to fight, has been at peace thanks to Shaltir's work, and each region has come to have its own unique characteristics and history. By this time, Isis had already visited every corner of the demon realm. However, she was still unable to find the being she sought. She toured every region. She saw demons of all races. However, the only thing she felt from those who fled in fear of her magic power of death was always a clear rejection. When, at the urging of Lilywood, who had been close since their days living together, she built a castle in a place called the Land of the Dead, the loneliness she felt had grown to the point that she felt helpless. How many times had she shed tears? How many times had she embraced her body, which trembled with loneliness? How many times had she been jealous of the other members of the Six Kings who were accepted by many? It seems like it didn't work again today. Why was I born with the magic power of death? I'm sorry. Why are you apologizing to me? I guess it's because you're crying. The other Isis, whom she met in her dream, looked up at the dark sky, which seems to have become thicker, and told her the words she had repeated many times before. You're not giving up yet? Perhaps they still haven't been born yet. Is that so? I think that's not possible though. No one will accept us. You're annoying. Shut up. If she had been able to, it might have been easier for her to give up, to compromise. However, Isis could not give up what she wished for. Ironically, this made her heart suffer even more. 10,000 years had passed since she began her search. The feeling of resignation grew and grew, and Isis gradually stopped going out of her castle. She spent her time alone in the spacious castle, reading a large number of books she has collected throughout her travels around the demon realm. The words of the other Isis, that there would be no one who would ever accept her, weighed heavily on his mind. Still, she couldn't completely give up, and just the number of times she went out didn't go down to 0. 20,000 years had passed since she began her search. The world drastically changed. The invasion to the human realm by the Demon Lord led to the Treaty of Friendship between the three realms, and the expansion of the world she had been living in. Therefore, it would be inevitable that she would harbor hope in the expanded new world, but she wasn't accepted. While the other members of the Six Kings were accepted and their sphere of activity had expanded, she alone was rejected. What she got was the fear and awe of being the most terrifying among the Six Kings. As one would have roughly expected, she also wasn't able to find what she wanted. Why? How come? I was just, why don't we give up already? We had worked hard enough. We traveled around the human realm, even met people from another world. But still, not one of them had accepted us. That's why, no, staying lonely like this, I won't give up. Is that so? On the snowfield with a black blizzard blowing around her, Isis and the other Isis shed tears. Trembling with loneliness, they despaired about their circumstances. Yet they continued to struggle, unable to give up hope. Could that be perhaps the reason why? Because they did not give up everything there, the miracle that they had been waiting for finally appeared 1,000 years later. The being that Isis had been waiting for, a being who was not strong enough to resist her, and yet accepted her. Upon meeting Mama Kaito, a great change happened to her. Love is something one falls in. She had been beaten down by loneliness and despair for so long, that it was inevitable that she would fall in love with Kaito, who accepted her for who she was. After meeting Kaito, Isis's face began to smile more and more. Every day was truly joyful and everything around her even seemed to sparkle. When she heard that he accepted her feelings and asked her to be his lover, she felt so much happiness that it was difficult to express it in words. Whenever she spent time with her new lover and smiled from the bottom of her heart, which should have been frozen, was filled with nothing but warmth. In the midst of such happiness, which could be called the peak of her life, Isis had a dream for the first time in a long time. Staring back at her was the other Isis, whom she had met many times before. It doesn't matter what you say anymore. Kaito is my destined person. Together with Kaito, I will be happy. No, I will show you that I will be happy. Saying this, Isis' eyes were filled with a strong and definite light, very different from when she was shedding tears while shaking with loneliness. I'm not the only one receiving it from Kaito. I will also give Kaito happiness. I'll show you that I won't make Kaito regret that he loved me. Together with Kaito, I will be happy. If I'm together with Kaito, we'll definitely achieve it. Looking back, it seems that all along, Isis's heart may have remained weak. No matter how powerful she was, her heart was that of a lonely, trembling child. But now, thanks to the presence of Mama Kaito, Isis has gained a firm pillar of strength. Therefore, with a strong and unshakable will, she confronted the other Isis who has been denying her until now. That's what I think so too. However, what came back was not a denial, but an affirmation. Fufu, why are you surprised? It's just as I told you, it's not that I wanted to make you unhappy. I am you. The both of us is Isis. Your happiness is my happiness. As she calmly told her in a clear voice, the other Isis took off the hood of the robe that she had been wearing. And there Isis found a face exactly the same as hers, smiling happily from the bottom of her heart. Look, the clouds above us have cleared up. Indeed, just as the other Isis had said, when she looked up at the sky, which had been dark and covered with thick clouds, had turned into a dazzling blue sky. And warm light was shining into the snowfield. Kaito had illuminated us. He brought warmth to the depths of our heart. Kaito is amazing. I don't need to reject you anymore. And there's no need for us to meet like this. Are you going to disappear? I won't disappear. I am you, and you are me, blending into one. As Isis remnant, we will live together with Kaito from now on. Seeing the same things, having the same feelings. The other Isis said, saying that her role is now over and that she will return to her original form from now on, living together with her. Thank you. What for? For taking on a thankless role. All these years. You're weird, thanking yourself. Fufu. I suppose. Unlike in the past, Isis was able to have a more relaxed mind, and so, she realized the other Isis in front of her had been denying her own wish for a long time. And when those times came, trying to lighten the pain in Isis' heart, She went ahead and insulted her. Illuminated by the warm sunlight, the two Isis brightly smiled. Asterisk 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 asterisk. After leaving Alice's general store, I walked leisurely back to Lilia San's mansion. I'm kinda feeling a sense of déjà vu. It seemed a little strange, but as I wasn't able to think of any particular cause for this feeling, I concluded that it must have been my imagination and just proceeded with my steps. But at that moment, I felt something out of place, far exceeding what I had been feeling just now. It was almost evening, the time of the day when streets would normally be crowded with people returning home from work or going out shopping for dinner. But there wasn't a single soul that could be found in the wide straight main street, filled with a strange silence. Finding myself in such an abnormal scene, as if this space had been cut off from the rest of the world, I naturally stopped in place. What the heck is? Immediately afterwards, a chill ran down my back and I can feel the hairs on my body raising. The buildings in the vicinity were melting as if they were rotting, and the road in front of me was collapsing, a sensation so horrifying that it was almost impossible to imagine such a scene in my mind. I don't know why, but my body was shivering, and it feels like the sound of my thirsty throat was loudly resounding in my ears. And it isn't just in my head, all of my body and the instincts within it were warning me that something very frightening is coming. It's different from the pressure I felt from Kuro's magic power when she visited me in Lilia San's mansion before. It was much more fundamental, an inexplicably terrifying feeling that seemed to alert my instincts as a living being. In other words, a negative presence, dense enough that I could feel it on my skin. And then, from the end of the dimly lit road which is tainted with silence, that appeared. Long hair as white as ashes, morbidly white skin, deep and gloomy blood like crimson eyes. A woman dressed in a black gothic dress-like clothing, wrapped in a pale blue light, floating just like fluttering dandelions. She approached my direction with an eerie presence around her. She looked like a ghost, but she held beauty that could be described as unequaled. However, even her beauty accentuates the fear I'm feeling. Just by seeing the woman, I felt like I saw an illusion that my head had been decapitated. I can't breathe well and my whole body is shaking like crazy. And yet, I'm unable to move from where I stood at all. Fear I've never felt before surged through my body, and at the same time, my instincts were intensely warning me. Don't get involved with her, quickly run away. Or else, I will be killed. However, contrary to such thoughts, my legs won't move at all, as if my feet were sewn to the ground. What an unusual magic power. Are you the hero? Exclamation mark. Her cold voice resounds, and her red eyes look at me. At that moment, I felt a chill that froze my whole body, and I lost all my words due to the intense discomfort I'm feeling. I knew this feeling. It was just like back then, the day I lost my parents. The crushed car, the feeling of blood running down my neck, the coldness that seemed to drain the heat from my body. That's right, this is the feeling of impending death. An overwhelming fear that seemed to freeze my soul. Yes, I felt so terrified of this woman I've met for the first time. As the feeling of fear seemed like it's starting to overwhelm my thoughts, the question of the unusual woman, "Are you the hero?" popped within my mind. Even though my instincts are telling me that I have to respond, that I mustn't go against this being, my body just keeps on shaking and I can't move properly. I repeat, "Are you the hero?" As if my continued silence was off-putting, the woman changed her tone to a slightly stronger one and asked me the same question again. It was as if I was being strangled by an invisible hand, pushing me down with an oppressive, suffocating feeling. I'm an otherworlder, but I'm not the hero. Is that so? The woman nodded to the words that I barely managed to squeeze out, without showing any particular reaction. The silence is heavy. I feel as if the air itself has weight. The trembling in my body grows even stronger, wanting to get rid of this hellish feeling as soon as possible. After a few moments of silence, the woman holds out her hand to me to shake my hand. I'm Isis Remnant. Nice to meet you. The moment I looked at the held out hand, what rose in my hand was an intense sense of discomfort, a feeling of fear far greater than my mind can tolerate, and I feel like nausea was rising from the pits of my stomach. I have to escape, run away, run. My instincts were intensely screaming at me. The hand that is supposed to look white and beautiful, Looks like the sickle of the Soul Reaper. I mustn't hold that hand. If I were to hold her hand, I will die. Don't defy her, don't go against her, don't take my eyes away from her. One after another, they resounded in my head like an alarm clock waking me up from sleep. Seeing me like that, the woman slightly lowered her eyes, without saying anything, and the moment I saw the expression on her face, deep sorrow and intense loneliness in her slightly wavering eyes, I felt as if she was inhabited by a feeling of loneliness that was too intense. I don't have some sort of power that could help me read other people's emotions. That's why, this was just a feeling of mine. To be clear, I don't understand the logic behind this. Why did I feel this way? I don't know the logic for this thought, nor do I have a clear reason or basis for it. But for some reason, if I were to run away here, I feel like I would regret it for the rest of my life. I can hear the startled voice of the woman. My body, which should have been frozen in fear, awkwardly moved, and I found myself slapping my cheeks with both of my hands. The bizarre fear that still assaults my body hasn't disappeared. I feel like puking at the prospect of imminent death. However, the thoughts that were coming to my mind are about to become something completely different. Get your head out of your ass. Go think about the situation more seriously this time. What did this person even do to me? Did she do any harm to me, or had she ever directed her hostility towards me? No, she didn't. She had only asked me if I'm the hero, and then introduced herself and asked for a handshake. She didn't do anything strange. Looking back into the woman's red eyes, which seemed somewhat startled, I was about to reach out and accept the handshake. But the intense sense of discomfort assaulted me again. Clenching my teeth within this dizzying fear and discomfort, I still tried to desperately move my hand. I don't have any basis for my actions, nor do I have any reason why. I don't even know why I'm so desperate. However, I feel like I have to hold this person's hand. Right here, right now. If I had been in the same situation before I came to this world, I would have definitely ran away. However, when I came to this world and met Kuro, I understood that even a single goodwill could save a person's heart. I've learned how glad I am to have her reach out to me, even if I'm hiding deep within the darkest depths of my heart. For this reason, if I'm the only one who can reach into the depths of this person's heart at this moment in time, then there's no way I can run away from here. I'm sweating profusely and my body is shaking like crazy. But if I'm shaking, that means it isn't that I can't move. Then stop shaking like an idiot, and get moving. I don't know if it had been answered because of the scream within my heart. Clenching my teeth so hard that my lips were bleeding, I desperately tried reaching out. Little by little, my hand moved towards the woman in front of me. At that moment, the discomfort I felt became even more intense, and for a moment, I felt like I was going to lose consciousness. But I bit my lip hard to hold on to my awareness. Even as my hand was shaking, and even though my body was shaking, I didn't stop. The fear of death assaulting my mind is too intense. I want to escape. Even as this feeling grows stronger and stronger though, I still try to reach out my hand. Little by little, an incredibly small distance at a time. I tried to hold the woman's hand at a pace so slow that it took me several minutes for my hand to move a single centimeter. Whether I'm feeling nauseous and consciousness dimming, whether it's sweat or tears flowing down my face, what kind of face I'm making right now, I don't know any of that. Why am I so desperate? Why do I need to feel this much pain, reaching out to this woman, whom I have never met before? I'm just an ordinary guy with no special power. Therefore, moments like this make my weakness pretty clear. Even at this very moment, I'm afraid of this woman in front of me. But still, I don't know why. But I just couldn't bring myself to choose the option of giving up. How much time passed? Anyway, my hand reached the hand of the woman who had spent a ridiculously long time waiting for me to hold it out the whole time. The moment I held her hand, I was struck with a fear even more intense than before, and I fell to my knees on the ground, unable to stand. But not yet. I still haven't spoken a word back to her yet. Get up, get up. I'm just feeling scared. Bring about my whole body, muster all the strength I can. Getting up, holding my wobbling leg with my other hand, I slowly turned my attention to the woman in front of me. The smile on my face as I looked at her looked forced, but I think it can't be helped. Still, I want to get along with her. Setting my mind straight to the thought of wanting to be friendly with her, I spoke. It's nice to meet you. I'm Mama Kaito. As I told her this in a voice that is aptly described as me squeezing those words out of my throat, the girl smiled. And the intense fear that had assailed my body completely vanished immediately afterward. Not only that, but the surrounding scenery changed to a snowfield. A blanket of silver-colored snow covering up my surroundings, and at the same time, the memories that I had somehow forgotten until now began to come back to me. Isis-san, you're both right and wrong. I'm sorry, Kaito, for trying to test you. Isis-san, who was wearing a black dress unlike her usual blue dress, said something I didn't understand, in a voice that seemed to resonate in my ears just like Lilywood-san's voice did. What did she mean? The atmosphere around her also feels different from normal. But the woman in front of me, I think she's definitely Isis-san. You are Isis-san, right? You could say I indeed am. But you could also say I'm slightly different. However, I will be glad if you call me Isis. I understand. Isis-san. Whereas this, with my power, I've connected your heart with mine. You can think of this as a dream. Earlier, I was trying to test Kaito a little bit, so you weren't able to remember some of your memories. In a dream. I see. The situation itself was rather strange, but thinking about the strange events that have just happened earlier, it makes sense. Was that perhaps, in a way, a reenactment of my encounter with Isis-san? I see. It felt a little strange. But I guess that was because I was in a state where I couldn't remember things. I mean, Isis-san. So you're able to do stuff like that, huh? I'm a part of Isis' mind. It's not that one of us is the real one or anything like that. It's just that me and the other me blended together. If I were to explain it, you could say I'm the first Isis remnant. Wait, Isis. You could say that this self is another me. That's why, you could say I indeed am Isis remnant. But you could also say I'm different. Hey, Kaito. Do you know who I am? Her riddle-like phrasing makes me tilt my head back and think. She's indeed Isis remnant. But you could also say she's different. If I take her word for it, the woman in front of me is Isis-san, but not Isis-san. As I was thinking about this, something suddenly came to my mind. Could it be? You are her magic power of death. You're right. Though I suppose the most correct answer would be the memory of the being from the origin of her magic power of death. I'm sorry. I don't really get what you... It's alright. I'll explain it to you. That's why I called Kaito here like this. However, I want to walk with Kaito for a bit. Is that no good? The magic power of death, or rather, the other Isis-san looked at me with a slightly anxious expression on her face. She had the face of the Isis-san I know so much. Whatever the case may be, I felt such a sense of relief that the being in front of me was indeed Isis-san. Of course, gladly. There's no reason for me to refuse an invitation to a date from my precious lover after all. Hearing my words, a smile that seemed like blooming flowers appeared on Isis-san's lips, making her look so unfairly cute that I can't help but smile. Thereupon, Isis-san held out her hand to me, seemingly expecting something, and I, sensing her intentions, took her hand in mine and started walking with her. How should I say this? This place is beautiful, isn't it? A world blanketed in silver snow, with the clear skies above us. It feels especially so. Kaito, have you not seen views like this that much? Yes, we didn't get a lot of snow where I lived. This feels rather refreshing. Fufu, I see. You seem happy, Isis-san. I'm very, very happy. Not only because I'm together with Kaito, but because I realized once again that Kaito is the coolest guy in the world. And no matter how you put it, you're exaggerating. Isis-san looked really happy from the bottom of her heart, praising me with a big smile on her face. Embarrassed by this, I responded while scratching my cheek with my free hand, to which Isis-san shook her head. That's not the case at all. After all, Kaito held my hand. I believe that if it's Kaito, you would face our magic power of death even without your sympathy magic. However, I never expected you would also hold our hand. I see. The meeting I just had with Isis-san was different from what I remember. I don't know what the logic of how it happened is, but I was in a state where I couldn't use my sympathy magic earlier. The magic power of death is the fundamental fear of all beings, something that couldn't be withstood by mere mental power. is how it should have been, but Kaito suppressed even that. In the midst of fear that normally would have caused one to go insane or have a mental breakdown dozens of times, you still held my hand. Kaito really is amazing. Ahaha. Well, you can count on me. Was I in that much of a peril just now? Go insane? Mental breakdown? Magic power of death. Really is something amazing, huh? I felt some shudder crawl behind my back, but seeing Isis-san looking very happy, I think it was worth the effort. However, Isis-san is also amazing. Connecting your heart and temporarily blocking memory, you're also able to do stuff like that, huh? Putting aside what had happened earlier behind, for the time being, I decided to ask her what was on my mind. This is something only I can do right now. With the blessing Kaito received from Sholovernal, ordinary mental magic will be nullified. Then, how would Isis-san be able to do stuff like this then? By acquiring the power of a god. Or something like that, I guess. Why is it that you yourself aren't sure about that? Rather, the power of a god? Before I was reborn as Isis, I was called the Great Evil God of Despair. Yes, wait a second there. I feel like some outrageous information was just being casually brought up right there. I am curious about the fact that she was reborn. But I'm more curious about that name, Great Evil God of Despair, which is certainly brimming with an aura of a last boss. Confused by the information I was being told, Isis looked at me with a small smile on her lips, before she spoke. The being which is No, our origin was a god from a world different from this one. And that is the Great Evil God of Despair? Even though I was a god, I wasn't that powerful. If it comes to combat ability, the current us is much more powerful than the US back then, and compared to the god of this world, Sholovernal, we are incredibly inferior. With her gaze fixed on the clear blue sky, Isis-san spun her words with a somewhat nostalgic look on her face. A world different from this one. A god from another world, huh? Judging from the way she talked about it, it's also a different world from the earth I lived on. Lonely. I don't want to be alone. That's all what I as the Great Evil God was thinking about. However, I wasn't able to speak, and all I could do was connect my heart with the hearts of others. That was the only way for me to connect with others. Just from hearing those words, I get the impression that she was a lonely god, and she didn't seem like the kind of being that would be called an evil god, but perhaps, there's something more to the story than that. However, the magic power of despair dwelled within me. Just like the magic power of death, it brings those whose hearts I connected with to despair. I almost destroyed the world twice because of it. However, that's not what Isis-san wanted. And was just a side effect, right? I was lonely. I wanted to connect with someone. But when I reach out for others, I end up enveloping the world in despair. The first time it happened, I was sealed. The second time, on a scale and at a speed even greater than the first, I nearly died. The world in despair. Isis-san's hand is trembling slightly. Remembering the loneliness of that moment, it felt as if she was freezing. Putting a little bit of strength into my hand holding Isis-san's hand, and without saying anything, I waited for her next words. And for the second time, I was killed by the hero of hope. No, it's more correct to say I was almost killed. But I cast aside most of my body and fled to another world with only my soul, using the last of my strength. Because I didn't want to die. All alone. Looking at it from a different perspective, it may truly be a heroic tale. The great evil god who once nearly destroyed the world has returned, and the hero of hope has defeated them. However, the great evil god had no malicious intent to destroy the world. She was just lonely and wanted to connect with others. And the only way she could connect with others was by bringing them to despair. It's a very sad story. I couldn't watch Isis-san trembling any longer, so I reflexively hugged her slender body. For a moment, Isis-san looked surprised, but then she immediately smiled happily and pressed her face against my chest. After a short period of silence, being careful not to rush her, I slowly urged her to continue the conversation. And then, you arrived in this world? I arrived here and immediately met Sholovernal. As I said before, Sholovernal is on a completely different level from me. It would have been so easy for Sholovernal to crush me like a bug and make me disappear. I wonder what Isis-san, the great evil god, felt at that time. She didn't want to die alone, so she desperately ran away. only to meet a strong person she's helpless with on the path of her escape. The tragedy of that moment must have been so great that I can't even imagine it. However, Shallow Vernal didn't eliminate me. I don't know what Shallow Vernal was thinking back then, but I think it was probably just a whim. She took my soul and recreated its core, gave me even greater power, and was born again. And that's when Isis-san was born. In the process of my rebirth as Isis, the magic power of the dead gathered around me and the magic power of despair turned. No, it evolved into the magic power of death, and for some reason, the memory of the being known as the great evil god of despair remained in the depths of our soul, not completely erased. Perhaps the loneliness we felt back then may be because of the hazy memories that linger within it. Considering that, how long has Isis-san spent in solitude? Perhaps it was so long that I can't even imagine it anymore. Having such a thought in mind, my embrace towards Isis-san naturally tightened. I usually exist as a part of Isis remnant. But since olden days, when Isis receives strong rejection because of her magic power of death, I appear as a separate consciousness in Isis dreams. Well, right now, I wanted to talk to Kaito, so I kind of forced myself to come out. It seems that Isis-san has come to an end. Now then, how should I respond to her? It must have been hard, it must have been sad. It's easy to put it into words. However, I don't think I can say things like I understand her. Thank you for telling me all about it. I'm glad to know a lot more about you than before, Isis-san. Kaito, don't look so anxious. It's alright. Even if I know you have such a past, my feelings for you won't disappear. Whether or not you have the memories of a great evil god or not, whether or not your tone of voice is different from the usual Isis-san, you are definitely the Isis-san I know. The Isis-san that I love! Kaito. Hearing Isis-san's words, she tightly hugged me, tears in her eyes. Looking at the anxiety on her face, I could already imagine what she was thinking. I think that Isis-san basically doesn't have self-confidence. Or rather, she has experienced a dreary loneliness, which often makes her think in a pessimistic way. When she told me about the fact that her origin was this great evil god, she had such an anxious look on her face, as if she was afraid I would hate her for that. But well, that's an unnecessary worry. Something like that wouldn't change the fact that I love Isis-san. Isis-san, who was crying as she rubbed her face against my chest, looked up at me with moist eyes, and slowly closed her eyes. As for what she wanted, it's easy to understand without having to think about it. Gently bringing my face close, I put my lips on Isis-san's lips. When my lips parted with hers, Isis-san looked like she's pouting a bit, but at the same time, she had a very happy expression on her face. Kaito, I love you. I'm so happy to have met you that I regret all the time I haven't spent with you. I also feel the same case. Rising on her lips as Isis-san responded as such was a dazzling smile. Holding hands with Isis-san, we walked through the beautiful snowfield under the blue sky again. Isis-san seemed to be in a great mood, walking with a smile on her face that made me feel happy just seeing it. Hey, Kaito, is something the matter? You will soon wake up. Then, I will be there with the other me as Isis remnant, just as I have always been. But before that, I have one thing I'd like to ask Kaito while I still have the memory of the great evil god of despair. What in the world could she be requesting? The fact that she went out of her way of saying that while she still has her memory of the great evil god of despair suggests that it would be something related to that. However, according to Isis-san's story, Isis-san stared straight into my eyes and spoke with a serious expression on her face. I'd like you to tell something to the hero of hope. The hero who defeated me has now lost the strong heart she used to have. Too afraid to lose it, she kept on clinging too much on the bonds she once had. Unable to move on. What do you mean? It's okay if you don't understand the meaning right now. However, I'm sure Kaito will save that girl's heart just as you saved mine. That's why, at that moment, I want you to tell her this. The you who had defeated me is much stronger than I am. Don't just cower and protect the people you care about now. I didn't really understand the meaning or intent of those words. However, Isis-san told me that I didn't need to know about that right now. I understand. Someday, when I understand what you meant, I'll definitely tell this to her. After nodding with a bright smile on her face, Isis-san stopped and faced me with a small smile on her lips. It's almost morning. about time for you to wake up. I see. I'm a little sad to part ways with you. But you and Isis-san can continue to talk as much as you want, right? I will be in your care from now on, Kaito. Yes, I'm also in your care, Kaito. I love you. I love you so much. The 19th day of the Earth month. I had asked Lilia-san to make time in the morning for me to come visit her in the office. So, Kaito-san, what do you want to talk about? You see, what I'm going to report to Lilia-san this time is that Kuro and Isis-san has become my lovers. Well, it's related to my private relationships, so it's not like I'm obligated to report it, but I thought I should properly explain it to Lilia-san before she becomes astonished after finding out later. I explained to Lilia-san, who was tilting her head at me, that after I became lovers with Kuro, and about how I was troubled by the differences between this world and my world, but in the end, I decided to adapt and became lovers with Isis-san too. And that's the situation. Lilia-san. My lady. Lilia-san, who had finished listening to me, seemed to have stiffened as she silently stared straight at me. Luna Maria-san and I tried calling out to her while tilting our heads at the situation, but we received no response from Lilia-san. It seems like she fainted. How should I say this? I'm sorry. It's a new pattern. No, has this pattern appeared before? She had so many fainting variations that I'm not really sure. After a while, Lilia-san, who had regained her consciousness, held her head in her hands with a stunned expression on her face. She was holding a small bottle in one hand, taking out what looked like a pill from inside the bottle and drank it. I had thought that such a day would soon come, but, my lady, don't take too many stomach medicines. There's no way that I can think straight without taking some. Well, I know how you feel, but Lilia-san bitterly exclaimed, but she seemed to have anticipated the possibility of me becoming Kuro and the other's lover, and she didn't get particularly angry at me. However, for some reason, she seemed to be trembling and her face lost its complexion. This is absurd. If any idiotic nobles were to seriously disrespect Kaito-san, the country would vanish. For example, like elder brother, or perhaps, elder brother, and also, elder brother. If anything, it was Rise-san who gave me some very encouraging advice and I'm extremely grateful to him for it though. Looking at Lilia-san's abhorrent expression, I remembered what Luna Maria-san had before about him being a fool in front of Lilia-san. Well, it's my job to keep that area in check, so I should just obediently give you my blessings. Kaito-san, congratulations. Thank you very much. Lilia-san had her head in her hands, but she's still a kind person, so she quickly switches expressions and congratulates me with a smile on her face. Luna Maria-san also takes a step forward towards me and reverently congratulates me. Mama-sama really is a wonderful person. This Luna Maria is happy for you. Thank you. Luna, what's your real motive? I'm so happy to hear that Underworld King Sama will be visiting us more often. I should have known. Luna Maria-san was still the same person she was before. But in any case, now that my report to her was complete, I thanked Lilia-san again before I left the room. By the way, my lady, it seems that you're happy hearing what he reported earlier, huh? What? A few moments after Kaito left, Luna Maria muttered, and Lilia looked back at her, looking shaken. I don't know, but perhaps, if Mama-sama becomes comfortable with the common sense of this world, then my lady might also have a chance, right Tilda? What are you talking about? It's not like Speaking of which, I just got word the other day that my lady has purchased some men's clothing before. Where didn't you hear that? Hearing Luna Maria's words, as if she just ate something extremely spicy, Lilia-san's face quickly turned bright red. Indeed, as Luna Maria said, Lilia had secretly gone out to the city alone not long ago and purchased men's clothing. A slightly expensive men's formal wear. A clothing that someone wouldn't be ashamed to wear at a noble's evening party. It's not like that act has any meaning or anything. It's just my thanks for his help to me. I see you're really planning to give it to Mama-sama, Tilda. Good gracious. Even my lady has become quite the maiden in love. You look quite lovely, Luna. After reporting to Lilia-san, I decided to go into the city to buy a few things. It's not like I'm going to buy anything important, just some snacks for me to munch on. Something to eat while I'm in my room, so I decided to take a stroll without deciding on any particular purpose. While I'm at it, I think I'll go visit Alice's general store later. Alice was usually guarding me, so I'm wondering how her store was doing during that time. It seems that Alice can also create clones, so her clone could be the one in charge of her store. Well, most customers don't seem to come at all. Thinking about this, I veered off the main street and entered a less busy street, though it has enough traffic that it still won't be called a back alley. I saw something that caught my attention. Ahead of me, around the edge of the road, a small-built woman was crouching. I couldn't see her expression as her back was facing towards me, but she seemed to be in a bad shape, so I hurriedly ran over and called out to her. Is something the matter? Are you alright? Yes, I'm sorry. I'm just feeling a little anemic. The woman who turned towards me was a beautiful woman with long hair as blue as the spring blue sky. She also has jade-colored eyes and sickly white skin. With the elegant dress she was wearing and her silky hair, I can't help but wonder, is she some noble's daughter? She looked graceful, but her face was very pale. Anemic? Yeah. In that case, is there anything I can help you with? Thank you for your concern, but I'm just on my way to the hospital, so I'll be fine. No, but can you walk? I guess it's going to be a bit difficult. Oi, that doesn't look fine at all. However, what should I do? I've never been anemic before, so I don't have any medical knowledge of what to do. Should I bring her there with teleportation magic? No, rather than bring her to the mansion, wouldn't it be better to lead her to the hospital instead? For a moment, I thought about calling Alice, but even if she doesn't look like it, Alice is still the Phantasmal King. If she appears in the form of the Phantasmal King in front of someone who isn't feeling well, she would be so surprised that the situation would turn really serious. Though I said that, it's not like I can just leave her alone. Was that hospital far from here? No, it's just around the corner. I understand. Hearing the woman say that a hospital was just around the corner, I crouched down in front of her. I'm sorry, I don't know what else to do. You may not like it, but I'll take you to the hospital. No, that is, I can't afford to bother someone I just met for the first time. I'm sorry, but my personality doesn't allow me to ignore you, so it might be forceful of me, but please let me help you. You are a kind person. I'm sorry. Well then, please allow me to presume upon your kindness. It may be rude of me to suddenly suggest to carry a woman on my back, but unfortunately, I can't even think of a way to do it, and if I take my time thinking about a way, she might get even worse. She certainly may have been anemic as she said, but it's possible that she could even be worse than that, so I think I should bring her to the hospital as soon as possible. I don't know if these thoughts were conveyed to her, but the woman thanked me and laid her body on my back. She's too light. Although she looked slender, her body was actually surprisingly light, and even I, someone that isn't really that powerful, could easily carry her. Really, I don't know how to thank you enough. Aren't I heavy? No, you're completely light. So, where's the hospital? I don't really know where it is, so please show me the way. Yes, just walk ahead and turn right at the corner. The woman's voice was somewhat weak, as if she was still not feeling well, and following her direction, I walked a little faster to the hospital. As the woman said, we walked a few minutes from the alleyway we had just left and arrived at what appeared to be our destination. Is this the place? Yes. Doesn't this place look like a church? Yes, the doctor is also a priest in the church. The place I arrived at looks more like a church. Or rather, it's really a church, so I was wondering if I went in the wrong direction, but it seems that this is the right place. It's true that in RPGs, priests are considered to be healers, and in a world where magic is common, it may be natural for a priest to be a doctor. Well, either way, I don't have time to think about it. I have to get in and quickly get her examined. With this in mind, I opened the door of the church with the woman on my back and was met with a scene that seemed even divine. The crosses that adorned the walls were filled with light from the stained glass windows, filling the church with light as if it were illuminated by the starry skies. In front of the altar, I saw a woman in deep indigo vestments with gold embroidery, kneeling down and praying. As soon as we entered, the woman heard the door open, and standing up, she looked back at us. Her deep, dark grey hair in her side locks extended to her waist, held in place by a silver hair clip. Her hair was covered by a veil of the same color as her vestments, but she had something of a virtuous nun vibe around her, and her deep amber eyes accentuated the mysterious atmosphere. The mysterious beauty of the woman took my breath away, and with a gentle smile that captivates all that had seen it, she slowly walked towards us. Welcome. How can I help you to, Fujiya? Just as she was walking, she stepped on the hem of her long vestments and vigorously tripped, hitting her face on the floor. What should I do? I feel like I've seen something I'm not supposed to see. The mysterious atmosphere around her and all that stuff she had earlier is ruined. I mean, she totally smashed her face on the floor, but is she alright? As soon as that question comes to my mind, the priestess gets up, holding her face in her hands. My face. Are you alright? I'm sorry I showed you something embarrassing. So, how can I help you today? Noir-san? The priestess, who got up, lightly scratching her cheek, as if she was embarrassed to have fallen over, changed her expression to one of surprise upon seeing the woman I was carrying. It's been a while, Dr. Veer. Apparently, she's definitely the doctor and the woman I'm carrying. Noir-san sounded relieved as she called the priestess's name. Dr. Veer looked at Noir-san, who I was carrying, and somewhat dumbfounded, she muttered, Noir-san, could it be? Yes, I'm feeling anemic. I've already told you multiple times, even if it's impossible for you, not drinking blood is no good. I know, but it's quite difficult. What kind of conversation is this? I didn't know. The common way to prevent anemia is to drink blood. No, there's no way that's the case. Anyway, Noir-san seems to be a frequent visitor here, and Dr. Veer seems to know what's going on with her. Noir-san, you are aware that you're half vampire, right? When I heard the words Dr. Veer said with an astounded tone, I was inwardly quite surprised. Half vampire? So, does that mean Noir-san has half the blood of those bloodsuckers from Legends? What is this? I felt the same emotion boiling within me when I saw the dragons. As expected of the other world. It's embarrassing to say this, but I don't really think of it that much. Even if it's a lie, I wish you could have told me you're well aware of it. Well, anyway, let's go treat you first. You are? I'm Mama Kaito. Mama-kun, okay. Well then, I'm sorry, but could you bring Noir-san over here to the examination room for a moment? I understand. Talking to her like this, she seems to be a very capable and mature woman, just like a doctor. The fact that she fell down earlier may have just been a coincidence, and since Dr. Veer would be embarrassed, I won't mention it in the future. With that in mind, we began to move on to the examination room under Dr. Veer's lead. But just as we were about to move, Dr. Veer's feet hit a wooden bench in the church as she started to walk. Moreover, the one that hit the bench was her pinky toe. And that definitely hurts. It hurts. Dr. Veer, are you alright? I'm alright. I'm a bit of a klutz from back then. Now, let's get a move on. The room is this way. Yes. Hearing my words, Dr. Veer giggled like a child while scratching her cheek with her finger. With her height, which is taller than common adults, seeing such a gap makes her somewhat cute. Noir-san and I sat in a round chair in the examination room, which had an atmosphere more like a town doctor's clinic rather than a large hospital, and waited for Dr. Veer to get ready for the examination. Dr. Veer quickly proceeded with her preparations and asked me how come I came here with Noir-san on my back, so I briefly explained the situation. Then, Mama-san worriedly called out to Noir-san when you just first met her. I think it's a very fantastic of you to naturally help those in need. Thank you. Let me thank you once again. Thank you so much, Mama-san. No, that's, you're welcome. I didn't mean to make such a big deal of it, but I think it would be rude not to receive their thanks here, so I will just obediently accept it. Well, I'm still a man. I would obviously be happy if I'm being praised by Dr. Veer and Noir-san, two beautiful ladies. Alright, well then, Noir-san, I'm gonna start giving you drips. It looks like everything's red as Dr. Veer appeared with a syringe, but for some reason, Noir-san sounded startled as she glanced at me, her cheeks blushing red. Noir-san, what's the matter? And no matter how fantastic he is, stripping my clothes in front of a man I just met is kind of, no, It's in 4-drip, right? You just roll up your sleeves for that, right? How should I say this? Could it be that Noir-san is an airhead like Shiro-san, though in a different way? It seems that Dr. Veer was also exhausted from it. Anyway, Dr. Veer seems to have convinced Noir-san, and she rolled up her sleeves of her calm-colored dress and injected the 4-drip in her. Speaking of which, Noir-san, aren't you with Luchan today? Yes, she has work to do today. Luchan? She's my daughter. Daughter? Noir-san, you're married? When I tilted my head when Dr. Veer mentioned the name Luchan, Noir-san explained to me that she was her daughter, but even though it might be very rude, I was absurdly surprised and couldn't help but ask. I thought I understood in my head that she was a half-vampire, a demon, but with Noir-san's appearance, which only looks about 12-14 years old, I was surprised when she told me she had a daughter. Yes. But my husband is already dead. I'm sorry. No, it was already over 50 years ago, so you don't have to worry about it. Apparently, Noir-san's husband has already passed away, so I apologized for making her recall such a terrible event, but Noir-san calmly smiled, not seeming to mind it. Thereupon, as if to switch the conversation, Dr. Veer spoke. Noir-san, I've said this multiple times already, but the magic power in blood disappears over time. You need to take fresh blood orally, not just through 4-drips. Okay, I know that. But, I have trouble drinking blood. Hearing Dr. Veer's words of concern, Noir-san apologetically bowed her head. An anemic half-vampire who has trouble drinking blood. How should I say this? Aren't your race supposed to be feeding on blood? Perhaps sensing my doubts, Dr. Veer turned to me with a slight smile on her face. The vampires have an image of a race that drinks blood, but even they have certain types of bloods that they're compatible with. And if the blood isn't compatible, they would reject it. Is that so? Yes, in my case though. Ironic it might be, but my husband's blood wasn't compatible with me. And after I rejected his blood, I just couldn't handle drinking blood in any way. The heavy words she smoothly said with a chuckle was about how she rejected the blood of her beloved partner. Noir-san said she didn't seem to mind, but she was probably in for a terrible shock at the time. Since she has my husband's blood in her, my daughter's blood is inevitably incompatible with me. And then, since I rarely go out, I don't have much opportunity to drink blood. Noir-san, you can just drink animal blood, you know. Animal blood is kinda bitter, so. Well, with that, Noir-san is quite the picky blood drinker. And as her doctor, it's quite troubling seeing Noir-san looking like a child telling her parents that she doesn't like bell peppers, saying that animal blood doesn't taste good. I can't help but chuckle. The atmosphere softened a bit after that, and after letting out a sigh, Dr. Veer chuckled too. Anyway, if that's how you've been getting anemia so many times, Luchan will be worried. You need to find someone to share blood with you on a regular basis as soon as possible. That's true, but I don't know many people who are kind enough to share their blood with me. You're right, even if it's only a blood donation, I would prefer it if it's someone willing to share their blood even if you're not too close. They were looking troubled as they conversed with each other, but for some reason, they stopped talking mid-sentence and turned towards me. When I was puzzled by the uncomfortable situation of being stared at by two beautiful women, Dr. Veer slowly spoke. Mama-kun, there's something I'd like to discuss with you. But can you share some of your blood? Is that for Noir-san? I was wondering if your blood could have some compatibility with Noir-san. Of course, we're not going to force you if you don't want to. Yes, I know it's beyond brazen and impolite to make such a request when we've only just met. I wouldn't mind even if you refuse. In other words, if I were to summarize what Dr. Veer is trying to say, if Noir-san can drink my blood, she wants me to share some of it with her. She said that it's equivalent to donating blood, and I can see that from the color of Noir-san's face that she is suffering from anemia. Even though it was just a coincidence that I got involved with her, I don't feel comfortable neglecting her right here. Yes, I don't mind. Really? I know I shouldn't be the one saying this, but it isn't really a polite request, you know? Yes. If I can help in any way, I will cooperate. Mama-san, I really don't know how I can thank you enough. Hearing my approval, Noir-san looked really apologetic and bowed her head many times. However, we still aren't entirely sure yet, and that would only happen if Noir-san can drink my blood. So we're going to check our compatibility first. I wondered what I would do if my blood wasn't compatible enough that she would reject it. But since Dr. Veer is with us, that means she should be relatively safe, and thus, it was decided that I would lightly cut my fingertip and give a drop of blood to Nwasan to drink. I heard that Dr. Veer would be casting recovery magic on the wound later, so cutting my fingertip with a knife, I then held my finger over the waiting Nwasan's mouth. Partly because she looks like a young girl, I feel that the sight is somehow immoral. Thereupon, a drop of blood falls from my fingers and enters Nwasan's mouth. HNN, Few Nwasan! Exclamation mark warmth. Wait. When I thought I had already dropped my blood in her mouth, Nwasan's eyes suddenly widened and grabbing my hand, she put my wounded finger in her mouth. I couldn't react to the suddenness of the situation, but I quickly came to myself and tried to move my hand, but she's too strong. HNN, Chuyu, Shloop, Wa Nwasan. What in the world are you doing? And the next thing I know, something a little rough and soft touches my finger, and Nwasan started vigorously sucking on my finger. I didn't know what the heck was going on, but I know that something disastrous is happening. I know that, but not even a twitch. I can't move my hand at all. I guess she really is a half vampire, so her strength is quite strong. Nwasan, stop. More. Dr. Veer intervenes between me and Nwasan, who is hurriedly and enthusiastically licking my finger, and easily pulls Nwasan away. Pulling her off so easily, I guess Dry Veer must be pretty strong too. Nwasan, I'm sorry. It's my first time drinking such delicious blood, so I lost myself. I'm really sorry, Mama-san. No. I'm alright. I'm not really sure, but it seems that my blood was very tasty to Nwasan, and that's why her behavior became bizarre earlier. I then replied to Nwasan, who was repeatedly bowing her head while her face turned red, telling her not to worry about it. Mama-kun's blood. Was it that delicious? Why yes. It's so sweet you'd think it was honey from heaven, and it's so smooth that it feels like it's charming me. After knowing the taste of such blood, I don't think I can drink other people's blood anymore. Let me check for a second. Okay. Hearing Nwasan's words with a somewhat ecstatic expression on her face, Dr. Veer touched Nwasan's cheeks and moved her gaze as if she confirmed something. Indeed, your complexion has improved and the circulation of your magic power has become incredibly smooth. So, what does that mean? Well, coincidences are strange things, aren't they? It seems that Mama-kun's blood couldn't be more compatible with Nwasan. I see. In short, she's saying that compatible blood tastes good for vampires and incompatible blood tastes bad for them. This might help Nwasan's chronic anemia, and if it's this compatible, it should be fine even with small doses. Mama-kun, if you don't mind, could you come here every 10 days or so, and even if it's just a few drops, could you give Nwasan a few drops of fresh blood to drink? Would a few drops really be fine? Yes, I understand. I'm fine with that. If that makes Nwasan feel better, then there's no problem at all on my part. I can't afford to have my fingers licked every time. But since I've learned from her reaction this time around, I should be able to take measures beforehand. Thank you, that really helps. Of course, since you're cooperating with my recovery, I'll also properly pay money. No, it's not like I need money. Take it. Otherwise, Nwasan would feel uncomfortable. I understand. Turning to Nwasan after acknowledging Dr. Veer's words. For some reason, Nwasan is giving me a passionate gaze. Her gaze is passionate, but her eyes seem to be shaking and unfocused, looking as if she's befuddled. Next time, let's dilute it down a bit. I'm afraid that before she gets over her anemia, she gets addicted instead. I heard Dr. Veer mutter that with a sigh. After I promised to cooperate with them in the future and finished the 4-drip for Nwasan, Dr. Veer kindly offered us tea, and the three of us are now sitting around the table in the room next to the examination room, chatting. There seemed to be fewer patients today and she had more time, and when I noticed that, Dr. Veer laughed and said it's good that the doctor isn't busy, as she prepared tea for us. This tea is delicious, isn't it? It also makes my body feel kinda warm. You can tell? It has medicinal herbs in it. It has a relaxing effect. The tea that Dr. Veer prepared for me isn't only delicious, but also relieving and soothing, and that's apparently because it contains medicinal herbs. I see. By the way, Dr. Veer, Can I help you with that? It's fine. While telling her my thoughts, I asked Dr. Veer, who was wiping up the tea on the floor, if I could help, but Dr. Veer smiled and said it was fine. I guess she's really as she described herself or something. As just like a klutz, Dr. Veer had accidentally knocked over her own cup. Foo-foo. Dr. Veer is still the same as always. She's reliable when she's treating someone, but ahaha, good gracious, I'm feeling ashamed. Apparently, Dr. Veer has already got this kind of impression from before, as Nwasan is smiling as if she's looking at something she's used to seeing. Well, putting aside her clumsiness, this tea is really good. I see, so this is what she meant by it having a relaxing effect, huh? The first thing that came to mind when I heard that was Lilia-san, who is always troubled. One cup of tea won't help solve her troubles, but if it can relax Lilia-san's mind at least a little bit. Dr. Veer, if you don't mind me asking, can I ask where this tea is sold? That's my blend, so they don't sell it anywhere, you know. I can give you some tea leaves if you want. Is that alright? I've asked some unreasonable requests to Mama-kun after all. Hold on a bit, I'll wrap it up now. Apparently, this tea was Dr. Veer's specially made blend and isn't something that is bought from others, but thankfully, Dr. Veer offered to share some tea leaves with me. Just as Dr. Veer stood up and was about to go get the tea leaves, I heard a loud shout. Doctor, please help us! ! Hearing a desperate cry, Dr. Veer quickly runs off in the direction of the voice. Opposite of this room, towards the entrance of the church that leads to the examination room. Curious about the situation, Nwasan and I also quickly followed Dr. Veer out of the room. When I ran into the church, I found two men near the entrance door. One of them seemed to be the person who had just screamed, and had a look of crisis on his face as he held another man in his arm. And the man he was holding! In the other man's leg, something like a wooden stake pierced out of his thigh, and the blood flowing out looked impossibly painful, making me reflexively look away. Nwasan was just as astonished as I was, and stepped back with her hand over her mouth. What in the world happened? As expected of a doctor, Dr. Veer didn't seem to be shaken, running up to them and called out to them. He fell down while working. And on the place where he fell down, there's a scrap of wood. Let me see. Hearing the words of the uninjured man, Dr. Veer immediately sensed what's going on and touched the injured man who was groaning in pain. The man who was holding him decided that she shouldn't be disturbed, and as soon as Dr. Veer came near, he moved away from the injured man and just looked with a worried expression on his face. It's stuck pretty deep. If I just choose recovery magic like this, some splinters may stay in your leg. Keep a bit more distance away! Why yes. After a quick visual check of the injured man's condition, Dr. Veer told the other man to step back, before she snapped her fingers. Thereupon, a translucent membrane of some sort spread out in a dome around Dr. Veer and the injured man. I'm going to temporarily paralyze your leg. Why yes. Perhaps, that dome is acting like a sterile room, and while they're enclosed within it, Dr. Veer started removing the wood stuck in the man's leg. Telling the injured man that she is going to paralyze his leg, she held her hand over the injured man's thigh. And in the next moment, Dr. Veer unhesitantly pulled out the wood stuck in the injured man's leg. For a moment, I thought blood would spurt out from his wound. But it seems that she's using magic with her free hand, and no new blood was flowing from the injured man's leg. I'll get rid of the remaining splinters inside first before applying recovery magic. Don't worry, you will be healed. Why yes. Thank you very much. Dr. Veer's hands were moving so quickly that I had no idea what she was doing, but before I knew it, something that looked like tweezers was in her hand and several splinters were placed one after another next to the sitting Dr. Veer. With this. Alright. Well then, I'll start casting recovery magic. After a few seconds of removing the splinters, Dr. Veer calmly announced and held her hand on the injured man's leg. The man's leg, which had looked like a bloody mess, quickly healed as powerful magic power flowed out of Dr. Veer's body. Seeing a scene that looked like a true miracle, I couldn't help but forget how to speak as I watched. Here, with that, you should be alright. Thank you very much. It seems the treatment is over and the injured man thanks her with tears welling up in his eyes, and the man who was accompanying him also looked relieved. However, the blood you lost won't just magically come back. So let's go get you and for drip. Yes, doctor. the treatment cost. And then, just as the injured man reached into his pocket to pay for his treatment, Dr. Veer shook her head. You don't have to for this time. But hearing Dr. Veer's words telling him that he doesn't need to pay for the treatment, the man has a puzzled look on his face. While I look at them, Noir-san walked up beside and whispered. People who can use recovery magic are really rare. Come to think of it, I remembered hearing something like that. In a world like this where magic exists, recovery magic that heal wounds in an instant also exists, but not everyone is able to use it. In the first place, there aren't many people who can firmly use magic in the human realm and can rightly be called as mages. It's for this reason that magic tools have become so widespread. And within such a realm where magic is difficult to learn, recovery magic seems to be a very difficult magic. Moreover, since it was basically a magic that you control based on the target's wounds, it isn't something that can be replicated by magic tools. I've seen Kuro use healing magic frequently, so I didn't get the impression that they're rare. But that's just because Kuro is powerful. In fact, Lilia-san, Luna Maria-san and Siak-san, who should have high position among the humans, couldn't use healing magic either, and among the humans I've ever met, the only one who can use it was Rei-san, who is a former court mage. So, having your wounds healed by using recovery magic is originally very expensive. I think I can somehow understand, because of how few the users of recovery magic are, where only a handful of so-called geniuses are able to use it. Just as advanced methods of treatment were expensive in my previous world, treatment with recovery magic is probably very expensive in this world. And perhaps, the man who was injured seemed to know that as common sense, and that's why he took out his purse to pay with the money he had. But Dr. Veer smiled and shook her head. It's fine, you're expecting a baby soon, right? Don't part with your money here. Spend it for your children. However, you're persistent, aren't you? In the first place, putting aside your injury, you're still very tired, right? You haven't been sleeping much, have you? It's all well and good to try to make money for your wife and kids, but it won't do you any good if you get hurt because of it. You should take care of yourself. Yes. Dr. Veer's face was so compassionate as she gently admonished him, making her seem to look like the Holy Mother. Anyway, I won't take money from a person who is already like that. Now go, put your purse away. Doctor, if you're grateful to me, you need to get well and make your wife and unborn child happy. Come see me sometime when you three are all well. That's the best remuneration you can pay with! Why yes, I will never forget this. Definitely. Hearing Dr. Veer's words, the man is overcome with emotion, large tears flowing from his eyes, bowing his head to Dr. Veer again and again, as she gazed at the scene with a small smile on her face. Moa-san, who was standing next to me, smiled. Dr. Veer is always like that. For her medical treatment, she would be happy with what the people can pay. With remunerations that are almost free, she treats lots of people without any discrimination. That's amazing. Yes, that's why Dr. Veer is so popular around here. Everyone says she's the best doctor in the Symphonia Kingdom. Not asking for remunerations, not sparing in her use of the rare recovery magic, and saves a lot of lives. How should I say this? It's like she's the very definition of a doctor. I've only known her for a short time, but I feel lots of respect for Dr. Veer. Okay, well then, let's go to the examination room and give you some I-Vjua. Saying that, Dr. Veer was about to get up, but she slipped on the bloody floor and loudly crashed down. Just as Noir-san said, there's really a huge gap between when she looked really reliable when she was treating someone, and when she wasn't. Oh ouch. I slipped again. Seeing Dr. Veer, who looked different from the dignified expression she had earlier, a smile appeared on the injured man's face as well. Why can't I just cleanly settle this situation like normal? Well, anyway, your treatment. You can quickly return to your work, but you should rest for one day. Understood? Yes. As Dr. Veer stood up with a wry smile that somehow looked friendly, and yet still looked dazzling as if the Holy Mother was smiling at us. Dr. Veer is a bit clumsy, somewhat laid back of a person, but I think she's a very splendid doctor who is very good at her craft and beliefs. From the bottom of my heart, I really respect her, as she's a splendid doctor. After she finished treating the injured man who was suddenly rushed in, the two men thanked her for her help and left, and Nwa-san said it was time for her to go home and get ready for dinner. I suggested that I would carry her back home, but after she told me she was okay, Nwa-san left. Even though it was still early in the evening, I was worried about sending a woman home alone. But in the first place, Nwa-san is a demon, a half-vampire. I heard that as long as her kind is replenished with blood, they're incomparably stronger than me, so it seemed like my worry wasn't needed. I could have gone home too. But since I'm here, I decided to take a look around the church, and Dr. Veer gladly agreed to that. The vast number of crosses on the walls looks like stars in a planetarium, and that's what makes this church a little different from normal churches. I've never been to a church in person, but I know about them to a certain extent. They were also sometimes being shown on TV and anime, so I at least know that it wasn't filled with so many crosses. It's beautiful, but it's slightly different from the church that I had imagined. Yes, that's true. That's because this place isn't a church to begin with. When I said the question that came to my mind, I heard a shocking fact from Dr. Veer. This isn't a church, even though it's decorated like this? Seeing my astonishment, Dr. Veer softly smiled, and touching a nearby wooden bench, she spoke. This place was originally built by me personally, and as far as I'm concerned, it wasn't intended to be a church, but, just like Mama-kun, someone misunderstood my intentions and asked me to let her pray. Thereupon, I added benches and an altar, and made it look like a church. I see. So that's why Dr. Veer, a doctor, is also a priest as well. Well, I'm not really doing anything priestly, and as for me, just being a doctor is good enough, but, well, I guess that's just what the public's perception has turned out, huh? Dr. Veer looked beautiful when she chuckled when she said that, and combined with her nun's habit, she really looked like a saint. Speaking of which, why did Dr. Veer become a doctor? I found myself unexpectedly asking such a question. Me? No, it's okay if you don't want to answer. I think Dr. Veer is a splendid person, and I can tell for sure by the emotions that come through the sympathy magic that she is truly a kind person. However, there was something strange. It's like there's always a faint hint of dark emotion mixed in with her gentle kindness, and for some reason, painful emotions were flowing from Dr. Veer when the men thanked her before leaving. I wanted to know the answer to that question, but of course, if there were some circumstances involved in it, I'm not going to force her to answer. When I told her that, Dr. Veer held up her index finger with a smile after a bit of silence. Well then, before I answer, here's a question for you. Why do you think I became a doctor in the Symphonia Kingdom? Because the food here is so good. It's true that Symphonia Kingdom has a good food culture, but, unfortunately, that's not the right answer. To be honest, the only difference I know between the Symphonia Kingdom and the other countries is that this country has a developed food culture based on what Alice taught me about. However, from the way Dr. Veer spoke, there seems to be some other reason why she is working as a doctor here in the Symphonia Kingdom. The answer is, because there are few doctors here in the Symphonia Kingdom. Is that so? The reason for this is simple. Because there's a temple in this country dedicated for the goddess of health. I see. The blessings. I remembered hearing that there's a culture in this world where people go to the temple on New Year's Day to receive a blessing from the goddess of health, which will prevent them from getting sick. I see. And if no one gets sick, it must mean less work for doctors. That's correct. However, Mama-kun, what you're thinking right now is probably wrong. Blessings, you see, except for the ones that are done directly by the goddesses, they are only something that consoles the public. And there's only a few people who directly receive the blessings from the goddess. Dr. Veer surprised me. Come to think of it, the blessing from God is 1 gold coin each. Converted to Japanese yen, that's 1 million yen, putting aside if you're part of a noble family, but for the cost of a gold coin, for each family, only the wealthy families would be able to set aside 2 million for a couple, or at least 3 million if they also have children, each year. In other words, the majority of people in the Symphonia Kingdom aren't directly blessed by God and are susceptible to illness. That's why doctors aren't really a popular profession in this country. The people in the upper echelons who have money don't get sick and don't get injured as often. Well then, here's another question. If a mermaid, harpy hybrid mother and a half-elf father had a child, if that child got sick, what hospital would you take him to? To the mermaids, the harpies, the elves, Or perhaps the humans? Yes, there are lots of hybrids in this world, and different races have different bodies. It's really hard to be a doctor. I've been a doctor for a long time. It took me 200 years to be able to see a patient with a reasonable amount of confidence, and yet, I still get patients with symptoms I've never seen before. This world has different races mingling with each other, and hybrids aren't uncommon. In fact, from the people I know, Luna Maria-san is a mixed blood of 4 different races from what I heard from here. So, the difficulty of medical treatment will probably dramatically increase. Furthermore, the demons have much more diverse races, and the treatment of the demons who live in the human realm would be treated as if they were different from humans, and the diseases they get would also be different. Well, because doctors are often in short supply, that's why I became a doctor, I guess. I still have some things to learn, but I'd love to be a doctor who can cure as many species as possible. Is that to help a lot of people? I want as many people to be as healthy as possible. I just want them to live with a smile on their faces. And even if it's just a little bit, hopefully help them live a happy life. I think that her kindness really is bottomless. But it appeared again. I can feel some painful emotions again, as if she's suffering from something. It kind of resembles the emotions I felt from Lilia-san during the Sacred Tree Festival. That is to say, could this emotion be regret? However, I think this is probably something I shouldn't just lightheartedly step into, nor is it something I can just ask. I see, thank you for telling me. Dr. Veer really is a splendid doctor. I respect you! I should have brought this conversation to a close. But hearing my words, Dr. Veer's expression distorted. She looked helpless and feeling in pain. In front of me, who was confused by the change in her expression, Dr. Veer slowly walked over to the altar and without turning to look at me, she quietly muttered, I'm not a splendid person worthy of your respect. No, rather, I think I'm the biggest fool in this world. You see, the cross is glittering around this church. It's the number of lives I've taken! I didn't immediately understand the sorrowful words that she said. She had taken as many lives as the number of these little crosses, but these crosses, they're so tightly packed in the walls that counting them in 100s or 1000s wouldn't be enough. Does that mean these are people you couldn't help as a doctor? You're mistaken. Of course I'm not all-powerful either, so there are lots of people I couldn't help. In the back room of the doctor's office, I've written the names of the people I couldn't help for me to remember, but these crosses are completely different from them. Different? Long ago, I took the lives of so many people. I took away the precious lives of innocent people for no reason. The crosses in this room are the symbol of the sins I committed and the punishment I will have to carry for the rest of my life. Dr. Veer's voice doesn't sound like she's telling a lie. More than anything else, my sympathy magic made me feel how painful Dr. Veer's regrets are. I don't think that saving one life would allow me to be forgiven for taking one life. No, rather, no matter how many lives I save, even if I save all the people in the world, my sins will never be forgiven. For my sins shouldn't be forgiven. I'm not an omnipotent God. No amount of repentance, no amount of tears to shed to the point of withering, no amount of apologizing here every day. For no matter how much I do all of these, you can't bring back a life that's gone. When I came here with Moa-san, Dr. Veer was in a prayer position in front of the altar. However, it seems that it wasn't a prayer, but a penance. In this place surrounded by the symbols of her sins, she continued to apologize for the lives she had taken. Even though it's painful and brings me to tears, I will not turn away from my sins and will continue to carry them until the end of my life. And using this sinful life of mine, I will continue to save as many lives as possible. That's probably the only redemption I can do. Dr. Veer, I'm sorry. I'm not the kind of person you can respect. I wonder what can I say here? I honestly can't think of any words to say at all. Dr. Veer said that her sins would never be forgiven, but perhaps, more than anyone else, Veer couldn't forgive herself. So, no matter what I said here, I'm sure that Dr. Veer would still carry her sins for the rest of her life. However, I wonder why. I really felt like I should say something. I honestly don't know what you're talking about. Whether what kind of person Drivia was before or what sin you had committed. I can't say anything about it. That's fine. It would be better if you despise someone who has greatly sinned like me. However, as I thought, I still feel lots of respect for Dr. Veer. I don't know about Dr. Veer's past, and even if I did, I don't think I'd be able to get any impressions from it, as I'm not related to it at all, aside from my typical reactions. So, I decided not to think about it. I don't know what your past was, and I'm not going to ask. It's just that, the woman I've known and with whom I've been in contact with all day today. To me, she's a kind person who reaches out to people who are hurt and someone I can truly respect. Mama-kun. Besides, you should be at least 200 years old, right? I have no way of knowing for sure what happened back then. And even if I knew about Dr. Veer's past sins, I wouldn't lose my respect for the current Dr. Veer. Mama-kun. Have people ever told you that you're a womanizer? What the heck are you suddenly saying? She suddenly turned the conversation to something completely incomprehensible. Womanizer. Why the heck is she saying that to the virgin me? Seeing my confusion, Dr. Veer looks amused for some reason. Ahaha, you must be popular, huh? No, it's not like I don't know about that. Well, no matter. Thank you, Mama-kun. Yes. Why, you're welcome. I don't know what the heck happened, but it looks like Dr. Veer seems to be feeling better, and she tightly interlocked her hands with each other in front of her breasts. All right, Tilda, I'm filled with determination. I'm going to work harder today than I ever have before. Yes. Now then, it's about time I clean up and see you off, Mama-kun. Dr. Veer, watch your feet. There's a step there. Kaiwa! Exclamation mark. Dr. Veer was about to vigorously step forward, but the altar is a step higher than the floor. I instantly knew what was going to happen next, so I quickly reached out my hands to her. And somehow, I managed to catch Dr. Veer, who had lost her footing and was about to fall over. Hey, are you alright? Thank you. That's great. Thanks to Dr. Veer's slender figure, even the weak me still managed to catch her. If I wasn't able to support her and she still fell, it would have been a really shameful situation. Yep, let's go work out a bit more. Let's do that. Raising Dr. Veer's body, I make sure she's firmly standing before separating. I could still feel her body from my hands that caught her earlier though, and even though I said all those sorts of words saying that I respect her, I felt my heart skip a beat. Dr. Veer's slender butt. She's quite well endowed. Wait, what the heck am I thinking about? Hey, Mama-kun. Yes. Come visit me again. Even on the days when Wasan won't receive treatment, I'll at least serve you a cup of tea. Yes. Alright. I'd love to visit again. I don't know if it's because Dr. Veer is a healer or not, but she's gentle and kind, and talking to her makes me feel relieved, so I was grateful for her offer. I'll continue to visit her in the future, though not as much as to interfere with her work as a doctor. It was already well into the evening, so I left the hospital with Dr. Veer saying goodbye to me. As Dr. Veer gave me a small wave, I waved back at her before turning my back. But that's when I think I heard a small voice. That must be why Kuramo-sama likes you, huh? Did you say something? It's nothing. See you later. Yes. Turning around once to ask her what she just said, Dr. Veer just shook her head and gave me a big smile. The bright expression on her face soothed me, and waving my hand to her once again, I headed home. Dr. Veer seemed to have been through a lot in the past, and she seemed to regret it a lot. There's nothing I can do about her regret, and I probably shouldn't thoughtlessly intrude upon such matters, but regardless of that, what I think of Dr. Veer is that, I think she's a person worthy of respect. The 21st day of the Earth month. I'm currently getting ready in front of the mirror. In the mirror, I'm dressed in a gleaming black-based formal attire, and my hair set so slickly that I looked like a noble. Perhaps this outfit was given to me by Lilia-san the other day, and it looks like she prepared it for the place we're heading to this time. Today, I will be attending the birthday party of Mli, the first princess of the Symphonia Kingdom, at the Royal Palace. Mli-san is the first in line to the throne, so this party seems to be quite the prestigious one, so I have to dress appropriately to attend. After checking in front of the mirror a few more times, I heard a knock on the door, and along with Sayaka-san, who came to pick me up. We went to the carriage that had been prepared for us. As we continued down the corridor side by side, Siak-san looked at me with a serious expression on her face and spoke. It's finally time, isn't it? Yes. Of course, Siak-san knows what this party means. No, since she's one of the people concerned with this situation, she would obviously know about it. The purpose of this party was not only to celebrate Emily-san's birthday, but there's something of great significance that would happen on this day. For Lilia-san, Siak-san and Luna Maria-san, it's the day to settle a past feud. Today, Lilia-san brought the evidence Alice has gathered for her and would use it to expose the crimes of the nobles who once entrapped the second division of the Knight's Order. The scenario seems to have been assembled by Alice and has already been passed on to Lilia-san, as well as to Rise-san and Emily-san. I don't know the details that much though. To be honest, I'm not a great actor, and so that I wouldn't accidentally slip it out, I decided on not asking anything at all. It's just that, my only regret is that the fact that this party is a very prestigious one means that the number of people allowed into will be considerably narrowed down. Luna and I will not be allowed in the assembly hall. Kaito-san, please take care of Lili. Yes, though I said that, it's not like I can do anything special. The people can attend this party are limited to the head of the house with a peerage within the Symphonia Kingdom, the head's marriage partner and their child who is first in line to being their successor, and the rest of the limits were restricted for guests from other countries, and since Lilia-san is the head of the house, she's eligible to attend. But I'm originally not allowed to attend. Thanks to Rise-san arranging for me as a substitute for Mitsunaga-kun, who was playing the role of hero, I was able to enter the assembly hall as well. No, well, even without that, I'm sure it would work out if someone like Kuro arranged it for me, but I can't make myself conspicuous at all, since the leading actor of this play is Lilia-san. Just the mere fact that Kaito-san is accompanying Lili makes her voice as a noble stronger, and that alone is more than enough support. Is that so? Well, if I can help Lilia-san, I'll do my best. Yes, I'll be waiting for the good news. More than a dozen minutes of travel by carriage. We finally arrived at the royal castle, and what I saw was an overwhelming sight of gleaming carriages lined up in rows. Just the fact that there are lots of authoritative personnel gathering in this place is enough reason as to why the security in this place is so tight. Many knights were lined up around the gates of the castle, ready to move when needed. We presented our invitation to the gatekeeper and entered the castle. Only those with an invitation are allowed to enter the assembly hall, but each person may bring up to 3 guards to the assembly hall. As for Alice, I decided not to count her as she would make a scene if she showed up, so I asked Anima, Ito and Theta to follow me as my guards. All 3 of them had been instructed by Siak-san and Luna Maria-san beforehand, and so, they were following behind at a distance from Lilia-san and I, who were walking side by side. I knew that this was supposed to be such a place that would have tight security, but the atmosphere is different from the last time we came here. Yes, the first princess is that important to this country. I wonder if it's alright though? She's letting us use the assembly hall that was supposed to be for an important occasion. I whispered to Lilia-san, who was dressed in a beautifully decorated, luxurious dress instead of the simple one she always wore. Pursuing the sins of the past in a place where a great number of nobles gathered. This should be very effective, and hopefully, public opinion will be on Lilia-san's side. Incidentally, as far as timing apparently goes, the most effective time is right before the party starts, and that's where we're going to do it. It's alright, that child is much tougher than I am. Anyway, I have no doubt that she will definitely use it to successfully solidify her own position. Is that the case? Yes. The call of the most likely candidate for the throne isn't that much before she herself becomes the king after all. When I met her before, she looked like a bright and elegant princess, but that was just the way she interacted with her family, and apparently, she behaves differently in official assembly halls. I guess I should say that it's to be expected from royalty. In the meantime, we reached the entrance of the assembly hall and at one end, we were separated from all the guards here. Well then, Master, we will wait in standby in the vicinity of the assembly hall. If anything happens, we'll immediately rush over, so don't worry. I'm counting on you, Anima. Ito and Theta too, I'm counting on you too. Yes. Encouraged by their firm responses, I took one look at Lilia-san next to me, who was also being encouraged by Siak-san and Luna Maria-san, And then, we walked into the assembly hall together. Inside the assembly hall, it looked like an extravagant room that I've only seen from anime and games. It was such a dazzling and overwhelming sight that I felt as if the entire hall was shining. Everywhere I looked, I could see wealthy-looking people that seemed to be nobles. This is bad. I'm starting to get nervous now. It's not like I'm going to do anything directly, but a place where so many people are gathered together is still a hard hurdle to overcome for a former loner like me. While I was thinking like that, I felt the hem of my clothes being lightly plucked. Turning around, I saw Lilia-san, looking at me with a slightly anxious expression on her face. This is no good. I have been away from social circles for a while now, and standing here makes me strangely nervous. It certainly is a pretty amazing sight, isn't it? I'm also strangely nervous. Even Kaito-san is nervous. Wait right there, Lilia-san. What the heck do you think I am? I am sorry. I don't know what kind of being with nerves of steel I'm being made to be in Lilia-san's mind. I think she was just overestimating me, but that also shows how much she trusts me, so I'm a bit. No, I'm quite happy. For all sorts of things, Lilia-san has been helping me ever since I came to this world. If Lilia-san wasn't the first person I met when I first arrived in this world, I'm sure that I wouldn't be the person I am today. That's why I'm grateful to Lilia-san from the bottom of my heart, and why I want to be her strength when the time comes. Lilia-san, I know there's not much I can do for you, but I will be rooting for you. Please do your best. Kaito-san. Thank you. Those words are really reassuring. Hearing my words, Lilia-san happily smiled, and looked around the assembly hall, her eyes filled with a strong light, and silently stared at a certain spot. Lilia-san's dearest wish, to confront the people who once tormented Lilia-san and the others, is just around the corner. Asterisk 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 asterisk. At the same time, a light fills the building behind the temple in the Symphonia Kingdom, where the gate leading to the God Realm is located. Now then, according to Phantasmal King's letter, it's about time. The goddess begins to leisurely walk, her deep blue hair fluttering with the wind and her differently colored eyes stared forward. The scenario written by the Phantasmal King, No Face, and she plays an important role in it. She's Lilia's trump card. Well then, I guess I should also head towards the royal palace. After muttering that, the supreme god who governs time, Kronos went to her friend to stand by her side. Asterisk 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 asterisk. An area raised from the level of the wide assembly hall. That's where Rise-san, the king, and Emily-san, the leading actress of this party, appeared. This indicates that the party will soon begin, and a whisper that resounded in my ears confirmed it. It's going to start. Hilda. Alice, where are you? I'm just around the corner. I would cause quite the ruckus though, so I didn't show myself. I can hear Alice's voice, but I can't see her. However, maybe it's because I don't know the details of the scenario. I'm somehow feeling pretty anxious right now, so it's really reassuring to know that Alice is nearby. Well, please don't worry. About 20% of the attendees are under my command. I'm well prepared for any unforeseen circumstances, you know. I see, that's very reassuring. Well then, if you need anything else, just let me know. Saying that, Alice's voice disappears, probably staying silent for a moment as the party is about to begin. But still, 20% of the people in this assembly hall are under her command? Seriously, thinking about it again, Alice is actually one of the most outrageous beings in this world. For her to even have her roots within the pillar of the country like this. I can somewhat understand the reason why the Phantasmal King is feared by others. Perhaps, they were thinking that Alice, the Phantasmal King, No Face, is a being that should never antagonize in this world. As one of the 6 kings, she has the power to shake the heavens and earth. Isn't the reason, as the greatest threat are her subordinates. Because antagonizing Alice means antagonizing her countless subordinates around the world. That means that they would be exposed to the horror of suddenly having their own head cut off by their most trusted confidant, or even their own beloved family. I don't know if I should say that it's to be expected from her or not, but I guess Alice really is the most frightening one among the 6 kings. While I was thinking about this, Rise-san looked around the hall while standing on the stage and slowly spoke. I would like to thank everyone for coming here today to celebrate my daughter, Amelie's birthday. I'm glad to see so many faces, and I'm happy to see the strength of the unity of our Symphonia Kingdom once again. The majestic and confident tone of voice, and the fact that he uses I/you, rather than I/watashi, that he often uses in private, made me realize once again that Rise-san is a king. Rise-san then began talking about the country for a while, before ending his speech with a small smile on his face. Well then, hoping that this day will be a good memory for everyone, this is where I end my speech. Saying that, Rise-san takes a step back, and this day's leading actress Amelie-san steps forward. Amelie-san slowly looked around at the nobles gathered in the hall, and after blinking once, she spoke with a dignified expression on his face. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for taking the time to attend today. Although I am still a young woman who has just turned 20, I have as much love for our country as everyone does. As I will be the future leader of our country, I hope to join hands with all of you here and contribute to the development of our kingdom of Symphonia. She also made a magnificent and splendid speech. I can't believe she's younger than me. I don't know if I should say that it's to be expected from royalty or not, but the way she speaks on the stage looks very picturesque and cool. Just like Rise-san, Amelie-san talked about the country for a while before she concluded her words. She was about to announce the start of the party, but at that moment, Lilia-san raised her hand. What is it, Duchess Albert? After Lilia-san raised her hand, she got down on one knee and asked for permission to speak, to which Amelie-san responded in a slightly cold voice. His Majesty, the King, Her Highness, the Princess. First of all, I apologize for my rudeness at the celebration. I would like to take this opportunity to ask your permission to speak on something I would like to say. Something that you really need to speak on such an important occasion. I assume that it would be quite the important one? Yes, I understand, Duchess Albert. You have my permission to speak. Although the two of them are close, it seems that in an official venue, they need to only talk to each other befitting of their social status, as the first princess and the duchess, and they exchanged words with each other in a stiff tone of voice. When Amelie-san told her that she was allowed to speak, Lilia-san deeply bows her head once and then stands up. In this gathering of so many people who are responsible for their own countries, I just want to make something clear to the public. There are those in this room who will draw their bows to their own beloved country. Hearing Lilia-san's calm, yet powerful words, the surroundings fell silent, as if they were suddenly splashed with water. Well, that should be obvious, because what Lilia-san just said is that there are traitors in this country. That's something I can't just calmly hear about, Duchess Albert. If that really was the case, it would be quite the disappointment. Before all these people, if what you said is just a misunderstanding, I will not let you easily get away with it. You understand? I'm ready for that. May I give out their names? Say it. Like Amelie-san, Rise-san also spoke in a very solemn tone, to which Lilia-san responded to him with a serious expression on her face. Before announcing the names of two nobles, the people that Alice investigated, a count and a viscount that were sent to the frontiers. At that moment, the quiet assembly hall suddenly became noisy. That should be obvious why, as from the information I've heard so far, those two nobles hold quite the authority, and thus, many of them must have interacted with each other. Of the two who were mentioned, a man dressed in a more lavish costume, probably the count, spoke. Oh my, what a surprise this is. I have served this country for a long time. And you think I'm rebelling against the country? I'd certainly like to hear it. Where you're basing those thoughts from. Everyone, be quiet. Duchess Albert. Speak. What have these two men done? Yes, the frontier count and the viscount still currently looked quite carefree. Both of them must be confident that they didn't leave any trail behind. As a tense atmosphere dominated the hall, Lilia-san didn't waver and continued to speak. Your Majesty, the King, do you remember the incident that struck the 2nd Division of the Knights Order 4 years ago? I remember the tragic event where a miscommunication nearly destroyed the division and many people were injured, though thankfully, none of them were killed. Moreover, I do remember that you were the divisional commander at that time. Yes, there were many who put down their swords and left the Knights Order because of that incident. With all due respect, let me ask you something. Your Majesty, the King. What if the incident was orchestrated by someone? What? With those words, the surroundings became noisy again, and Rise-san had to tell them to be quiet again. Thereupon, As the silence had fallen again, Lilia San spoke. The Night Order are the guardian of our country, protector of our people, the country's sword and shield. And to spread false information to that Night Order and put them in a predicament, I consider it an unforgivable crime. It certainly is. Doing such an act is nothing short of treasonous to the country. I see. That is to say, what Duchess Albert is trying to say is that the two of us have committed such crimes. Good gracious, how dreadful. And the brilliant Duchess Albert obviously wouldn't make such an accusation without any evidence, right? Hearing Lilia San and Rai San's conversation, the Frontier Count and the Viscount exaggeratedly held their heads and announced with creepy smiles on their faces. They seemed to be expecting that she held no proof at all, and how should I say this? Looking at them pisses me off. However, I clamped my irritation down when I heard Lilia San's next words. Yes, I obviously do. What? Your Majesty, the King, please look at these. These are the information that has been swapped, the tools that were used to prepare it, the paper that had typographical errors, the reports of their actions over the past few days, and the people who were involved in its execution, which have now been secured by us. Well, I guess they didn't expect this much evidence to pop up, as both the Frontier Count and the Viscount are astonished. The carefree expression they had changed, and their faces turned pale. Receiving the evidence from Lilia San, Rai San looked through each one of them before looking at the two nobles. I see, this would certainly be sufficient evidence. The both of you, any words you'd like to say? No, that is. That is. Receiving Rai San's sharp glare, the Frontier Count and the Viscount turned pale, and they began sweating like a waterfall. In this situation, they only have two options left. One is to uprightly admit their sins. The second is resolutely not admit their sins and try to talk their way out. That is forgery. We have done no such thing. That's right. It's just a conspiracy to undermine us. And it seems that they chose the latter. For them to admit their sins here, in this place where all the nobles of varying countries are gathered, it will definitely bring their ruin. They're going to persistently not admit their sins. In this case, it would just turn into an unsightly mudslinging argument. I feel like the blame game is about to begin, but it seems like that wouldn't happen. As if to cut through the atmosphere created by the Frontier Count and the Viscount's clamoring, the doors of the hall were vigorously opened, and a certain being appeared, wearing an overwhelming presence and magical power. I will be intruding. This is Goddess of Time Sama. The one who opened the door and appeared was the goddess who governs time, Kronos San. The unexpected appearance of the Supreme Goddess immediately filled the assembly hall with astonishment. In that noisy room, Kronos San leisurely walked and moved in front of Rai San. Symphonia King, I'm sorry for the sudden visit, but may I borrow this occasion for a moment? Oh, of course. I thank you. After declaring in a dignified tone that she was going to borrow this occasion, and nodding her head when she saw Rai San's approval, Kronos San slowly moved in front of Lilia San and spoke. Lilia Albert, we will now be conducting your true blessing. Yes, it's a tremendous honor. The words that Kronos San declared caused the assembly hall the most astonishment of the day. The true blessing of the Supreme God. That is certainly an unprecedented incident among the unprecedented incidents. It's a situation that gives anyone astonishment. In the midst of the commotion, Kronos San quietly waved her hand in response to the buzzing surrounding. Thereupon, the noisy people shut their mouths at once and the hall was once again filled with silence. By my name, by the name of Kronos, I tell the perpetual time. As her overwhelming presence befell on everyone, Kronos San's voice resounded in the silent room. That this person, Lilia Albert, is one I acknowledge worthy of my blessing. Her resounding voice is solemn, and every word reaching my ears is filled with certainty and power. Therefore, by my name, by the name of Kronos, I command the time. A dazzling light dances around Lilia, who had dropped down on her knees with her lowered, converging on Lilia San's body. Oh, perpetual time, protect this being and lead her to the dazzling future. By my name, by the name of Kronos, that this one's name, that the name of Lilia Albert, as the one I bestowed my blessings, to be inscribed in time, in conjunction with my name. So much light gathered on Lilia San's body that she couldn't keep her eyes open, until she ended it with her closing words. I grant upon you, the blessing of time. With those words, all the light is sucked into Lilia San's body and her blessing is completed. Then, As Lilia-san slowly looked up, Kronos-san quietly spoke. Lilia Albert. Yes. From now on, you are now under my divine protection, and from this time forward, I give you permission to speak in my name. I respectfully received it. Reaching this point, I can somehow understand now what scenario Alice had written. Right now, Lilia-san was given an absolute trump card, namely the Supreme God, Kronos-san. Then, Lilia-san slowly stood up and exercised the trump card she was given to the Frontier Count and the Viscount, who had currently stiffened with their face ghastly pale. In the name of the god of time and space, Kronos-sama, I ask of you. Your crimes that I have declared, they were true, weren't they? If this happens, there's no way they can escape. Lilia-san asked, using Kronos-san's name. Answering this question falsely would be an act equivalent to turning their blade on the Supreme God, Kronos-san. The Frontier Count and the Viscount, with faces that already went past pale and turned white, kneeled down in front of Lilia-san and bowed their heads. Yes. It's true. With trembling bodies, they hung their heads and admitted their sins. This admission will be recognized by the nobles gathered here, and by the Supreme God, Kronos-san, and will be exposed as a sin that they can't overturn. Seeing this, Lilia-san deeply exhaled, as if the burden she held on her shoulders disappeared, before she turned to me and smiled. The fated battle between Lilia-san and the two nobles occurred. The result, it ended with Lilia-san's complete victory. With the exit of the Frontier Count and the Viscount, the assembly hall became buzzing again as Rise-san announced that the party had finally commenced. Kronos-san also told them that she won't participate in the party, but she will stay here until it's over, making the people within the assembly hall very excited. It's rare for the Supreme God, Kronos-san, to visit the human realm outside of the Festival of Heroes. Rare is what it should have been. Because of the fact that we've met so many times, I don't really get that impression at all, but for the rest of the people here, it's as if a tremendous celebrity showed up at a country-sponsored party. It would make it seem like the future of this country is in safe hands now. As the party started, we heard a beautiful performance, and at that moment, Lilia-san grabbed my hand and hurriedly pulled me away. Kaito-san, please dance with me. Wait. Lilia-san, I don't know anything about dancing at all. It's alright. I'll be taking the lead. For some reason, Lilia-san seemed to be in a hurry, as she vigorously pushed me to move and start dancing with her. Of course, since I have no experience in ballroom dancing at all, it isn't a surprise that I can't dance at all, but Lilia-san seems to be a good dancer, slowly dancing for me, who isn't used to dancing, so even though I was dancing awkwardly, I still somehow managed to follow her lead. With Lilia-san's instruction, my hand was placed over Lilia-san's waist, conveying how slender and soft it is, and the fact that they were almost close together made Lilia-san look awfully clear. Her glittering golden hair, her sapphire eyes, the blonde-haired, blue-eyed beauty who looks like a princess out of the story. No, well, she's actually a former princess. Anyway, there's no reason not to be nervous about being in close contact with such a beautiful woman. However, why did she suddenly decide to dance with me? It's true that there would be ballroom dances in noble parties, but it seems like Lilia-san is dancing on the same steps as mine, so since I think we would have enough composure to talk for a bit, so I nervously called out to her. Lilia-san? That was close. Thank goodness Kaito-san was close by. We were almost surrounded by the nobles all over the assembly hall. Hearing Lilia-san's murmur, the questions I had earlier are resolved. Lilia-san is someone who received the true blessing from the Supreme God, Kronos-san. She is someone who can be said to have accomplished something that is first ever in the history of the humans, making her truly the woman of the hour. That being the case, the other nobles would naturally rush to Lilia-san's side. If they were to interact with Lilia-san, it would lead to having some sort of connection to the Supreme God as well. I see, that's why Lilia-san was in a hurry to start dancing with me. Since the person she's dancing with can't be approached by the other nobles, so she can somehow adjust her situation. Kaito-san, I'm sorry. I'm going to have to ask you to keep dancing for a few more songs. Near the exit of the assembly hall, I want to tell Luna and Sayag as soon as possible, so I'll leave for a bit. I understand. I'll be back after about half an hour or so, and then, let's go talk with Emily. So, it would be helpful if you would stay near the entrance of the assembly hall. Roger that. We couldn't just come to Emily's birthday party and leave without congratulating her. There was an option to leave the assembly hall with Lilia-san, but I guess that wouldn't be a good idea. If it's just Lilia-san, she can play nice and spread it around as such, but I can't do that kind of thing. Well, I'm not sure I'm comfortable with the idea of being left here. If push comes to shove, I can hang out with the Emperor who has been waving at me out of the corner of my eye. I continued dancing with Lilia-san for a few songs, walking a bit, and after we reached the entrance, the song that was currently playing was coming to an end right at that moment. Thereupon, Lilia-san spoke to me with a gentle smile on her face. Kaito-san, thank you so much. Since you came to this world, since you let me meet Krino-sama, I've finally been able to settle my past. No, that is, I'm not saying I personally didn't do anything. But if the burden on Lilia-san's shoulders has been lifted a bit, I'm really glad. Then, at the end of the song, the sound of the instruments echoed loudly in the finale, and the moment the other participants and my eyes moved to the orchestra, Lilia-san stopped. Lilia-san. This was supposed to be the moment when Lilia-san could sneak out of the venue, but for some reason, she stiffened as she looked up towards my face. Lilia-san. My apologies. Please excuse me. When I called out to her in a loud voice, a flustered look appeared on Lilia-san's face before she, in a great hurry, literally ran out of the hall. Not understanding the reason for her strange behavior, I just stared at the door through which she had left, tilting my head in confusion. Lilia comes to Lunamaria and Sieglind, who are waiting outside the venue, a little further away from the entrance, with her face down. Lili, great job there. We saw those nobles being taken away. You finally did it, my lady. When they see Lilia, they both run up to her, happy that she has accomplished her long-cherished dream. But for some reason, Lilia still holds her head down and doesn't respond. Lili, my lady. In front of the two people who tilted their heads at the situation, Lilia wordlessly stepped forward and immediately hit her head on a nearby wall. My lady? What in the world is this? My body feels hot, my heart is racing, and I can't calm down at all. Not replying to Lunamaria-san's words of concern, she put her hand to lean against the wall she just hit her head on. Something that's been bothering me for a long time has been resolved, and that's thanks to Kaito-san, and when I was dancing with Kaito-san, I felt so happy and blessed. And then, I found myself just watching Kaito-san in fascination, that I was at a loss for words. Lili, are you alright? Sieglind tried calling out to her with the same concern, but Lilia still didn't seem to have heard her and just held her head in her hands. Yes, the moment that their last dance ended, looked up to Kaito's face and her mind went blank. A face that she should have been familiar with looked impossibly cool in her eyes. Why? How come? I see, so that's how it is. With doubts floating around in her mind, Lilia seemed to have thought of the origin of her troubles. It's not that I hadn't been aware of this until now. However, I wasn't so sure back then. But today, I'm quite certain. Until now, Lunamaria had been teasing her about this, in which she would hurriedly refute her. However, that is something she could refute no longer. I don't know when this started, but that's how it is. I was. As she vaguely recalls Kaito's face in front of hers earlier, Lilia's heart beat faster again and her cheeks blushed a bit. I was in love with Kaito-san. As she clearly recognized it, albeit in her mind, Lilia's face instantly turned bright red. No, let's wait a moment. I may be sure that I'm in love with Kaito-san, but how can I meet Kaito-san when I feel like my face is about to explode from embarrassment? Yes, even if they dealt with their past, their day just won't end. After all, Lilia still has to go back to the venue after this and greet Emily together with Kaito. When she was a princess, although she knew that in some cases, political marriage was necessary, she herself hadn't fallen in love. She did have a potential fiancé, but he was still only a candidate, and was someone who ran away before they even had a face-to-face meeting, and after that, having grown up in an all-female environment. Clearly speaking, this would be Lilia's first love. Wait, my lady? Lili? Lilia started banging her head against the wall repeatedly, and Lunamaria and Sieglind, slightly frightened by the situation, hurriedly called out to her. There's no way I can meet him again like this now. I mean, I can't even look at Kaito-san's face anymore. My lady, if you keep doing that, it's going to break. The wall is. Worried about the wall, Lilia had been hitting her head so many times. Luna Maria fearfully called out to her. Before Lilia-san finally turns to her face bright red and a tearful expression on her face. Luna, Siag, I feel so embarrassed that I want to die. What on earth am I going to do? I'm very sorry, but I have no idea what's going on at all. Same here. After drawing near to Lilia, who looked completely confused, Luna Maria and Sieglind exchanged glances for a moment and tilted their heads, and began trying to somehow calm Lilia down. Asterisk 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 asterisk. The Frontier Count and the Viscount, whose former crimes had been exposed to the public, had been immediately taken into custody by King Rise's instructions and taken away by the knights. They will be left in prison temporarily to wait for judgment. Is how it should have been, but for some reason, the knights didn't bring the two men to the prison, but moved them to the courtyard of the royal palace instead. Why are we led here? What the heck are you planning? There wasn't even a single soul in the courtyard where they arrived, and the moon in the night sky gave them an unusually quiet and eerie feeling, so they felt agitated and asked the knights. But the reply came back from elsewhere. I made them bring you here, you know. It's written in the scenario after all! Exclamation mark. In the darkness of the night, a high-pitched voice rang out, and a being dressed in jet-black robes appeared in front of them. P. Phantasmal King. No Face Sama. At the appearance of the Phantasmal King, No Face, the faces of the Frontier Count and the Viscount are colored with despair. The reason for this is simple. The Phantasmal King is someone who doesn't allow the existence of someone she deems as an obstacle to the world, and will mercilessly erase them. That is to say, the fact that the Phantasmal King appeared in front of them makes it frighteningly clear what their future will be. Whether it's Kaito-san and Duchess Lilia, they are both kind, aren't they? They just exposed your crime and left the rest for the country to judge. Well, if you ask me, that's quite naive of them. I also like Kaito-san's naiveness and simpleness, so that's exactly why I wrote them such a scenario. However, I secretly added a little something in the ending. Resenting Kaito-san and getting revenge to Kaito-san. Thinking about that, wouldn't that be troublesome? That's why, wouldn't it be quicker if I just kill you both here? Saying that with a chillingly cold voice, No Face pulls out a dagger, reflecting the moonlight. Just a little swing, just a gentle brush, and their lives would have been over. But the dagger was never waved at them, because before she could do that, a new shadow appeared and stood in between the Phantasmal King and the two of them. What do you mean by that? Kuro-san, you can't do that. Kaito-kun doesn't want such a thing. I know that. However, even if there's just a measly 1% chance that they would harm Kaito-san, I will never overlook it. Even if they say that they won't do him any harm, I don't care. I'm not saying that you have to overlook them. However, you can't kill them. If that happens, I'm sure Kaito-kun will feel responsible. Suddenly appearing and glaring at each other, the Phantasmal King and the Underworld King. The Frontier Count and the Viscount are so confused by the situation that they can't even say a word. Hearing Kuramuina's words, No Face was silent for a while, before she slowly lowered her dagger. I understand. However, so that they wouldn't even think of opposing us, I will show them hell. Is that alright? As soon as she muttered that, a glowing purple magic orb floated above No Face's hand and she moved it in front of the two nobles. Exclamation mark. Nightmare fortune! Exclamation mark. In the next moment, the magic orb shot out in intense light several times and instantly reaped the consciousness of the two men. What No Face used is a magic that shows nightmares. From this, every time they sleep, the two nobles will continue to have nightmares just as if they were before a bottomless darkness. As she watched the Frontier Count and the Viscount tumbled down, the knights who had been waiting by the side carried them and started bringing them to the prison. No Face coldly muttered, "What you'll face if you turn your resentment to Kaito-san and Duchess Lilia. Please study carefully in your dreams. For the time being, I've prepared about 1,000 different ways for you to enjoy your destruction in 1,000 ways. You're really relentless. Wouldn't they be afraid of sleeping and end up having a mental breakdown? I dunno. When it happens, it happens. Also, I've always said this, but Kuro-san, you're just being naive. Well, I like that kind of naivety in you too, but I have no intention of being naive myself. After answering Kuro-Muina's words, No-Face turned away and started walking towards the exit of the courtyard. I will not allow the possibility of harm to come to my most beloved. If I just leave them alone and wait for something to happen, such thoughts would be too late by then. I will deal with them before such a thing happens. If it's necessary, I will kill them, not overlooking even the single thorn. It's that simple. Shooter, you're getting back to your old tone, you know. Area? Excuse me. It looks like I got unusually passionate. Jokingly saying that. The phantasmal king, clothed in deep darkness, melted away in the darkness of the night, before quietly muttering a whisper that didn't reach anyone's ears. I don't want that to happen anymore. For my loved ones to die and I'm the only one left again, I won't let go of Kaito-san. If needs be, even this world, I will destroy it. Asterisk 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 asterisk. After Lilia-san left the assembly hall, I slightly raised my guard. I may feel like there isn't a single thing interesting in me, but apparently, I'm quite famous among the nobility, so that gives me some idea of what's about to come. Could I refuse their dance invitation? Well, is what I was thinking about. But for some reason, the result was different than I expected. The nobles who tried to approach me near the entrance were somehow talked to by another noble at the right time or even offered a dance, and as a result, they didn't come up to me. As I was tilting my head at this situation that seemed to be too convenient for me, I heard someone whisper into my ear. Kaito-san, please look at the table on your right. Alice? Why are you suddenly telling me that? Table on my right, are you talking about that? Tilting my head at Alice, whose figure I still couldn't see, I looked at the table to my right as I was told, and saw a variety of dishes on it. In this buffet-style party, their food was basically self-service, and the table was surrounded by some nobles who were holding their small plates. Yes, you can see that roast beef. That looks really delicious, right? I can see it. I think I deserve a reward for my hard work. How many slices do you want? I see. I finally understood. The nobles who came by earlier were being led elsewhere at the right time because Alice is using her subordinates to guide them well. She certainly is working hard, and it's helping me a great deal. Thinking that, I moved to the table where the food is placed, and while watching as the nobles who were originally there were spoken to by other nobles at the right time again, I take some slices of roast beef onto a small plate and quickly move the plate to the right. And the roast beef that was on it disappears. As expected of the royal palace, it tastes wonderful. Nothing really tastes better than free food. Come on, if you've got any more food you want to eat, I'll go take some. No way, Kaito-san is being unusually nice to me. So, it has finally come. You've finally decided to take my flag. You've finally become madly in love with Alice-chan's charm, right? Does that mean you don't want to eat anymore? I'm sorry. That's not true. I'm going to eat. Even in a place like this, I felt somewhat reassured by Alice, who was still the same as ever. I then started picking out a variety of dishes for Alice to eat until Lilia-san returned. I thought that if Alice wanted to eat, she should just take some herself. But Alice said something like I think it tastes better this way, which I honestly don't understand at all. As we continued to eat for a while, I heard Lilia-san's voice at the same time as I heard her footsteps from behind me. Kaito-san? Thank you for waiting. Lilia-san? Are you alright? See, come on, let's go see Emily. Lilia-san? Hi. When I turned around, the one behind me was the familiar Lilia-san, but Lilia-san, with ears that looked really red, had her face completely looking in a different direction. How should I say this? Her posture is a bit funny. Why are you looking that way? That's because I just feel like looking this way. Is that so? She's really bad at lying. I wonder why this happened. It should have been business as usual earlier, but it seems like she's extremely panicking. At the same time, the atmosphere around her feels like she doesn't want me to mention it. If that's the case, I shouldn't press on this matter too deeply, huh? Then, how about we go to where Emily-san is? Why yes. Let's go do that. Lilia-san, you need to calm down a bit. Why yes. I'm sorry. Urging Lilia-san, who is clearly looking like she's about to blow up, to calm down. The both of us headed to the seat of honor where Emily-san is. As we walked over there, the both of us didn't interact at all. How should I say this? It feels extremely awkward, but I can't run away because of the situation we're in now. What is most troubling is that I have absolutely no idea what is causing Lilia-san to be like this. In the end, Lilia-san's condition remained strange for the entire day. The next day, things were somewhat back to normal, but she still sometimes suddenly looked flustered. It wouldn't be until a little while later before I would find out the reason for this. The 25th day of the Earth month. Act and Eva came to visit me today, and we were chatting over tea in my room. That's when the topic turned towards my previous visit to Kuro's house. I see, that day It just so happened that we were out back then. Too bad. That's right. We would have liked to have invited you to visit our room, but that will have to wait until your next visit. So, who was there that day? Agreeing with Act that it was a shame she didn't get to see me that day, Eva asked. I met with Raz-san, Nun-san. Also, someone named Funf-san. Hey, so you've met Sis Funf. Sis Funf is always at the gate, so it would certainly be easy to meet her. Hearing my words, Eva nodded her head. Speaking of my memories of that day, I can't help but think of the fact that I learned of Nun-san that I shouldn't have known, but the first time I met Funf-san, one of Kuro's family members, was also a significant event. Well, we just introduced ourselves and didn't really talk that much. Is that so? That would be a shame. A shame? What do you mean? Act. Well, you see, Sister Funf is one of the most beloved members of our family. I really only introduced myself to Funf-san, so I didn't know much about her personality, but from the way Act speaks, she seems to be a very popular person within the family. Fume. Does that mean she's a very strong person? No, she certainly is strong, but more than that, she's a person of character. Sister Funf may be one of the oldest in the family, but she's very kind and caring. Right. Whenever I come home, she always greets me with a welcome home, and if I'm in trouble, she's always willing to talk to me about it. I don't know if it's just my imagination or not, but I feel like Eva's excitement has increased quite a bit. She looks happy, as if she's talking about someone she admires. Sis Funf is a bit petite, but she has a great style. She's very good-natured, and on top of that, she's incredibly strong and kind. Even a woman like me admires her. Sis Funf is also someone like a goal for me as a woman. PFFT. What is it? Act. No, it's just as expected. Aren't you aiming too high? Shut up. I'm free to aspire to be what I want to be. From what I heard from the two of them, how should I say this? It seems like Funf-san is everyone's big sister. If the two of them were praising her that much, I should have talked to her more. Now, Eva, let's calm down, okay? Even so, if she's such an amazing person, I'd like to talk to her at least once. Maybe I should go see her again sometime. That sounds great. Sis Funf is really kind, so I'm sure Kaito will like her right away. She's basically always guarding the gate, so if she's not too busy, it should be easy to meet her. Eva really seems to adore Funf-san, as when I said I'd like to meet her, she enthusiastically recommended that I do so. I could feel her excitement from the way her silver tail was wagging, and to be honest, I was a little overwhelmed. However, my desire to visit Funf-san certainly had grown stronger. Based on my past experience of having procrastinated doing this and that though, I think it would be better if I act on something when I thought of it, and since Kuro's house is also registered in my teleportation magic tool, I suppose I should go visit tomorrow. Having this in mind, I went back to my conversation with Eva, who kept on praising Funf-san, and Act, who looked slightly astounded at her. One night later, the 26th day of the Earth month, after finishing lunch, I arrived in front of Kuro's house using my teleportation magic tool. There, I saw a huge gate, easily recognizable even from a distance, and the giant robot. Or rather, giant armor sitting in front of it. As soon as I appeared from my teleportation, the giant armor, Funf-san approached me with footsteps that sounded like earthquake, and undid her giant armor a few distance in front of me. Oh my, welcome, Mama-sama. Good afternoon, Funf-san. I'm sorry for the sudden visit. No, you are always welcome to visit us, Mama-sama. As I was exchanging greetings with Funf-san, a thought occurred to me. How should I say this? It's just the same as before. But I think Funf-san is being too polite. Or rather, too formal with me. Thank you, Funf-san. I forgot to mention this when we met before, but you don't have to add Sama to my name, you know. Also, you can just talk to me in a way you're comfortable with. Wouldn't that be disrespectful of me? This is just a hunch, but I don't think Funf-san's usual tone is as polite as Ain-san's. Perhaps she is being more polite than necessary because I am the lover of her matriarch, Kuro. As proof of this, she reaffirmed my suggestion to her with a slightly perplexed expression on her face. It's alright. Funf-san is probably concerned about the fact that I'm Kuro's lover. But I don't have any special status without that, and I'm also much younger than you. I don't know how Funf-san feels about this, but for my part, I would rather appreciate it if she spoke in a more casual tone. When I told her this with such a thought in mind, she fell silent, looking as if she was thinking about it. Before a few moments later, she spoke with a smile on her face. In that case, I'll take you up to your word then. That being the case, can I call you Kaito? Yes, thanks. Well then, once again, welcome, Kaito. Good to see you again. Her voice, which had returned to her original tone, sounded somewhat gentle, and just by looking at the smile on her face, I understood that she was a very kind person, just as Act and Eva had described her. I then told Funf-san the purpose of my visit today. But I suddenly found myself at a loss for words. Is something the matter? If I wasn't seeing things. Funf-san, did the color of your hair change just now? The reason I was at a loss for words was that Funf-san's hair, which was supposed to be light pink, had somehow become blonde. Hearing the words of the confused me, Funf-san looked shocked. Could it be, my hair was pink just a moment ago? Why yes, that's right. I see. So I really was feeling nervous, huh? She was feeling nervous? Does Funf-san have a body constitution that makes it so that her hair color changes when she gets nervous? Hilda, let's see. How do I explain this? Have you ever seen Mejido-sama's mane turn black? Yes. In that case, this will be easy to explain then. I have a constitution similar to that of Mejido-sama, and when I am clad in a potent amount of magic power, my hair color changes in response. I guess it would be easier if I showed it to you. Wait a moment, okay? Immediately after Funf-san told me this, her hair began to grow at a tremendous rate. Her hair, which had been short, quickly became long enough to reach her waist, which was then tied back in a single strand behind her waist. Why your hair has grown longer now? It's not that it's gotten longer, it's more like it's grown back. My original hair length is this long, but hair as long as that gets in the way in battle, so I keep it short when I'm guarding the gate. I see. Come to think of it, Raz-san also changed the length of her hair from day to night, so I guess some people can do that. Even so, it's still surprising to see it right in front of your eyes. Incidentally, the reason I returned it to this length is because it makes it easier to understand. Well then, please watch me for a while. After giving me a soft smile, Funf-san told me to watch her and pointed to her hair. Thereupon, from the root of her hair smoothly began turning pink, and in just a few seconds, her long blonde hair had fully turned pink. Right? Interesting, isn't it? Well, how should I say this? Seeing it change like that really is surprising. Foo-fa-foo. Well, this is a rather rare constitution even in the demon realm. By the way, by changing my hair color like this, it would. Well, other than the color, it doesn't really change anything. So it's really just a color change. Ha ha ha. It's not that magic power is greater, and rather, the person I'm fighting will know that I'm ready for battle. Well, it isn't really that much of a demerit though. Seeing Funf-san wryly smiling, seemingly having fun, I couldn't help but smile as well. How should I say this? It's very easy to talk to her. Perhaps, a little bit just like Kuro. Then, after the both of us laughed, with a smile kept on her face, Funf-san asked me the purpose of my visit. So, why have you come to visit today? Unfortunately, Kuromo-sama had gone to visit her trading company, so she isn't at home right now. No, I came to visit Funf-san today. Me? Yes. I was interested in Funf-san. I see. I guess Kaito is more aggressive than I thought. Foo-foo. Am I being hit on? That's the word for it, right? I've never experienced being hit on before though, so this certainly made my heart skip a beat. No, sorry. I just chose my words wrong. Hearing the words Funf-san said while giggling, I felt my face heat up. I chose my words wrongly. Indeed, if I suddenly told a woman I just met twice that I'm interested in her, she would mistake it as me hitting on her. I had talked with Akt and Eva before, and since I hadn't had a chance to talk to you before, I was hoping we could have a chat. Fumu, so you're inviting me on a date? Yes, Yoro. Funf-san. You're teasing me on purpose, aren't you? She continued saying outrageous things, so I hurriedly tried to clear up the misunderstanding. But seeing Funf-san's smile, seemingly having fun, I understood. Funf-san didn't misunderstand my words at all and was just slightly teasing me. Ahaha, sorry. Kaito being all flustered was kinda cute, so I ended up wanting to tease you. Well, besides, if you're going to ask someone on a date, you'd prefer an adorable woman, not a dull woman like me. Somehow, it feels embarrassing being called cute. After hearing her next words though, I titled my head. A dull woman? Even Eva said that she admired her as a woman. Perhaps, does Funf-san have a low self-esteem? In fact, she has a well-defined face that seems to combine cuteness and beauty, a cheerful, easy-spoken personality, a kindness that can even be felt from the atmosphere around her, and, according to Eva, she is a good cook. And then, there's her good proportions, which can be seen because she wears a bodysuit. Her breasts are quite large, and her waist is so firm that if I'm not careful, you might end up looking in that direction. We may not have exchanged that many words yet, but I think Funf-san is a very attractive woman. Why you think so? It's just, you see, I'm not really cute, and I think I'm rather boorish and not that attractive as a woman. As I thought, she's really humble, or rather, she has low self-esteem. I'm not really implying that my opinion is the consensus of all men, but I do find you attractive. Really? Fufu, thanks. Being told that makes me happy. That being the case, I wonder if Kaito really is here to invite me to tea. If Funf-san isn't so busy, I'd certainly like to invite you. I'd be delighted. I also would like to talk to Kaito more. This composed response, mixed with some teasing that doesn't make the other party feel uncomfortable and gets the conversation going. This certainly feels like something a big sister would do. Well then, since you've come to visit us, I'll invite you to my room. Wait a moment, okay? When Funf-san told me this and lightly waved her hand, a number of metal objects appeared in the empty space and they assembled together. A few moments later, a giant armor like the robot sitting by the gate earlier had been completed. That was so cool. Auto control. Thereupon, Funf-san snapped her fingers and the giant armor walked off by itself and sat in front of the castle gate. Amazing, that huge armor is moving automatically. Well, its combat power is less than when I'm manually operating it. I heard that Funf-san is Nan-san's teacher in magic, and seeing it in person, it certainly makes sense. Nan-san's magic apparently transforms her magic power into metal and other materials. Although I had never seen her actually using such a magic, I heard that the reason Nan-san doesn't carry a weapon is because she uses her magic to create it. And Funf-san created not just a weapon, but something the size of a giant robot in an instant, and was even making it move automatically. She's probably a master at magic. I'm not really so good at magic. Is that so? I certainly am good at materializing magic power, but overall, I don't have a lot of magic power I can use. My sister was better at that. By sister, you mean someone who's also part of Kuro's family? When I asked her about it, Funf-san wryly smiled before explaining. There was a girl who was picked up by Kuromu-sama at almost the same time as I was. So she grew up like a sister to me. She was really good at magic. Well, she didn't really like fighting, so she only trained recovery magic and other such magic. I'm sorry. Was I not supposed to ask this? I could see it from the sad expression Funf-san had when she said this, but there's also the way she was saying it. She was describing her sister in past tense. Perhaps she may have been someone who is no longer in this world. I'm sorry. Did I make you feel bad from the way I said it? It was just that she's now independent and doesn't live with us here in the house, so it isn't like what Kaito is probably worried about. Is that so? Fufu, I'm glad you worried though. That means Kaito is a kind child, right? Funf-san was kindly smiling, but somehow, it felt as if she was asking me not to ask any more questions. There may have been some complicated circumstances involved, and I don't think it's a topic I should go into any further. Thereupon, a bright smile appeared on Funf-san's lips again as she spoke. Well then, let's go to my room. Yes, please excuse my aunt. What's the matter, Kaito? No. I don't think I was at fault for being at a loss for words and hurriedly looking away from Funf-san. It had slipped away from my mind because of the heavy atmosphere around us earlier, but Funf-san was wearing a bodysuit that clearly showed the curves of her body. I had tried not to look at her directly earlier, but when Funf-san walked in front of me to guide me towards her room and her long blonde hair swayed about, almost as a conditioned reflex, my eyes turned towards her well-shaped buttocks. Once I became aware of it, I couldn't help but be extremely conscious of it. I had been trying not to properly look at her earlier, but my eyes couldn't help but roam towards Funf-san's breasts as she turned to look towards me. I tried to keep my cool, but before I could do that, Funf-san looked at my face before looking at her body, before chuckling in amusement. Perhaps, my clothing was bothering your mind? I am sorry. No. I'm sorry for not being mindful. Well then. How about something like this? With a snap of Funf-san's finger, her body was enveloped in light and her attire changed to something between a military uniform and a suit. How should I say this? When Funf-san wears a suit-like outfit, she looks more mature, kind of like a beautiful office lady. Then, when I nodded to her question if such an outfit is alright, a slightly teasing smile appeared on Funf-san's lips. Fufu. I guess Kaito is also a boy, huh? With Funf-san brimming with big sisterliness, I honestly don't feel like I can win against her. No, I have no idea what I'm competing against her with, but my face is probably red right now, so I'd say it's my loss. Under Funf-san's guidance, I arrived in the room, which was decorated in a simple and calming manner. There were no gaudy interior decorations, but instead, the room had a beautiful line of tables and sofas of subdued design. The room had a mature feel to it, somewhat reminiscent of a high-class apartment. You can sit wherever you like. Also, what do you want to drink, Kaito? I have tea, coffee, juice. If you want, I also have some alcohol, you know. In that case, can I have some coffee then? Hot coffee or iced coffee? Iced. After urging me to sit down, Funf-san, who was wearing an apron before I knew it, headed for the kitchen. Left behind, I sat down in a chair and looked around their room a bit. I wonder what this strange nervousness I'm feeling right now. While I was feeling strangely fidgety, feeling slightly restless within my heart, Funf-san returned. Thank you for waiting. Here's an iced coffee and some cookies. The cookies come in several flavors, so pick out what you like. Tea. Thank you very much. Sorry for having to trouble you. Fufu. You don't have to be so formal. You can be casual with me. Telling me this in a gentle voice, Funf-san took the seat across from me. Yes. The iced coffee and cookies were very tasty, and just as Eva said, Funf-san is a great cook. We continued chatting for a while, before the topic of conversation gradually turned to Funf-san herself. Speaking of which, what does a gatekeeper do? In my case, I think I deal with the visitors most of the time. That sounds like a lot of work. In fact, I think it would be difficult to stand in front of a gate all day long. You aren't always sure if a visitor would come, but that doesn't mean you can relax either. As I was thinking about this, Funf-san shook her head with a gentle smile on her face. That isn't the case. I'm not usually at the gate all day long. With the peaceful days around us, I won't have to be on the lookout for sudden invaders, and besides, I'm a gatekeeper because I like doing this. It lets me say take care when bidding my family goodbye, and welcome home when they come back, so I love this job. Funf-san, you really care about your family, huh? How should I say this? I think I understand now why Eva and Akt adore her. Even if I don't use my sympathy magic, I can tell that Funf-san really cares about her family. I am my family's shield. That's something I'm proud of from the bottom of my heart. I want to protect everyone's happy future. Or something like that. Was I trying hard to look good there? I don't think so. I think it's really cool that you can say that and mean it, Funf-san. I see, thanks. After hearing my words, Funf-san happily smiled, and as we sipped on our coffee, we talked about something else. As we continued happily chatting like that, a knock came from the door. I wonder who that is. The door's open. Excuse my intrusion, Funf-sama. If it's possible, I would like to receive train. Kaito-san, Nun-san, good afternoon. Good afternoon. I didn't know you were here. It was Nun-san who came to the room, with only her helmet removed as usual. Nun-san looked surprised to see me for a moment, then regained her composure and greeted me back. Nun, have you come for the usual training? Yes. I came here to ask Funf-sama to give me some training, but it seems like I didn't come at a good time. I will come again later. No. You don't have to worry about me. It seems that Nun-san came to ask Funf-san for training. It wasn't that strange, since they had mentioned being a teacher and her student in terms of magic. I had already had enough time to talk with Funf-san, and I told them it would be fine if she prioritized Nun-san's matters. Thereupon, Funf-san brought her hand on her chin, seemingly thinking for a moment, and after a little while, she spoke. In that case, since we're at it, why don't you watch her training? Kaito, is that alright? As I recall, magic doesn't exist in that world, right? Then, I think you would find it enjoyable watching it. Well, since neither Nun nor I are mainly making use of magic as a means for battle, so it might not be as flashy as you imagine. That sounds intriguing. If you two are alright with it, by all means. This was an unexpected proposal. But frankly, I am quite interested. I would especially like to see Nun-san, who is a legendary figure in this world, fight. I know from the novels based on Nun-san's great achievements that she mainly uses a katana in her battles, but I have never seen her in action. I heard from Raz-san that they battled a bit during the Sacred Tree Festival, but I was out cold at that time. Are you alright with that, Nun? Yes, I don't mind. Alright then, let's move to the training grounds. There's even a training ground here. I don't know if I should say that it's to be expected or not. On the way to the training ground with Funf-san and Nun-san, I heard that the training ground was built by Kuro. It was apparently made with a phase-shifted spatial barrier that automatically repairs itself when it's broken, and no matter how powerful the attack is, the castle will not be broken. I can already understand that it's something extraordinary just by hearing about it. But well, I think that you can just say that it's to be expected from Kuro. In the meantime, we arrived at training grounds and followed them through the door. After feeling as if I passed through a thin membrane, I was immediately confronted with a surprisingly large space. The space is like an empty wilderness, but the size of the space is extraordinary. I was able to see the horizon from where I stood. Magic really is mysterious. Well then, Kaito, you watch from here. I'll make sure you're properly protected with a defensive barrier, so don't worry. Yes, I understand. Well then, Nun. Shall we begin? Yes. I'm in your care. After calling out to me, Funf-san and Nun-san moved to a distant location. Not so much that I couldn't see them, but they were still a good distance from me. Thereupon, Funf-san snapped her finger, and she was once again dressed in a bodysuit and her hair became short. However, her hair color remained golden, so it doesn't seem like she's in a stance for battle. Well then, Nun, I'm ready when you are. In that case, here I go. As soon as the training began, something like a black mist appeared in Nun-san's hand, and in an instant, it turned into a Japanese katana. With her stance lowered, she held her katana while it was sheathed. It's that so-called Yai stance. Immediately after, I thought I saw a flash of light, but Nun-san had already drawn her katana, and it was broken in half. The pace from activation to attack has become smoother than before. Speaking in a gentle voice, in Funf-san's hand was the other half of the broken katana between her index and the middle finger. It's that, isn't it? Funf-san stopped Nun-san's Yai strike, which I couldn't even see, with two fingers and broke the katana. I can still fight. In front of the stunned me, Nun-san created several weapons in the air. Katanas, swords, spears, axes, clubs. Weapons of various kinds moved by themselves, as if they had a will their own, and flew towards Funf-san. Unfortunately, the next scene isn't something a mere human like me could see. However, the fact that weapon remains were appearing one after another near Funf-san's feet must mean that that was happening. It was still soon though, so I'm not entirely sure. Do you want a commentary from this reliable transcendental beauty? Thanks. That would be great. If it had been just me, I wouldn't have thought too much and concluded with I have no clue what's happening, but fortunately, Alice was nearby, who could probably see this tremendous battle with her own eyes, so I decided to ask her for a commentary. Hearing my words, Alice appeared and stood next to me and began explaining what's happening in the battle. Right now, Nansan is on the offensive and Funfsan is on the defensive. Nansan is attacking with almost all her might, changing her attack pattern as she makes a large number of weapons appear. However, it seems that Funfsan still got plenty of composure as she destroyed the incoming weapons without taking a single step. Fumo, is there a significant difference in ability between Funfsan and Nansan? Let's see. Even if the both of them are count rank, there were still differences among the people within that rank. Nansan may have the strength of a count rank, but she'd be around the middle among the count ranks. In contrast, Funfsan is one of the few known as peak count ranks. These peak count ranks were on the level of those called as Six Kings executives, so there's quite the gap between the two. I see. This is the first time I have heard that Nansan's fighting ability is on par with that of count ranks, but I guess even though both of them are count ranks, that doesn't mean the both of them have equal abilities. That doesn't mean Nansan is weak at all though. Among the count ranks existing in the vast demon realm, her strength is around the middle. Looking at it on a global scale, that makes her more powerful than most of the people in the world. Incidentally, how strong is Funfsan? She's considerably strong. Even I would need 15 seconds to beat her. Is Funfsan being amazing for Alice to need 15 seconds against her supposed to be a good explanation? Yes, Funfsan is one of them guerrilla fighters who stomp on everything on their path like a human bullet, possessing power and speed that were off the charts. She is capable of clearing an entire continent in a few minutes. Well, Alice-chan is still much stronger than her though. Stop with that smug look on your face. I can't even imagine how absurd it is that she could clear a continent in a few minutes. Does that mean that Alice, who's even stronger than her, could destroy the world in a few minutes? I feel like she could really do that. Well, they're just training, so Funfsan is holding back against her. It looks like they're swapping the offensive and defensive roles now. Whoa. When I returned my gaze to the two after hearing Alice's words, I heard Funfsan and Nansan stop fighting for a moment and began talking about something. Funfsama, I'd like you to use that. I don't think Nun is ready for that yet. I should somehow be able to pull through against that today. Nansan kept on passionately appealing to her, and Funfsan looked somewhat troubled as she thought about it. Alice, what did they mean by that? Nansan probably wants Funfsan, who will now be on the offensive, to unleash a powerful attack. It seems like Nansan had a part of her that hates losing. I see. In other words, we have Nansan who wants to defend herself against Funfsan's special move, and Funfsan who is hesitant to do so because she's afraid she might hurt Nansan. The two then talked for a while, and then, perhaps overwhelmed by Nansan's enthusiasm, Funf sighed and turned towards Nansan. I understand. But if I think it's dangerous, I'll stop it immediately. Yes. Thereupon, Funfsan's hair turned pink, showing that she was in a battle stance. Ergetlam. As soon as she muttered this, two huge silver fists, no, two gauntlets several meters long, emerged on both of Funfsan's sides. She brought out the Ergetlam, which means that would be the Desperado. Ergetlam? Desperado? The Ergetlam are those silver arms floating in midair created with super dense magic power. It's capable of smashing Orichalcon like tofu. Meanwhile, Desperado is the name of a technique. Well, just watch. It's quite the flashy technique. Immediately after Alice explained this to me, Funfsan leapt high into the air. Then, as Funfsan prepared to strike while in midair, dozens, no, hundreds of Ergetlam appeared around her. Ergetlam Desperado. With those words, fists rained down from the sky towards Nansan. How should I describe it? An assault that sounded like a bombardment. My vision was instantly obscured by a cloud of dust. The sound of explosions echoed for a few seconds, before it suddenly stopped. A little later, when the smoke cleared up, Funfsan was standing at the end of my vision, and one of the large number of floating Ergetlams opened up its hand. And Nansan came out of it. It still didn't work. No, you did great. Not many people can withstand my Desperado for 5 seconds. Next time. Ahaha, you have splendid motivation, but that's all for today. It was too awesome for me to understand, but from what I heard, it sounded like Nansan withstood that rain of fists for 5 seconds, but she couldn't take it anymore and was overwhelmed. Well then, it looks like it's over. so Alice-chan will hide myself again. Thanks for the commentary. No, call me again if you need me. After thanking Alice for her help, I see her off as she grasped that the training was over and was about to disappear. How should I say this? She really is a very dependable fellow. After their training was over, I listened to Funf-san and Nun-san talked a little about what they reflected this time, and after I thanked Nun-san and saw her off, I left the training grounds along with Funf-san. Sorry, Kaito. I made you wait for so long. Weren't you bored? No. I enjoyed it more spectacularly than I expected, and it wasn't boring at all. I see. Thanks. Alice's commentary at various points of the battle were helpful, but more than that, the battles using magic were very exciting, and I enjoyed them even if I didn't really understand what was going on. Even so, Funf-san is really strong, huh? You think so? Well, I've lived for a considerably long time and have plenty of combat experience. Come to think of it, I remember hearing that Funf-san is one of the oldest in the family. Oh, oldest? Kaito, I'm a woman, you know? Being told I'm old like that, you hurt my feelings. No, I'm sorry. I didn't mean it like that. I chose my words wrongly. I did hear that it's considered impolite to talk about one's age to a woman, and it would be better if I was a bit more roundabout about it here. As I hurriedly tried to make a follow-up explanation, Funf-san smiled, as if she just made a successful prank. Just kidding. I'm lying. I don't really mind stuff like that. Funf-san. Sorry. Funf-san is definitely a nice and gentle person. But sometimes, she teases me like this, so she may be a bit mean. No, it's not like her pranks make me feel uncomfortable, and she immediately apologizes after doing it, so it doesn't drag out afterwards. In a way, it's kind of like a way of communicating for Funf-san. So, once again, as we were talking earlier, just as Kaito said, I'm indeed one of the oldest in the family. Among the people living in this castle right now, I would be the third oldest, only younger than Sister Ain and Sister Zwei. Zwei-san? Have you not met Sister Zwei yet? Yes, I have met Ain-san, but when I tilted my head at the mention of the unfamiliar name Zwei-san, Funf-san looked a little surprised and explained. As I mentioned before, Sister Zwei is the second oldest person living in this castle after Sister Ain. She usually manages the land that was nominally in Kuromu-sama's possession. You see, Kuromu-sama really dislikes doing things like that, so in her stead, she's acting as something like a feudal lord. How should I say this? It sounds like she's a very capable person. Sister Zwei is very precise with her work, so she's amazing at it. Well, that keeps her pretty busy working, so she only comes home every few days. I see. But, then, that should mean it's not strange that I've never met her, right? From what I have heard, Zwei-san has the image of a capable career woman, and she is quite busy. Even in the vast demon realm, Kuro nominally owns a large area of land as one of the 6 kings, and I think it must be really hard to manage all that. However, what I was curious about was Funf-san's reaction when I told her earlier that I had never met Zwei-san. About why she looked very surprised. You're right. Sorry, I misunderstood. Now, since we still have time, let's go back to my room and chat some more. I'd like to hear more about you, Kaito. Yes, I understand. I wonder what this was about. Her reaction feels a bit strange, but it seems that she doesn't want me to go into this topic, so I will stop minding about this matter today. Anyhow, I wonder what kind of person Zwei-san is. I hope I'll get the opportunity to meet her someday. Seeing Kaito walking forth without asking any further questions, even though he looked a little curious, Funf was relieved. Sister Zwei, even though you praise Kaito so highly, you still hadn't even met him yet. Thinking about her earlier exchange with Kaito, Funf recalled a conversation she had with her elder sister not long ago. Sister Zwei, you seem really happy today. Funf. Yes, look at this, a portrait. This is Mama Kaito-sama, right? Zwei, for whom the word calm and collected usually suits her, was talking about Kaito in an unusually excited manner, in a tone so feverish that it felt as if she was a maiden in love. Yes, that's right. He's the great gentleman who saved Kuromu-sama. Please look at this. This is a portrait, so it's not perfect. But don't you think he's beautiful not just in heart, but also in appearance. I suppose he seemed like a kind child. Yes, there's no doubt that he has a heart as pure as a clear stream. But his appearance, which seemed to condense all the beauty of this world, is also wonderful. If it's possible, I would have liked to frame this portrait and keep it in our treasury. But Ain stopped me. Is that so? Zwei, just like Ain, holds deep respect and affection for Kuramuina, and at the same time, she feels herself worthless for not being able to save Kuramuina, even though she is aware of her problems. That is why the man who saved Kuramuina was like a savior to her, and in just a few days, her overflowing gratitude has risen to the level of worship. And so, Funf, who had heard so much about Kaito's greatness from her, thought Zwei, just like Ain did, had visited Kaito to thank him. That is why she was surprised when she found out that Kaito had never met Zwei. In fact, there was a reason for this that Funf was unaware of. Zwei is a perfectionist who doesn't like to compromise. She thought that she had to prepare the best hospitality and make herself perfectly presentable before she could meet Kaito. Yes, the reason why Zwei has not yet met Kaito was that she was preparing all sorts of things, such as perfume and clothes she is having newly created just for meeting Kaito and the present she's going to give to him. It was the first time Sister Zwei talked about someone so passionately, so I am a little worried. Should I tell Sister Ain about this? However, there's something that such a Funf doesn't know about. She doesn't know that Ain, whom she consults with the intention of having her as Zwei stopped in case she acts recklessly, is also as enthusiastic towards Kaito, at a level that could be described as fanaticism. We returned to Funf-san's room and had a pleasant chat again, but it was about time I went home. Gratefully accepting Funf-san's offer to walk me to the gate, together we walked through the castle's corridors. Funf-san, thank you for everything today. No, I also enjoyed talking with Kaito. However, even though we should have talked for quite a long time, it felt like time just flew by. As she was often consulted by her family, it seems like Funf-san is a good conversationalist. She would not only listen to what I had to say, but she would also tell me her own stories when the time was right, mixing in jokes here and there. I guess she really feels like an adult lady. Adult lady? When my drink was running low, she would gently offer to refill it before it ran out, and she was very attentive and warm, making me feel very comfortable talking to her. Kaito. I can understand why Act and Eva praise her about it. She's beautiful, kind, has a great personality, and I really think she's an extraordinarily attractive woman. That's not the case at all. You know, she's so attractive that I'm feeling reluctant parting ways like this. Wait, Kaito, stop. Most of all, as I walked along while thinking all those things, for some reason, Funf-san cut in front of me with a face blushing red. I'm glad you're praising me that much. But as expected, I'd feel embarrassed. Okay. No, like I said, being called beautiful and kind is just. Funf-san. Can I ask you something? At one point did I start saying that out loud? Starting with, I guess she really feels like an adult lady. I've done it. I went and freaking done it. I never thought I was actually speaking that out loud. This is bad. This isn't just on a level where I'm feeling embarrassed. I seriously feel like my face is going to burn from the heat on my cheeks. No, that was. I understand. Kaito is kind, so you complimented me on many things. That's the first time anyone's ever said anything like that to me, so I was flattered. As I thought, Funf-san really has low self-esteem, and it seemed like she thinks that I had been flattering her because I was being considerate of her. To be honest, I felt like saying this would just add up to my embarrassment, but I don't feel comfortable nodding to her words. That being the case. No, I feel embarrassed knowing that I accidentally said that out loud, but I meant what I said earlier. Thanks to Funf-san, I had a really good time today. Thank you very much. My plan was to end the conversation somewhat forcefully by saying that what I had just said wasn't flattery, but my true feelings. Upon hearing my words, Funf-san looked at me with a rather puzzled expression on her face, before taking a deep breath and giving me a smile. I see, I'm glad Kaito enjoyed your time here. Besides, I had a lot of fun too. If there's another opportunity, Let's hang out like this again. Yes, and also, pausing for a moment, a broad smile then appears on Funfsan's lips as she continues. I think it's really cool when a boy can firmly give a girl a compliment. That's why. Thanks. Her smile was so dazzling that it couldn't be helped if one became speechless looking at her. The 27th day of the Earth month. In the morning, as I was heading to the dining room for breakfast, Alice appeared. Kaito-san, I'm sorry. All the 6 kings have a meeting today, so I will be going out for a while. I guess you really have those kinds of meetings, huh? Tilda, no, we don't have regular meetings. It's just that we were sometimes called to a meeting. As expected, there's no way I could just have my clone attend for me, so I'm going to attend with my main body. Alright. Even if she's like that, Alice is still one of the 6 kings, the pinnacle of the demon realm. It's hard to imagine it if you just look at how she regularly acts, but she really must be busy with lots of things. Anyhow, I'm very relieved to know that Alice is always with me as my guard, so when she declared that she's going to be relieving her duties as my guard for a moment, I feel a little uneasy. It will be alright. There's someone who will substitute as your guard while I'm gone. When you say substitute, are you talking about those count rank demons from before? No, I was actually planning on having them guard you at first, but an unexpected person took on the job of guarding you, so I decided to leave it to her. Unexpected? Yes, I did have her try out guarding you for a whole day a few days ago, and it doesn't seem like there would be any problems with her, so I'll leave it to her. Fume. So, who is that? It's a secret. Why? I was wondering if the count level, high-rank demons would be guarding me just like when Alice had to leave before, but they apparently wouldn't guard me this time. I was curious about who would be guarding me, so I asked her, but Alice somewhat happily replied that it was a secret. Well, you just have to look forward to when you find out. Well then, I'll be off. Tilda. Alice. Wait a moment. What's the matter? Well, here. Stopping Alice, who was about to leave with an exaggerated salute, I took out some pastries from my magic box and gave it to her. You probably aren't eating properly again anyway. Kaito-san. Tilda. As expected, even if you say all those stuff, you're really a kind person. For you to love me this much, Fujiwara, just take them already. Yeeeeees. Well then, I'll be off. Yeah, take care. She's still acting like usual, but I guess Alice would still be the same as always. Thinking like that, I see Alice off with a wry smile on my face. Oddly enough, the unusual situations continued, as after finishing breakfast I noticed one person who was acting strangely. Lilia-san. Why has Lunamaria-san been acting like that since earlier? In front of the 4 of us who gathered in the dining room, Aoi-chan, Hina-chan, Lilia-san and I. Lunamaria-san has been pacing back and forth in the dining room for a while now, and she seemed to be restless. I tried asking Lilia-san about it, but she just tilted her head, also wondering the same thing. I don't know. Luna. What's going on? My lady. No, actually. Just a few minutes ago, Mother informed me that she was coming to visit. Is that so? How unusual. Why yes. She said that she has something important to do. Instead of her usual aloofness, Lunamaria-san looked flustered, as she's worried about something. Not only me, but Aoi-chan and Hina-chan also know that Lunamaria-san really cares about her mother. She eats the lunchbox that her mother made for her every day, and I think they have a very close mother-daughter relationship. Lunamaria-san's mother? I've only heard things about her, so I'm curious. Aoi-chan and Hina-chan also seem to be interested in Lunamaria-san's mother, who they don't know much about, so they said that to Lunamaria-san, whose gaze is still restlessly moving about. Why yes, I was thinking of introducing her to everyone at some point, but I had some serious concerns, so I was hesitating. Serious concerns? What do you mean, Luna? I was afraid that if I introduced her to Mama-sama, Mother would be violated. Wait a second there, Lunamaria-san. Can I have about an hour or so of your time? Let me just ask you, what is your character assessment of me deep within your mind? All those bullcrap. What in the world are you saying, Lunamaria-san? Or rather, seriously, what does she think I am in this person's mind? No, I'm saying this as her daughter. But Mother is a bit easy. She has always been sickly and a bit naive, and since my father died more than 50 years ago, I've been firmly focused on my job, so she must feel lonely. If she encounters Mama-sama, Both the parent and the child would be easily ensnared. Just thinking about that makes me frightened. Oi. Somehow, it seems that in Luna Maria-san's mind, she's thinking I was some kind of great demon lord of lust from a distant world. You really care about your mother, Luna? She does always talk about her, that she's the one she cares the most in this world. As I'm stunned by Luna Maria-san's reaction, Lilia-san said that she somehow had a smile on her face, and Aoi-chan reacted to her words. After hearing their words, Luna Maria-san seemed to have calmed down a bit, and gave an unusually gentle smile, as if she was reminded of someone sincerely important to her. Yes, mother had always been very frail, and yet, she raised me with her own hands, working as a well-bred adventurer to raise me. She never once showed a painful expression on her face, and even though life was difficult for us, she sent me to a magic school. She's a good mother, isn't she? Yes, I'm proud of mother. She might be a little careless, but she's really the most important person in the world for me. I just want to make it a little easier for her. Her mother is an irreplaceable part of Luna Maria-san's life. I could tell that from the look on Luna Maria-san's face and the gentle tone she had just now. A mother that Luna Maria-san respects and cares so much about. I'm kind of curious to see what kind of person she is. Just when the air was a little solemn, in a somewhat grave tone, Hina-chan spoke. But if she's coming here, that means she's going to meet Kaito-senpai too, right? I don't want them to meet. Calm down for a bit, Luna. It's not like you already know what your mother will think of Kaito-san just when she meets him. That's right. It's not like mother would fall in love with Mama-sama just because she met him. As the mother-con held her head, shouting that she doesn't want her mother to meet me, Lilia-san calmly makes a follow-up. For me, I think she was being very unreasonable, but for now, I'll keep quiet if this is going to help calm Luna Maria-san down. However, we're talking about Kaito-san here though. It's Kaito-senpai, you know. I won't be disgruntled. I definitely wouldn't be disgruntled. However, not just Luna Maria-san, even Aoi-chan and Hina-chan are thinking like that. What kind of person do these people think I am? Why do those words sound depressingly persuasive? Luna, pull yourself together. It's alright. I'm on Luna's side. My lady. Luna Maria-san, who was kneeling on the floor with an expression filled with despair, Lilia-san follows up with a gentle pat on her back. Thereupon, looking as if she has been driven to the corner, Luna Maria-san looks back at Lilia-san with tears in her eyes. Then, if I said that I won't give mother to Mama-sama, and end up antagonizing Mama-sama, will my lady stand by my... Why are you averting your eyes? Rather than your female friend, you would rather take the side of the man you fey. Mug. That is enough. Go calm down for a bit. Just as Luna Maria-san was about to shout something, Lilia-san shouts and covers her mouth, and for some reason, her face have turned red. After a little while, Luna Maria-san, who had slightly regained her composure, turned her gaze towards Aoi-chan and Hina-chan. What about Kusunoki-sama and Yuzuki-sama? I'm sorry. If anything, I would be on Kaito-san's side. Same here. Do I not have any allies here? Luna Maria-san cowered, her head held in her hands. In the first place, what she said about how I would do anything to Luna Maria-san's mother is strange, but I was just too dumbfounded to have the energy to fire back Mitsukomi. How should I say this? This morning is really filled with ruckus. I'd really like to have some tea now. Here, thank you. I've also prepared some cookies to snack upon. Yes. What are you doing here? Ain-san, I am guarding Kaito-sama on behalf of Shiltir for the rest of the day. If you have orders, please feel free to call me. Is that so? With very spontaneous movements, Ain-san serves tea and cookies in front of me, and after bowing, she disappears. What is this? The replacement that Alice was talking about. It was Ain-san? No, wait, seriously, please give me a moment. There are so many things going on that my head can't keep up. How should I say this? It feels like today is going to be a disastrous day. I feel like there wasn't just one, but there were 2 or 3 shocking situations, but I'll leave it at that for now. As we moved to the entrance to greet Luna Maria-san's mother. It isn't that Luna Maria-san's mother is an influential figure. But well, Aoi-chan, Hina-chan and I wanted to see Luna Maria-san's mother that she has been talking about as soon as possible, and Lilia-san seems to be acquainted with her, so she came out to the front door to pick her up. Also, I may be digressing, but I recently started calling Kusunoki-san Aoi-chan. When she noticed that I started calling Yuzuki-san Hina-chan, she complained that she's feeling slightly alienated, so with her permission, I started calling her Aoi-chan. Speaking of which, what kind of person is Luna-san's mother? I guess she would also have blue hair like Luna-san? Yes, Luna's mother is a petite woman with hair as blue as the sky. Her name is Oya. It seems like she has arrived. When Aoi-chan asked Lilia-san about Luna Maria-san's mother, Lilia-san told her that Luna Maria-san's mother is a petite woman with hair that had the color of sky blue. I feel like I've seen someone who looks like that a while ago. Just as Lilia-san was about to speak her name, she saw a figure around the gate and moved her gaze towards it. A petite woman walks over to us, clothed in a light blue dress that isn't as pompous as a noble's clothing, but somehow looks elegant, holding a pretty parasol in one hand and a basket in the other. How should I say this? Her face looks very familiar. Or rather, isn't that Noir-san? Wait a moment, so, does that mean Noir-san is Luna Maria-san's mother? I didn't expect someone familiar to come, so I was stunned and speechless at seeing Noir-san. Noir-san began approaching us, and then, deeply bowed her head to their homeowner, Lilia-san. Lilia-san, hello. I apologized for my sudden visit. It's been a while, Noir-san. It's good to see you looking well. After exchanging greetings with Lilia-san with a calm smile, Noir-san turns to Luna Maria-san and gives her a gentle smile. Although her height is shorter than Luna Maria-san, her expression that is filled with affection is unmistakably that of a mother. Lu-chan also, I'm sorry to bother when you're working. That's alright, but Mom, why did you suddenly decide to visit? I just suddenly noticed it, but Noir-san and Luna Maria-san, even though they were mother and daughter, were talking to each other with honorifics. Does that mean they were originally using honorifics when they're talking with each other? Anyway, when Luna Maria-san looked flustered while talking to her, for some reason, Noir-san glanced at me with a slight blush on her cheek. I just came because there was someone I wanted to meet. Mama-san, hello. Yes, hello. As Noir-san turned to me and elegantly greeted me, it's as if the expression on Luna Maria-san's face disappeared, and dumbfounded, she muttered. I feel apologetic after seeing her reaction, but I didn't think Noir-san was Luna Maria-san's either, so please forgive me. Nevertheless, Luna Maria-san quickly recovered from her confusion, and looking far more flustered than before, she went closer to Noir-san. Wait, what does this mean, Mum? Are you acquainted with Mama-sama? Yes, I got sick on the way to the hospital the other day, and that's when Mama-san helped me out. Is that so? Yes, and so, I heard from Lu-chan that Mama-san lives at Lilia-san's mansion, so I thought I'd come over today to thank him again. You have already met Luna? Pull yourself together. When she finished listening to Noir-san's explanation, Luna Maria-san fell down on her knees, looking crestfallen, and Lilia-san flusteredly ran over to her. Luna Maria-san then turns to Lilia-san with a somewhat frightened expression on her face, and as her voice trembled, she spoke. My lady, I have now finally understood my lady's feelings. Mama-sama is scary. I understand so much that it was painful for me. Luna, take a slow, deep breath and put your body in a good position. It isn't Luna's fault. It's just that Kaito-san is a monster. Our common sense doesn't apply to him. My lady, let me know as soon as it gets painful. We have stomach pills prepared. What the heck is with their exchange? Lilia-san's words feel as if they hold deep weight on them. I'm treated like a complete monster here. But since it was Lilia-san who said that, from what I've done so far, I can't say anything. Lu-chan, are you alright? Am I alright? Isn't the question here. What are you doing, Mum? What, you ask? When Noir-san worriedly asks her, Luna Maria-san stands up as if she was bursting with energy and draws closer to Noir-san with a very menacing look on her face. The people around us are overwhelmed by her intensity and are unable to interpose. It's all fine and good if you came to thank Mama-sama for saving you. I'll also thank him later. However, what's with that outfit? Is my outfit strange? It isn't about being strange or anything like that. Why are you wearing an open-shouldered dress? Looking closely, you're also wearing makeup, even though you rarely wear them. That is, hearing Luna Maria-san's cries, Noir-san shyly held her cheeks with both hands, and for some reason, she was repeatedly glancing at me. I'm a woman too. So if I'm going to meet a dreamy man, I at least want to be a little fashionable. What? Aren't you aware of what you look like? Please consider how old you are. Lu-chan, I'm only 480 years old, you know, even though you've already lived nearly 5 times as long as a human's lifespan. If she's going to say it like that, Kuro, who Lunamaria-san is being fanatical about, is hundreds or thousands of times older than I am, and she's wearing half pants. Though let's not say it. I guess from Lunamaria-san's point of view, her mother appeared in a youthful-looking outfit, but Noir-san didn't seem to care and just smiled at her. She's strong. Noir-san, who really felt like she would easily be pressured, was able to nonchalantly brush aside Lunamaria-san's words, and it feels like Lunamaria-san decided that her words won't work. So, she just held her head in her hands. Thereupon, Noir-san turns to me and holds out the basket in her hands, her cheeks cutely blushing. Mama-san, thank you again for that time. At least to thank you, I baked some muffins. It would be great if it suits your taste. No, you didn't have to go all the way. Noir-san, is your body alright after that time? Yes. Since I've been drinking Mama-san's, I'm really healthy these days! Please wait a moment. Mum, drinking Mama-san's. What does that mean? She's talking about blood. However, Noir-san said it poorly, and Lunamaria-san, who seemed to have some kind of strange misunderstanding, her face turned pale as she looked at Noir-san. I was going to explain it to her, but before I could speak, Noir-san said something outrageous. When I first met him, Mama-san generously allowed me to drink it. It was so dense, enchantingly sweet, and it makes me feel so good that thinking about it makes my body quiver. Wait. Noir-san? She's only talking about blood. But when she worded it that badly, and with blushing cheeks and the ecstatic expression on her face, even people other than Lunamaria-san would misunderstand her. What are you thinking about? Putting aside if you know each other for a while. But you shouldn't do that on the first day you met. Don't you feel sorry for Dad? However, even if I tried, I couldn't drink his. I've certainly heard that half-elves aren't sexually active. But that doesn't mean it's okay if it's a young human male. In the first place, it's insane to make such a statement in a place like this, filled with young women. Lunamaria-san. As I thought, she completely misunderstood. It feels like it would be ridiculously troublesome if I didn't, so I desperately called out to Lunamaria-san. What is it, Mama-sama? I'm talking about something important now. Thereupon, Lunamaria-san turns her murderous eyes towards me, replying with a low, cold voice. She's talking about blood. No, like I said, what she drank. It was my blood. It sounds like my blood and Noir-san's body were compatible, so she asked me to give her some to treat her anemia. Blood? Yes. After hearing my words, Lunamaria-san's scowl froze, and as her face turned red, she crouched down with her hands covering her face. This is no good. I can't call out to her. And as if to deal the final blow to Lunamaria-san, who looks like she would die from shame. Lu-chan, it's as Mama-san said, we're talking about blood. It's not like we had sexual intercourse, you know. And there goes the finishing blow. With a calm look on her face, she just dealt the finishing blow. Noir-san, how frightening this person is. Lunamaria-san looked like she's already crying. In terms of having sexual intercourse with someone, I also certainly think that. Noir-san, stop. Lunamaria-san clearly understands it already. So please don't talk about it anymore. Yes, I understand. Lunamaria-san's heart was about to be crushed by shame, so I hurriedly stopped. Noir-san, she won't do anything good, dealing more damage. After she dealt the finishing blow, because Lunamaria-san's spirit is already in shambles, the best thing to do here is to leave her alone. While thinking that, I was about to speak to Noir-san to buy some time for Lunamaria-san to recover, when I heard people whispering to her. How should I say this? It certainly is strangely realistic since the other party is Kaito-san, isn't it? Right if it's about Kaito-senpai, it can't be helped if you think like that. Hey, I have something to talk about with you two later. It seems that my two kuhais have a very disgraceful misunderstanding about my character. so I'll go explain to them properly. Along with some grueling scolding. After we chatted with Noir-san over tea at Lilia-san's mansion for about an hour, she left, saying she would be back. Most of the stories Noir-san talked about were about Luna Maria-san, and she generously told us how Luna Maria-san used to be and other such episodes in their family. Luna Maria-san's eyes were dead the whole time though, as she told Noir-san not to come back when she said she would come back again. Putting that aside, when she was talking to Noir-san, Luna Maria-san seemed to be less relaxed than usual, and it might be impolite for me to think this, but I think she's kind of cute. Asterisk 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 asterisk. The 28th day of the Earth month, the day after Noir-san's shocking visit. As I finished my daily routine of brushing Belle, I was leisurely looking around the large garden when I heard a voice. Good morning, Master. Good morning, Anima. Are you also working today? Anima, dressed in her usual black military-style outfit and wearing a fur cloak, greeted me with a neat salute. Anima is apparently, or was supposed to be according to the person herself, my servant. But since I don't have any particular work for me to give her, she usually helps out with the work in Lilia-san's mansion. Sometimes, she's in charge of the mansion's security and sometimes, she's the gatekeeper. Perhaps, because she's naturally serious about her work, I've honestly never seen Anima not working or training. No, I don't have any work today, so I'm going to train. Do you ever take a break? Take a break? You mean rest? Yes, I get some rest for about 4 hours a day to sleep and eat. That's weird. What Anima just said was completely weird. I mean, if what she said is true, that means Anima is working or training for almost 20 hours a day. No, what kind of black company is this place? Lilia-san has made sure that her servants have a good amount of days off and break time, and I'm sure they even have proper work shifts established. So she shouldn't be working in that ridiculous amount of time. Anima, what do you do during your breaks? I'm making use of it to train myself. That even on your day off? Yes, so that Master wouldn't ever be ashamed to call me his subordinate. I'm always devoting my time to improving myself. I'm now convinced this woman isn't getting any more rest than Lilia-san does. She's saying that other than when she sleeps and eats, she's either working or training. No, would it be fine if the person herself likes it? Anima, don't you have any hobbies? Other than training? Hobby? No, I have dedicated my everything to Master, and I have no need for time that is spent on my own preferences. This is no good. This woman is too serious. For me though, I'd like it if she relaxed a bit more. This is difficult. I'm sure she will obey if I order her to do it, but in that case, she completely wouldn't know what to do with her breaks. Anima, you don't have any work today, right? Yes. Then, since I'm going to the city, will you come with me? Roger that. I will carry out my duties as baggage carrier and guard with all my might. No, this isn't some kind of duty. To begin with, I have my magic box, so I don't need any to carry my luggage or anything like that. Well, for the time being, let's go out. And thus, that's how Anima and I went out to the city. No, Anima, why are you walking behind me like that? However, as your servant, it's rude for me to stand next to Master. No, you're not being rude. Rather, I'm being bothered by it, so walk beside me. You understood? If Master says so. I called out to Anima, who was really acting like my guard, or rather, my servant, walking in a distance from behind me, and told her to walk next to me. Thereupon, I incidentally glanced at Anima's attire. The black military-styled clothing that she usually wears. Hey, Anima, don't you have any other clothing? Other clothing? I have 6 identical outfits like this though. Okay. Let's go shopping for some clothes. Why yes, I'll be with you. It seems that Anima really doesn't have anything in mind other than work and training, as even her clothing was just multiple copies of the same clothes. Maybe I'm just being prejudiced, but it feels like she's a soldier in many ways. Rather, if that's all you have. What do you do when you sleep? I'm not really wearing anything when I sleep though. What did she just say? Anima is sleeping naked? No. Well, I know that there are people like that, and if I think about it, for Anima who is a former black bear, I guess it's more natural for them to not wear clothes, right? Well, What she wants to do when she sleeps is for the person herself to decide, but I might as well buy her a nightgown. In the meantime, we ended up at the clothing store. I could have gone to Alice's general store, but lately, I feel like all the clothing in her store are only for men. Or rather, it feels like she narrowed down her target audience to just me, so there wouldn't be that much women's clothing found there. She might have made it if I requested, but I just decided to buy it at a regular store this time. When we got to the front of the store, with neat movements, Anima moved into an at ease posture. Well then, I'll wait here myself until Master finishes shopping. No, what are you talking about, Anima? We're here to buy clothes for you. Don't worry, I'll go buy it with my money. Perhaps, she didn't expect my words, as Anima froze with a blank look on her face. When I pulled Anima's hand while she was like that into the store, Anima regained her consciousness and flusteredly shook her head. Master, I don't need any of that for myself, much less letting Master pay for it. Excuse me, can you fit some outfits for this girl? You're not even listening? I already expected Anima's reaction, so I decided to ignore her and talk to the shopkeeper, asking her to fit her some clothes. I guess it's to be expected from a professional, as she quickly picked out a few clothes and told Anima to try them on, but Anima looks at the clothes in her hands with a puzzled look on her face. Master, for me to wear clothes like this, that's alright already, so just try it on. However, for me to dress up is. It's an order. You understood? I don't think this would go anywhere, so I'll just go command her, something that I seldomly did. After a short wait in front of the fitting room, the curtains are slowly opened to reveal Anima, dressed in a black-based, pants-style outfit. Her top is a beautifully embroidered shirt, with a very beautiful hue that matches Anima's black hair. I can clearly see when she's dressed in light clothing like this, Anima has a very good style. The lines of her body are well defined and toned. Her legs are especially beautiful and slender, while her large bulging chest accentuates her overall appearance, and her bare ears accentuates her cuteness. It looks good on you. You look cute. CQTT to call this me something like cute. No, I think you're really cute. Anima is beautiful and got a great style. Anima has a tendency to think that she has no femininity, so when I compliment her appearance like this, she turns bright red and shaken, which is kind of charming. While I was enjoying Anima's cute reaction, the clerk who helped me picked out the clothes came up to us and spoke. Your girlfriend looks beautiful. Customer must have been quite happy with her. Why you? What rude things are you? Yes, thank you, Master. It's just a simple sales talk, so if I try to deny it poorly, it will only be complicated. Or rather, I could see a future where Anima, thinking that I was insulted, would punch her in the face, so I non-committally matched her words and ended the situation right there. Then, Anima's face turned bright red and her mouth opened and closed, not being able to speak anything, so I took this opportunity that she was being absent-minded to go buy her some more clothes. After a while, Anima recovers from her state of absent-mindedness and looking somewhat flustered, takes out a pouch that seems to be her purse. I can't let Master pay for me. I'll pay for these clothes myself. I already paid for it. That's right. I already bought those clothes you're wearing, so that's what you're wearing for the rest of the day. And with that, I'm going to put the clothes you just came in the magic box. Master? I ignored Anima, who wasn't completely following the conversation, and quickly put away her military-style outfit. Now then, how about we go eat something? I thought that we're already going home. The day has just begun. Now, let's go. Master? Why your hand? Please wait. Please listen to me. I knew clearly that it was better to force Anima to take her around with me by this point already, so I walked out of the shop, holding the flustered Anima's hand. Anima has been working so hard on a regular basis, and I've been meaning to take her out for a good meal for a while now, so I think today is just the right time. It's a great opportunity, and for the sake of my lovely servant, let's go splurge. Inviting Anima to eat, a little bit forcefully, we walked down the main street together. What would you like to eat, Anima? No, I'm fine with whatever Master decides. Do you have any favorite food, Anima? My favorite food? I can eat anything, but if I had to choose, I'd say fish dishes, I guess. Was it because she's a former black bear? I certainly have an image of bears eating salmon, so I guess it makes sense that she likes fish dishes. Alright then, let's go eat some fish dishes. No, I will just. I'm the one who wants to eat fish. There's no problem with it, right? You are. Why yes. It was obvious that Anima would refrain with that flow of conversation, so as usual, I just forcibly made a decision. Today's main goal is to let Anima stretch her wings enough. So, I want to make sure that I have a firm grasp of her preferences here. Remembering the contents of the eating tour in its entirety guide that Kuro had given me, I thought about which restaurant to go to. As I walked down the busy boulevard at lunchtime, I bumped into a man and woman who was walking in front of me. "Ah, I'm sorry." "No, I'm sorry too." We exchanged some light apologies, and were about to continue on our way, but at that moment, I noticed that Anima, who should have been beside me, wasn't there, and at the same time, I heard a low, intimidating voice from behind. "You bastards dare bumping into Master, and that kind of apology is worth death. Let me see your empty heads rub against the ground. Anima, stop." Yes, I forgot. Her attitude towards the servants in the mansion had softened due to the many times I had warned her so much that my mouth got tired of it. But, come to think of it, Anima had such a stern part of her. Stopping Anima, who was about to hit him, I hurriedly bowed her head. "I'm sorry about our Anima." No, it's alright. Fortunately, thanks to the fact that I interrupted Anima before she acted forcefully, I was able to get them to forgive her for trying to assault them. "Anima, that's no good, threatening people like that." However, those bastards harmed Master. "No, it was just a bump in the shoulder, you know." I was also being careless, but anyway, don't try to do anything. "Why yes, I'm sorry." Hearing my words, Anima looked crestfallen and told me an honest apology. Did I scold her a little too harshly? No. This is the part where I need to caution her more. However, if I don't make some follow-up here, she would be pitiful. I'm really glad that Anima is moving for me. However, let's be a bit more moderate about it, okay? Yes. However, thank you, Anima, for being angry for me. Why yes. Lightly stroking Anima's head as I said this, she nodded, her expression brightening up. Well, there are some troubling parts of her. In the end, Anima is thinking of me more than anything else, and that honestly makes me happy. Well, I think I will have to warn her when she rampages again. Even though there were some problems, we successfully reached a restaurant that serves fish dishes and ate lunch with Anima. Anima's usual stern actions makes her slightly seem like someone who has muscles for brains. But she has good table manners and conducts her meals with elegance. In fact, Anima seems to be very smart, and since she has come to live in Lilia-san's mansion, she's been studying quite diligently and she's using what she's learned there to help me. One thing that's especially helpful is her organizing my letters. I've become a bit more famous since the Sacred Tree Festival, and I still receive letters from many nobles. Thanks to Alice, I don't get weird letters anymore, but I still get a lot of invitations to tea parties and gatherings. However, those kinds of letters rarely get into my hand. That's because the letters that were addressed to me were checked by Anima first, and other than those that were personally sent to me, the ones I don't want to attend, such as invitations to tea parties, Anima writes back to decline for me. I was shown a little bit of that letter before, and it feels like she had learned a lot, as the contents were very polite while gently declining their invitation. Having her do that really helps me. I've heard that Lunamaria-san and the other servants have taught her how to write letters, and I think Anima is someone who can do it if she thinks about it, and she's someone I can really rely on. Anima, how does it taste? Yes, it's very good. I see, that's great. I wanted to properly thank Anima for all the hard work she did on a regular basis, so this outing was just great for me. As I was thinking about this, I saw some sauce on Anima's mouth while she was eating, so I called out to her while holding a napkin in my hand. Wait, Anima, don't move. You have some sauce on your mouth. Yes, got it. What? It's nothing. F for me to trouble Master. My apologies. You don't have to mind it that much, you know. After lunch, I continued to take Anima around the place. I think we had quite a good time, enjoying our time shopping and standing around eating food we bought from stalls. And just as the surroundings were starting to be dyed in madder red, I decided to go back to the mansion with Anima, and now we were walking side by side in the setting sun. Anima, I've taken you around a lot, aren't you tired? Why yes. There's no problem. Rather, it was really fun for me. I see, that's good to hear. Did that make your shoulders relax a bit? Exclamation mark. Hearing my words, when I told her with a gentle smile, Anima stopped in her tracks with her wide open. As I thought, Master has noticed her? No, I haven't figured out the details. It's just that I've been wondering if you're feeling rushed lately. Yes, in fact, the reason I took Anima out this time was for another major reason besides the fact that she hadn't taken a break at all. Anima is a very serious, hard-working girl, but even if I take that into account, the emotions conveyed by Anima through my sympathy magic lately had revealed a sense of frustration. She was being tense about something. I didn't know the reason why, but I was hoping that this outing would be a good change of pace. When she heard my words, Anima remained silent for a while, and lifting her hand up to her chest and looking at that hand, she quietly muttered, "Am I being helpful to you, Master?" With those words, my sympathy magic sensed Anima's strong anxiety. After glancing at me, who was at a loss for words because of her expression that made her look frail, Anima continued to speak. What I can only be proud of compared to others would be my physical strength. However, even this strength of mine, it won't even reach close to Alice Dono's feet. Anima. I thought that maybe Master doesn't need me. I was afraid of that, and I tried to branch out to see if I could help Master in other things. However, my abilities couldn't match the professionals. Being useless like this, I wonder what I should do. I didn't know what to do. Anima's voice is trembling. She utterly hated her own stupidity. She's a tenacious and diligent woman, but she's also holding onto her own insecurities for a long time. Why didn't I notice it sooner? Now that she mentioned it, it's certainly true. Anima started to learn all kinds of things when Alice became my guard. Minute. I'm really thick-headed. No, regretting will be for later. Right now, there are things that should be done before that. Thinking that, I approached Anima, who was hanging her head down, and hugged her body, wrapping her in my arms. Master? I'm sorry. I didn't realize at all that Anima was feeling anxious about that. I'm sorry, for being a stupid master. No, that's wrong. This was because my mind was weak. Come to think of it, I didn't put it into words properly. Anima isn't useless! Exclamation mark. You've always worked hard for me and tried to do things I wasn't good at. Anima is a girl I can really count on. Master? Yes. It was easy for me to wipe away Anima's anxiety. All I had to do was say my heartfelt feelings. And yet, this stupid me was really slow in doing it. I felt really confused the first time I met her, and I had to hold my head once or twice because of her personality. But before I knew it, Anima, who was always so straightforward and earnest, and she who adored me wholeheartedly, has become a very big person in my heart. So much so that I felt it was natural to ask her to do something for me. For me, Anima is indispensable. That's why, don't say such sad things about you being useless. As gently as possible, holding her body that was smaller than I expected within my arms, I say the things I couldn't say before. The first weakness shown by the reliable Anima, so that I could firmly receive it. I think I'm less than half the man I am as your master, and I can't give precise instructions to Anima who is trying to be my servant. I'm sure that I won't be able to assign work to you well in the future. Our master-servant relationship is difficult for me, and I don't think I'll ever get used to it. However, this is just something I heard other people say. But for me, my relationship with Anima, I'd like it if our relationship would be something like a family! Exclamation mark. Yes, I don't think I'll ever be a great master. After all, the ideal relationship I have in mind is one that is as close to family as Kuro has. However, if it's possible, I would like to have that kind of relationship with Anima. That's why, if you're fine even if I'm this unreliable, would you continue helping me in the future? Why yes. Myself, my everything, my future is all for Master. If Master allows it, until this body crumbles to dust. Please let me serve you. I'll be in your care. Yes, Master. I am. Having Master as my lord is my happiness. In the dusk, a silent sob echoes, and along with those gentle tears, I think it has also washed away all the anxiety she had been feeling. Asterisk 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 asterisk. The 29th day of the Earth month. I was sitting at my desk in my room, responding to the letters Nunsan had sent me. Anima handles a lot of my letters, but only those from the people I don't know, and the letters sent by Nunsan and Chris-san directly go to my hand. Nunsan is especially corresponding, as we frequently exchange letters with each other quite a bit. The contents of the letters are basically uneventful, and this time, written in beautiful handwriting, was about how Raz-san was in a very good mood and how they ate a seasonal dish. As I was lightly reading over the letter and writing my response, there was a knock on the door of my room, and Ito and Theta came in. Master, we have come to take care of the laundry. Thanks. Then, get the clothes over there. The red-haired twin demons who were once Mejido-san's subordinates. Ito and Theta are currently working tirelessly as maids in the mansion. Although they are twins, they still seem to have different personalities and specialties, and are in charge of different jobs. Ita, with her long hair in a ponytail, I don't know if I could describe her as someone with a knight-like personality or not, but I can say that she's a diligent and capable woman. She was mainly doing the laundry and cleaning, and she's also the one who washes the clothes I usually wear. Master, I've brought you a cup of tea. Desu. Thanks, Theta. With her hair cut short and a stature that is a bit shorter than Ita, Theta has a quiet and calm personality. She isn't very good at using honorifics, but she has a characteristic way of speaking, of adding desu at the end of her words after a brief delay. She seems to be mainly doing the jobs related to cooking, and she always brings me tea and sweets at just the right time, which is very helpful. As I watch the two of them getting used to life here in the mansion, I suddenly remember that I went out with Anima yesterday. Maybe I just don't know, but I'm wondering if Ito and Theta are also working too hard. I've just decided to pay attention to those situations, and since they're both here, I'll just ask them here. Speaking of which, how are Ito and Theta doing at work? Is there anything that's troubling you? Thank you for your concern. I don't have any problems. I'm also fine. Desu. I see, but in addition to working at the mansion, you're also doing some training, right? Don't push yourself too hard, okay? As far as the two of them are concerned, I can't read any feelings of impatience in them, unlike Anima. It's true that these two originally said they would serve me as maids rather than guards, and since the two of them are pulling themselves together, they may have sorted out their feelings well in that regard. Their skills as a maid, which were devastating at first, have dramatically improved under Illness-san's guidance, and from what I can see, they were now on par with the other maids in the mansion. Yes, thank you. However, in order to protect Master when the time comes, I will continue to polish up my battle skills. Ita, with a somewhat happy expression on her face after hearing my words, straightens her back and replies. Just when I thought that she really seemed to have no worries, I heard some disturbing words. In times of need, it is my role to protect Master. Protecting is impossible for Ita. What are you trying to say? Theta. Reacting to the words Theta blurted out, Ita slightly raised an eyebrow. Ita. Have muscles for brains. You just swing your spear and plunge into enemies. I will protect Master. Who? Now you said it. You're just a dull turtle, relying on defense while hiding behind your shield. You think you can protect Master just by shrinking inside your shell? Wait, you too? And with a return of her own, more words overlap, and somehow, the air between them sharply changed and heavily with each word. You're just a simple-minded monkey, jumping around, not understanding the importance of defense. It seems that you don't know that defense is the best defense. However, I don't really think that's the kind of thing you can put into action anyway. Don't you think, stupid turtle? Is it just my imagination? I feel like there were sparks exploding between the two of them now. Then, their eyes are set on each other, and they each take out their large spear and large shield from wherever they take them out from. Come outside, Theta. That rotten character of yours, showing disrespect to your elder sister, I will make sure to punch a hole through it. Don't think you're my elder sister just because you were born a little earlier. If I so desire, I could crush you like the bug you are. Their eyes perfectly set on each other, they began exchanging words with low voices and then, they walked out of the room, completely ignoring me. Do the two of them not get along? No, Doesn't they look like they would start punching each other without reservation? Well, it's pretty clear that the situation has turned troublesome. Moreover, the reason for their fight is that which one of them is better at protecting me. How should I say this? That's a strangely difficult topic they're talking about. Well, honestly speaking, with me by Kaito-san's side, I'm enough in terms of offense and defense, so there isn't any problem. Rather than that, why are you just nonchalantly eating my cookies there? It's to check if you're being poisoned. If anything happens to Kaito-san, it would be a disaster. Crispy and fragrant. That means it's dangerous. For Kaito-san's safety, I'll have everything. Ouch. After having a bit of a silly exchange with Alice, I walked out of the mansion, curious about how the two are doing, and was soon able to find Ito and Theta. The result of their fight. It was apparently never settled. How do I know that? That's because they're both peacefully sitting in a Caesar, side by side, with a lump popping out of their heads. Good grief. What the heck are you two doing? Shirking on your duties and fighting a duel. Shame on you two. Become aware that each of your actions could stain Master's honor. My apologies. I'm sorry. In front of the two of them, Anima was crossing her arms in front of her chest and was angrily scolding them. I could already imagine what happened. The yard is a bit gouged, so they probably went outside to try to fight each other, and were able to fight in a few rounds. But that's when Anima found out, and thus, the both of them got a fist knocked on their heads. In the first place, if you want to do that, do it on the training ground. Damaging the garden of the mansion is outrageous. You're not even being conscious of your status as Master's servant. You are. Yes, I don't have any words to say to that. Desu. Looking at them like this, I feel like Anima is pretty attached to her position of being the chief retainer. I guess it's partly because she was able to get over something that happened yesterday, but I'm somewhat relieved. Well, putting that aside, it's going to be a long sermon at this point. I think it's a problem that they got into a fight, but I feel thankful to Ito and Theta since they were fighting for my sake, so I'll give them a little help. Listen here, to begin with, being a follower means. Anima, can you forgive them? With that already? Master? I think the two of them are properly reflecting already. If that's what Master says. When I told her that, Anima quickly backed off. I'm also responsible for not being able to stop them before this happened. And above all, I'm their master, so I think I should warn them myself and not just leave them to Anima right here. Ita, Theta. Why yes. I'm really glad that the two of you are trying to protect me. I'm actually really weak, and there are so many things I can't do, so I'm sure that I will have to rely on the two of you in the future. However, fighting like this is no good. In fact, this time just so happens to be the first time I've ever seen Ito and Theta fighting. And from the fact that they're usually together a lot, I know that they're good friends. Both Ito and Theta have your own qualities in what you're good at. Ita has your own great qualities, while Theta also had your own, so I hope you'll respect the other person as well. Yes, Ita. I'm sorry. I might be just being jealous of the bright and strong Ita. No, I should be the one who says sorry. Also, please let me take back my previous statement. I should have known your strength better than anyone else. The both of us, we will continue to protect Master together. As I thought, they seemed to be good friends, and they each admitted their mistakes, apologized, firmly shook each other's hand and reconciled with each other. With this, the situation ends. Well, I'll be repeating myself, but just myself is enough. Fujiwara. You, come with me for a second. Wait, Kaito-san, why are your eyes set on Ito and Theta? Twins with different personalities, they too are people that are already indispensable to me. Well, putting them aside, I've vanquished the evil that only likes to make fun of others, so I'll say this again. The situation has been peacefully settled in the center of the vast demon realm. It was called the Forbidden Lands by those who live in the demon realm. There's nothing in there. No trees, no flowers. Only a wilderness that stretches for a radius of several tens of kilometers. Not a single living creature is said to live here, and even children know that demons shouldn't go near this land. This was the place where the 6 kings gathered and used for meetings, and at the same time, it was often used by the 6 kings as the place to fight in. The land where a battle between the 6 kings, beings holding immense power, could take place. Carelessly stepping into such a place was tantamount to suicide. And now, The 6 demons who are the pinnacle of the demon realm gathered here. The oldest demon in the real pinnacle of the demon realm. The underworld king, Kura-Mu'ina. She, who is feared not only in the demon realm, but also in the human realm and the god realm. The death king, Isis Remnant. She, who is called the conscience of the 6 kings, serving as the bridge between the realms. The world king, Lilywood Yggdrasil. The poster child of battle, the being who loves to fight and fiercely seek the strong. The war king, Megdo spawns. He, who is the largest creature in the world, a gigantic dragon holding a physique that pierced the heavens. The dragon king, Magnoel Baskus Ladokurtzvel. She, who planted her roots all over the world, holding all information at her fingertips. The phantasmal king, No Face. With the exception of the Festival of Heroes, the 6 kings, who are rarely all together, slowly and accustomedly take their places in the center of the demon realm. The other 5 members of the 6 kings stood at Magnoel's head, and as a table and chairs appeared out of nowhere, the 5 of them took their seats. Let's get started then. Kuro-san, you called for this meeting, didn't you? So, what's the agenda? Shuntir, you don't have to be in such a rush. As Kura-Mu'ina announced the start of the meeting, Shuntir quickly asked about today's agenda. Noticing that Shuntir is somewhat in a hurry, Magnoel-san leisurely asks, to which Shuntir immediately replies, I want to end the meeting quickly and get back to guarding Kaito-san. So, please get on with the main topic already. Let's hurry this up. Shuntir, we are called right at this time, so it must be about the Festival of Heroes. This is an important meeting for the world. Let me ask you just in case, between Kaito-san and the world, which one is there? That's obviously 10-0 votes, in favor of Kaito-san. I agree. I understand. I understand already. Lilywood's shoulders slumped in dismay as she saw Shuntir declare without hesitation that Kaito was more important than the world, and Isis raising her hand in response. As for Megdo, the only one who hadn't joined the conversation, he was drinking alcohol he had brought with him alone. Megdo, are you not going to join them? I don't care about the meeting. You guys can decide what you want. I will abide by Kura-Mu'ina's decision. In a way, I guess Megdo-san is the smartest person I know. Megdo doesn't seem to want to participate in the meeting, so after just saying that he will abide by Kura-Mu'ina's decision, he started drinking again. After looking at Megdo with a wry smile, Kura-Mu'ina, the one who gathered the 6 kings, slowly spoke. This time, we're not discussing the Festival of Heroes. Is that so? Then, why in the world? But the agenda today is still just as important. That's why I hurriedly gathered everyone. Did something happen? As Kura-Mu'ina began to speak with a somewhat solemn atmosphere, Lilywood and Isis' expressions also stiffened, trying to know Kura-Mu'ina's true intentions. The problem is that we don't have it. Don't have it? What is? I think that we should have a bigger festival here in the demon realm. F's. Dival. While looking at Kura-Mu'ina, who vigorously declared that, Magnoel and Shuntir looked somewhat confused and asked back. Thereupon, Kura-Mu'ina nodded with a serious expression and began to talk about what she truly means. The demon realm is full of small festivals here and there, but there's no festival for the entire demon realm, right? That's right. To begin with, the demon realm doesn't have anything like the countries in the human realm. There certainly are cities here and there, but they aren't grouped together, and each region is different. That's why I think having a big festival in the demon realm will help revitalize the demon realm. I see. So Kura-Mu'ina, you're saying that we should have a large-scale festival in the demon realm as well? Of course, we would be fumbling around in the beginning, and it will be difficult to scale it up to be a festival for the entire demon realm, so we just have to take the helm first. Let's see, with the name of the 6 Kings Festival, let's go make a festival of our own. It seems that Kura-Mu'ina's proposal is to hold a large-scale festival in the demon realm, which has the largest population in the 3 realms. Hearing this proposal, the other members of the 6 kings, other than Megdo, looked like they started thinking about it. Do you have any specific description about it, or a specific time frame in mind? Because the Festival of Heroes is held in the Heaven month. If we're going to start preparing now, how about holding it during the Light month? Since there are 6 of us, let's have it that the festival lasts for 6 days. I see, it certainly sounds amazing. Moreover, Having such a festival would certainly revitalize the demon realm as well. Indeed. It's so peaceful these days, so at worst, they would just gather with people of the same race. Hearing Kura Muina's words, Magnoel and Lilywood agreed that it wasn't a bad idea, but for some reason, Shaltir was looking at Kura Muina with a dubious look on her face. And when Kura Muina had finished saying her piece to some extent, Shaltir spoke. So, Kuro-san, what's your true intention? I want to go on a festival date with Kaito-kun. However, I can't do it at a normal festival because there are too many people and using recognition inhibition magic would cause a scene. I should have known it was something like that. Yes, as Shaltir expected, all those stuff about revitalizing the demon realm, they were just an official stance. Her real motive was that Kura Muina just wanted to have a date with Kaito at the festival. The mood was agreeable until just now, but after hearing Kura Muina's words, Shaltir as well as Lilywood and Magnoel also have dumbfounded looks on their faces. However, isn't it a good idea? We would normally cause a ruckus if we participated in a festival, but since it's the first iteration of this festival, couldn't we fill the participants with our families? And if all the stalls were filled with peerage holding, high-ranked demons, even Isis can have a festival date with Kaito-kun! I agree. Isis. However, Isis quickly agreed. It certainly was as Kura Muina said, if the festival was filled with peerage-holding, high-ranking demons, moreover, if they were organized by the subordinates of the Six Kings. Even if they were afraid of Isis, they wouldn't run away. In other words, she can have a date with Kaito. That reason alone was enough to make Isis agree. Isis vigorously raised her hand that it felt like she had just cut through the air, repeatedly declaring that she was in favor. Hearing their words, Shaltir put her hand to her chin and seemed to be thinking about this matter, before her sharp gaze turned towards Kura Muina. Kuro-san, I just wanted to make sure of one important thing. What is it? If we are the ones who would open the stores, that means that I, who have the largest number of subordinates, will have to take the lead. That would mean the distribution of sales is? I don't really need any money. I mean, if you need the money to set it up, I can give it to you! Kura Muina is also the world's wealthiest person, and her purpose is to have a date with Kaito in the first place, so she has no interest in sales. Hearing those words, Shaltir's eyes widened and her gaze turned towards the other members of the Six Kings. I don't need them either! I also don't want to get more money than I need either. You can take some if you need it! Like Kura Muina, Isis, one of the richest people in the world, also told her that she doesn't need to share in the sales, and Lilywood, who basically prefers to stay in nature, did the same. I don't give a single FCK about money! Did you really think I can use your coins with this body of mine? I have contracts with my people based on money, but that doesn't mean I'm even using them. Then, does that mean we don't need it, so why don't you just have it, Shaltir? I guess it can't be helped. For the sake of the demon realm, let me pinch in and help too. All the sales would be hers. As soon as Shaltir heard that, Shaltir already decided to agree with Kura Muina's proposal in Shaltir's mind. With this, I have a mountain of assets to gamble. Kaito-kun would get mad at you again, you know. I'll go send a hummingbird to Kaito. Wait, Isis-san? Everything but that. Watching the sight of Shaltir clinging to Isis as she tries to snitch to Kaito about what Shaltir said using a hummingbird, Lilywood let out a small sigh. I suppose that's 3 in approval. 4 if we include Mejdo. So, I guess it's decided then, I suppose. It's not like you all need to be this long-winded anyway. As Lilywood and Magnoel were conversing with each other, seeing that more than half of them were in favor of the proposal, Mejdo, who was rolling around with several barrels of booze around him before they knew it, spoke. Kura Muina, our leader wants us to do that. Then, do we really need to think about what we should do about that? That's right. I guess you're really a smart guy, huh? What Mejdo is saying is that this suggestion is something Kura Muina wants. With just those few words, Lilywood and Magnoel's minds were made up, and they deeply nodded. But be that as it may, can't we work out our schedule a little bit? What do you mean? Would Shaltir prefer to hold it another day? No, since the Festival of Heroes is held on the 30th day of the Heaven month, it would be a good balance to hold it at the end of Light Month, but for this time's festival only, I think it would be prudent to move it. The 6 kings looked at Shaltia, who told them that she agrees to hold the 6 Kings Festival, but that the date needs to be changed. If we proceed according to Kuro's plan, it will take about a month to hold that festival. Well, as for the preparation itself, I'm sure we can have it prepared with a lot of time left. However, you were thinking of making the first time this festival is held by invitation only, right? That's what I'm thinking. That being the case, the people we would invite would be beings of a certain high status. Nobles, kings, big merchants, and people with personal achievements. That's right. If that's the case, there would be people among them who would find it difficult to adjust their schedule. So, shouldn't we give them a little more time to adjust their schedules? What Shaltia said was quite reasonable, and Kuramuina, hearing this, crossed her arms and began to think about it. It was indeed as Shaltia said. We should wait at least 2 months before holding this festival. I agree. Well then, how about holding only the first iteration of the festival in the fire month? After that, we would hold the second and the iterations after that in the light month. Agreeing with Shaltia's words, Magnoel and Lilywood brought out ideas, to which Kuramuina nodded her head. I guess you're right. Well then, just for the first iteration, we will have it held in the fire month. Isis and Megiddo, are you okay with that too? I'm alright with it. Yeah, no problem here too. It's settled then, and thus, this day is the beginning of the unprecedented festival, dedicated for the 6 kings. And the day that the 6 Kings Festival has been determined. What is this? I kind of feel chilly just now. And yet again, the young man who had caused such an unprecedented festival to take place didn't know about it. The 30th day of the Earth month, I visited Isis-san at her home, and we were relaxing together, talking about our impressions of the book she recommended to me. I also found that part interesting. Right. The descriptions were very detailed and reading that part really draws me in. Come to think of it, wasn't this book recently released? Seeing Isis-san speaking with a happy smile on her face, I smiled back and responded to her words, realizing that my heart also felt warm. About a month ago. I see. It was really just a question to keep the conversation going, but when I heard Isis-san's response, something came up in my mind. Isis-san's hobby is to collect items that appear in books she likes, and when we had talked about it before, I promised her that we would go looking for them together next time. That being the case, I think this would be the perfect time to do that, right? From what I have seen on Isis-san's reaction to it so far, I could tell that she liked that book. And since the book has only recently been released, there's a good chance that Isis-san has not yet started having it as part of her hobby, collecting items brought up in a book. Isis-san, do you have any plans to collect any of the items in this book? I had planned to do that. If you don't mind, can I go with you? Is that alright? Yes. We promised before that we would go together, wouldn't we? Going out with Kaito again. I'm really happy. Apparently liking my suggestion, Isis-san brightly smiled and vigorously nodded. When should we go? We can go now. I will bring you the. I might be digressing, but the teleportation magic Isis-san uses is very different from the one I use in my magic tool. The teleportation magic tool that Kuro made for me memorizes several teleportation points in advance and then I could teleport to those places. Simply put, I can't go to a place I have never been before. Kuro did give me a detailed explanation, but it was so complicated that I could hardly understand what she meant. However, it seems that my magic tool and most teleportation magic tools, it seems that some kind of technique is embedded in it that appoints world coordinates. In contrast, this is also something Kuro had told me, but it seems that most of the 6 kings, including Isis-san, use a different and original way of teleporting. For example, it seems that the teleportation magic that Kuro usually uses is one that interferes with the law of causality, where she teleports by making the outcome of herself arriving in the target area definite. That's why Kuro could apparently teleport to any place she wants to go, ignoring strong teleportation inhibitors even if such measures were placed. As for the teleportation magic Isis-san often uses, it's apparently under the space-time system, where she teleports using the method of instantly reducing the distance between her and her destination to zero by using enormous amounts of magic power. Of course, the other members of the Six Kings, including Alice, also have their own unique teleportation magic. But roughly speaking, it seems that the teleportation magic the Six Kings used were generally ultra-high-performance magic that allows them to teleport to places that are normally impossible to teleport to, or even to places they have never been to. But such magic requires them to use a huge amount of magic power that can't be stored in ordinary magic crystals. With such a teleportation magic in hand, it's certainly possible for us to go out to collect at her desired location right now. We also have a lot of time anyway, so let's get this done already. No time like the present, right? Then, since we're at it, how about we go now? Well then, the next question would be what we would be collecting. Many of the books that Isis-san likes are romance, and the book she read this time was also a subgenre under romance. It was that so-called romantic comedy. However, since there were a lot of places brought up in the novel, there are many candidates for what we could collect. As an amateur, I don't know what is suitable for us to collect. I suppose let's just hear what the experienced collector, Isis-san, has to say about this. Isis-san, do you have a candidate for items we could collect? There was a scene in this book where they played by the lake, and I think that would be a good one. I see. A lake would certainly have a lot of things around it that would be easy to collect. In the first place, due to Isis-san's magic power of death, it would be difficult for us to collect items that appeared in scenes depicting a city. So, we would inevitably collect items that were depicted in scenes around nature, such as lakes, mountains, forests and so on. And time. The item Isis-san picked was at a lake where the protagonist and the heroine went on a date in the novel. That scene had described how they found beautiful stones and admired blooming flowers, so it seems just right. However, in response to the nodding me, Isis-san curiously tilted her head. Why is she tilting her head though? It's not like there's anything strange with what I... No, don't tell me. Isis-san, were you planning to collect the whole lake just now? Was the item a bit too big? It had completely slipped out of my mind. Despite her cute appearance, Isis-san is one of the most talented people in this world. She even said that she collected a mountain as a hobby. I suppose so. I think it's a bit too big. So, look, let's just go with the beautiful stones and flowers brought up in that scene. Alright. Collecting lakes may be something easy for Isis-san, but there's no way I'd just go along and say let's do that. I would probably just be stunned by the supernatural phenomenon of an entire lake being gouged out. Fortunately, Isis-san agreed with me right away, and we proceeded to talk about the smaller items we could collect. In the middle of our conversation, Isis-san suddenly looked behind me and tilted her head. Is something the matter? No, it's nothing. Really? In response to Isis-san's words, Alice appeared for a moment and responded to her words, before disappearing again. Isis-san? What's up with Alice? Just now, Shiltia had turned her attention to me. For a moment. So it caught my attention. Shiltia's recognition inhibition magic is the best in the world. Even me would find it difficult to notice her if her attention wasn't turned towards me. You mean to say that Alice had her attention on Isis-san earlier? This was the first time Shiltia did that since she started escorting Kaito. So I got a little curious. That certainly is a curious behavior. It's not as if Alice was the type that would just commit a blunder. That being the case, she must have thought about something in regards to Isis-san. Is she up to something again? Well, it's Alice we're talking about here, so she must have something in mind. That's what I also think. I'm curious, but as Alice herself said it's nothing, it would be pointless to pursue this matter. For the time being, I decided to keep it in the back of my mind and just continued talking with Isis-san. Isis-san's teleportation magic brought us to a lake on a plateau southeast of Archlesia Empire. Around the large lake, even though it isn't as many as a flower garden, there were so many flowers of different colors blooming, and the view is very good, partly because there are almost no trees. The breeze comfortably caresses my cheeks, and the surface of the water reflecting the sun's rays is a little dazzling and beautiful. It's truly a spectacular sight, but it seems that this isn't a tourist spot. The area is surrounded by tall mountains, which makes it inaccessible to the public, and because it's remote, although there weren't that many, this place was apparently inhabited by monsters. Though I say that the creatures in the area, including the monsters, fled like rabbits the moment Isis-san appeared, so it's really a quiet place. The scenery here is beautiful. You're right. The wind feels good too. We already had lunch today, so we don't have anything prepared, but it looks like this would be a nice place to have a picnic. Somehow though, I felt a hint of sadness in Isis-san's voice. No, but the feeling of joy is still much stronger, so it's fair to say that it has changed dramatically compared to before. The beautiful but somewhat lonely scenery is what Isis-san had been seeing for a long time. But now, she has me. Even such a lonely scenery. With the two of us, it would be great if we can see it in a different way. Then, since we're at it, how about we take a stroll around here before we look for what we'll collect? I'd like that too. Holding out my hand as I suggested that to Isis-san, she holds it with a happy smile on her lips. With our hands entwined with one another, we took a leisurely walk around the lake. It's a leisurely walk with nothing else to do but chat, but seeing Isis-san smiling so happily makes me feel happy, so I don't feel bored. After we walked around the large lake like that in a circle, we decided to look for what we were looking for. This time, we decided to collect the beautiful stones that were brought up in the novel, so I crouched down by the lake with Isis-san to look for them. How about this one? I think it's pretty beautiful. I think it has a slightly different color. It was a white stone, wasn't it? But that stone is beautiful too. So if we can't find a white stone, let's go with that one. Searching like that, we found quite a variety of stones. It also comes in varying shapes, and there would even be times when we'll find a stone with unusual colors, so it was a little fun. It feels as if I have returned to my childhood. Incidentally, the stone described in the novel was a white, round stone. One that looks like a pearl, so we're looking for something close to that. How about this one? That's white and beautiful. It also has a properly round shape. It fits the image much better than the stone I found. As expected of Isis-san, you've gotten so used to collecting that you're better at searching for them. Ahaha. Fufafu. We somehow ended up laughing together. Thereupon, Isis-san casted a powerful state preservation magic on the stone she found. Since the items Isis-san found are being kept in her castle, it's safe to say that our objective has now been achieved. Be that as it may, we couldn't bear to just leave, so we decided to relax here for a while. Spreading a leisure sheet by the lake, I sat down side by side with Isis-san and chatted with her. Come to think of it, the protagonist of the novel practices his acting at this lake, right? In the novel that Isis-san and I were reading this time, there was a scene where the protagonist, a performer in an unsuccessful theater troupe, and his childhood friend, the heroine, comes to this lake to practice for a play. When I casually mentioned this, Isis-san looked a little sad, and as she stared at the lake, she muttered, I'd like to see a play at least once. Isis-san. It isn't surprising that Isis-san would know about theaters from the books, but she has never actually seen it. After all, the mere fact that she is visiting the city causes a tremendous commotion. As I was thinking about what I should say to her, Isis-san turned to me, and with a smile on her face, she spoke. It's all right. It's because Kaito is already by my side that I'm happy. I was just a little disappointed. I want to go see a play together with Kaito. I couldn't sense any dark emotions from Isis-san, who smiled like that. It's probably true that she's happy. In fact, I don't think Isis-san really cares about it that deeply. But still, even if it's difficult now, I would like to make her wish come true someday. When I suddenly heard some kind of music. What in the heck is that thing? Puzzled, I turned in the direction from which the sound was coming and found a strange scene. There was a group of stuffed animal costumes holding various musical instruments. Cat, dog, monkey, cow, horse, bear, lion, tiger, frog. It kinda seemed like there was only one amphibian among the group of mammals, but that was not the important point. These subtly creepy-looking stuffed animal costumes are definitely Alice. If that's so, what in the world is she doing? As I pondered this, Isis-san, who was standing next to me, curiously tilted her head and muttered, "This magic power. This technique. Large-scale spatial barrier? Shiltia. What are you planning to do? Large-scale spatial barrier? A magic that temporarily rewrites reality within a space created by magic power. It's one kind of space isolation barrier. In other words, I think that Shiltia probably wants to show us something." As soon as Isis-san muttered this, the melody resounding around us died down, and the scenery around us literally switched immediately afterwards. Instead of the lake on the plateau we were in earlier, I found myself in a large, dimly lit hall with lots of seats and a stage lit by lights. Don't tell me. Surprised by the suddenness of the event, an orchestra of stuffed costumes from the edge of my field of vision began to play jaunty, enjoyable music. Thereupon, illuminated by a spotlight, Alice appeared on the stage. Alice stood in the center of the stage, dramatically bowed, and began to speak with her voice resounding around us using loudspeaker magic. "Welcome, our guests. Guiding you within the momentary dream world. I, Alice-chan, will be your guide. Now, please take a seat." Alice's tone of voice was as theatrical as her movements, and exchanging glances with Isis-san, we nodded once before taking our seats side by side. What we present to you today is the story of a pair of man and woman. A woman who became alone and a man who tried living alone. They are opposites yet somehow alike, living their lives on different paths, but a single flower led them to meet each other. Let's call it the miracle of the blue flower. Please enjoy it to the end. As Alice said this with another deep bow, the spotlight faded and the curtain comes down. A few moments later, the orchestra began to play new music, and the curtain slowly rose. Kaito. This is. Yes. It seems to be a play. I didn't need to think about what was about to begin, as it seemed like both Isis-san and I understood. It was just as Alice said. This was a momentary dream world. A space that fulfills the small dream that Isis-san mentioned earlier. Perhaps she had been expecting this to happen right from the start. That's why at that time, her attention had been turned towards Isis-san. For a moment, seriously, she's really admirable when she actually acts. Having this in mind, I held the hand of the slightly confused Isis-san and smiled at her once. I know you have a lot of things in mind, but since Alice has prepared this for us, I think we should just enjoy this play together. Hearing my words, Isis-san nodded with some tears in her eyes and returned her gaze to the stage with me. The stage, which had begun with Alice's surprise, had the format of switching between two points of views. On one hand, there's the woman who seeks others and wishes not to be alone, but because of her special circumstances, she is rejected by those around her and had to walk through a lonely path. On the other hand was the man who, because of his painful past, has been blessed by the people around him and wanted to reach out to him many times, but he rejected them and tried to be alone. They are opposites, yet both sharing the same loneliness, walking on different paths. However, through a strange coincidence, an event that can only be considered a twist of fate, their paths gradually came close together. Ironically, however, the two weren't able to meet. Although both of them were aware of the other's existence, they passed one another and weren't able to intersect with each other. Towards the end of the story, under the miraculous blue flower, the woman and the man finally met and exchanged words. The woman finally finds what she has been searching for, and the man realizes that he has been lying to his true feelings. Thereupon, taking each other's hand, they began walking through a new path. And so was the story. This story was probably based on Isis-san and I, but I enjoyed it purely as a story because of Alice's brilliant composition and performance with her transformation magic. But more than that, I somehow feel a deep emotional attachment to the characters, or rather, I'm feeling a sense of nostalgia. Before I knew it, Isis-san, who was sitting next to me, was leaning on my shoulder, while I was naturally embracing her as we watched the performance. The stage continues. The woman and the man, who are now cooperating with each other, gradually faced the circumstances in their surroundings and changed along with it. They gradually came to love each other and became lovers. The play ended with a scene in which the two, now lovers, went to see a play that had a good reputation in the city. Although it may be a half-hearted ending for a story, Alice's intentions were clearly conveyed to both me and Isis-san. After the curtain fell on the stage and a short silence passed, Alice appeared again on the stage. How was it? Two people who were walking on different paths joined hands and started walking on the same path. My oh my, that's a love romance of the highest order if I had seen one. Oi, are you looking for the next part? Unfortunately, I don't know the rest of the story either. After all, the rest of this story is currently being sketched in the future. Yes, Alice is matching the end of the play with the model of the play's current situation. They had even added a touch of what can only be described as a brilliant performance. Leaving with those words, Alice deeply bowed and the large-scale spatial barrier was lifted, and Isis-san and I returned to where we were before. Alice was already gone from sight, and somehow, only the chair that Isis-san and I were sitting on was still there, which was probably a follow-up from Alice. Isis-san. It was a great play, wasn't it? Thanks to Shiltir, I was able to see it together with Kaito. I'm glad. Isis-san was happily smiling as she leaned on me, and I could feel the strength in my hands as I embraced her shoulder. This one may have been granted by Alice, but let's see more things together in the future. Let's go to many places together. Kaito, we have plenty of time. You see, we'll be together from now on after all. I want to always be with you. Kaito, I love you. No further words were needed to convey our feelings for each other. Isis-san looked up at me and after a few moments of eye contact, she gently closed her eyes and as if my actions were being guided, I placed my lips on hers. As the sun is setting, Kaito and Isis are cuddled up by the lake, which is tinted with the reddish colors of the setting sun. As she watched the two of them from a place far enough that she couldn't hear their voices, Alice smiled. Well, I guess the curtain ends with a happily ever after. Shiltir sure is kind to those you think as your people. Since when have you arrived, Kuro-san? Her response returned to the words she should have muttered to herself, but Alice doesn't seem to be particularly surprised as she looked at Kuramuina, who had been sitting next to her before she knew it, with a somewhat dumbfounded expression on her face. Please don't misunderstand me. Everything I've done is only for Kaito-san's sake. Fufu. Alright then. I guess let's call it that way. Doesn't seem like you get me at all though. Well, I do have a certain amount of affection for my family too. If I have to cut them down, I won't hesitate to do so. But if not, I can help them out a bit. Alice has a fundamentally dry personality. She's a person working with rationality in mind, not letting her emotions decide her actions, but she is by no means cold-hearted towards anyone. She sometimes shows her kindness to those whom she had once accepted as her own, like the time she turned her gaze away when Kuramuina tampered with the summoning magic circle, on the condition that she would only do it once. Kuramuina herself understands that Alice was such a person, and that's why questions appeared on her mind upon seeing her recent behavior. Well, I knew that. I understand that Shiltir is that kind of girl. But you see, only when it comes to Kaito-kun, do you become really kind. I guess that might be so. Seriously, I wonder when was the last time again when I really wanted to help someone unconditionally. Have you found the person you were seeking for? I wonder about that. I don't really know yet. In response to Kuramuina's question, Alice gave a vague reply as she turned her gaze to the sky. There was no change in her expression, and it was difficult to read Alice's emotions. But somehow, Kuramuina felt that the current Alice seemed to be feeling nostalgic about a distant past. However, I suppose you're right. If Kaito-san really was the one I had been looking for, I think that would also be great. I see. It would be great if the day you can be honest with your feelings come soon. Alice didn't respond to Kuramuina's words. Kuramuina, perhaps having anticipated Alice's lack of response, says nothing more and turns her attention to Kaito and Isis. It seems like they noticed us. Isis is waving over here. Good grief, she does realize she's on a date with Kaito-san, right? Why won't she just pretend that she didn't notice us? At the end of the two's gazes, they could see Isis, who is holding hands with Kaito, greatly waving her free hand at them. Seeing such an Isis, the two of them couldn't help but chuckle. Since she's waving at us like that, why don't we just join them? I guess. Kuro-san, are you alright with your work? I don't have any more pressing matters to attend to today, so it's alright. but I'd like to verify some things with Shiltir later on about the rights to a newly discovered magic crystal vein. And that's why you looked for me, huh? It seems like it was a mistake to use a large-scale spatial barrier for me to be found this easily. This is quite a blunder. No. These days, if I want to find Shiltir, all I have to do is look for Kaito-kun, so it's pretty easy. I guess you're right. Ahaha. After happily smiling, Kuramuina waves back at Isis and begins flying towards her. Seeing this, Alice Riley smiled before following suit. When the two arrived near Kaito and Isis shortly after, Isis, seemingly overcome with emotion, leapt towards Alice. Shiltir. Dawa, why are you suddenly jumping on me? Thank you so much. Geez, stop clinging on me, piss off. I'm normal. Even if you stick on me, no one's building any tower here. The heck are you talking about, oi? Alice, who is hugged by Isis, screamed with her cheeks blushing a bit, and hearing her words, Kaito couldn't help but throw a tsukkomi. Smiling at such a scene, Kuramuina seemed to have thought of something, as she clapped her hands a little later, catching the attention of the other three, before speaking. Alright. Since we've gathered up like this, let's have a barbecue. Seems like Kuro is just like usual, suddenly saying incomprehensible things. No, well, it's certainly around time for dinner, so I guess the timing for that is just right. Slightly taken aback by Kuramuina's sudden suggestion, Kaito agreed. Barbecue. With Kaito, Kuramuina, and Shiltir. I'm looking forward to it. It's settled then. While we're at it, the more, the merrier, don't you think? Hey, Shiltir, can you buy us some ingredients, and also, invite Aine and Lilywood to join us along the way? No, why the heck are you making me go on an errand? As if it's a matter of course. That's rejected. Why the heck should I bother? In contrast to Isis' happy smile, Alice looked blatantly displeased with Kuramuina's request. However, as if she had expected such a reaction from her, Kuramuina pulled a large bag out of nowhere and handed it to Alice. I'll pay for our meal. There's 100 white gold coins here, so can you use them to buy some food? Incidentally, Kuro-san, what about the change? You can take it as your reward, Shiltir. I'll take care of it. Alice, who had been bribed so swiftly, cleanly saluted before disappearing. After they saw her off with wry smiles on their faces, Isis spoke while squeezing Kaito's hand. I'm looking forward to it. Kaito. Yes. The lonely girl trembling in loneliness was lonely no more. Standing in her place was the face of a charming girl with a dazzling smile on her face, as if she was reflecting upon the happiness within her heart. Needless to say, the barbecue that took place that day was bustling and boisterous, and yet, very enjoyable and filled with happiness. In front of the castle gate, illuminated by the night moon, Funf was looking at the moon in a daze, a lonely expression on her face. It was a beautiful moonlit night like tonight, when she parted from her irreplaceable sister who had been with her since childhood. Wait. V, where are you going? I'm sorry, Funf. I can't stay here anymore. You have committed a grave sin, don't deserve to be here. That is not the case. I do not condemn V for your actions, and I'm sure Kuromu-sama will. Even if that's so, I, myself, couldn't forgive myself. V. I'm sorry, Funf. Thank you for everything. Goodbye. The memory of their parting conversation still lingers within her mind. The memory of regret that remains to this day, of not becoming aware of the distress her precious sister feels and being unable to help her. Holding upon such a memory, Funf looked up at the moon, and muttered to herself. Kuromu-sama was already saved. Kaito had saved her. However, you still have not come home. To our home. Holding on to everything by yourself, being reckless by yourself, carrying all the responsibility by yourself and leaving. You're stupid, V. Looking back, it started from that day. It was the day that Funf began calling herself the shield of the family and would always stand in front of the gate. Funf told Kaito that she wasn't usually at the gate all day long. That is both right and wrong. Other than the times when she had matters related to her family, Funf was basically always at the gate. She never sleeps, nor does she eat. She just stays there, guarding her family's home, and waiting for a person. You can come back whenever you want. Until V comes back, I will protect the family. I'll protect the home V would return to. Perhaps that is, in a way, an ironic fate. Funf, who continues to regret not being able to help her sister in the past, will enter the battle for her in the not-too-distant future. And that means confronting the young man she had grown close to, who seek to save her sister, Veer, 1,000 years after their parting. And the singularity has appeared in the world. Whether they want it or not, the singularity will eventually touch the taboo of the world. Not knowing about such a future, Funf, gazing upon the moon, remains forlorn. Volume 7 End. For picking up the 7th volume of I Was Caught Up in a Hero Summoning, but that world is at peace. Thank you very much. In this volume, we have been introduced to a character who, in a sense, marks a critical juncture in history, the former Demon Lord, Veer. If the summoning to another world and meeting Kuro is the prologue, and becoming lovers with Kuro was part 1, you could say that Veer's story would be the main highlight of part 2. This time, I would like to talk about the newly introduced characters, including Veer. I guess I'll start with Veer, the Demon Lord, but as one can see from her description so far, she's a member of Kuro's family and is one of the family's oldest members. She adores Kuro very much and even imitates Kuro's tone of voice. Her personality is cheerful and kind, but once she gets her mind onto something, she acts like a wild boar, rushing straight without thinking, and with her being quite the klutz, she ends up causing problems sometimes. Even the circumstances that led her to become the Demon Lord and attack the human realm was also a rush of misunderstanding and assumptions. Such a Veer is closely related to Funf, who also appears in this volume. Funf is a character who still hasn't appeared in the web novel, but appeared quite early in the light novel. She's somewhat similar to Veer in her big sisterliness. She and Funf were picked up by Kuro at about the same time, and they live together as very close sisters. Veer is a magic type and Funf is a physical combat type, so their affinity seems good. She still regrets not becoming aware of Veer's suffering when Veer became the Demon Lord, and it seems that she would be one of the key characters in Veer arc. Another new character in this volume is Lunameria's mother, Noir. Unlike Veer and Funf, she doesn't have much to do with the main storyline, but since she's Lunameria's mother, it's likely that she would appear often. She's an anemic half-vampire and the only widowed heroine in the novel. Yes, she's a heroine. When one thinks of a widow heroine, one would think that there would be some sort of heavy storyline involved, but there's nothing like that in this novel. Noir states that she still loves her husband, and she has come to a clean decision and isn't afraid to have a new love life. In fact, Lunameria is more of a novice in that aspect and may end up desperately trying to stop her mother. Well, that's about all I have to say about the new characters. With the previous volume, Volume 6, the story has reached a big turning point and is about to enter a new arc. As the author, I would be more than happy if you could look forward to future updates. Thank you very much for reading to the end. I'm looking forward to seeing you again in the next afterword. Tao Dai. Today, just as usual, Sirius Senpai is in the usual waiting room, reading the 7th volume of I Was Caught Up in a Hero Summoning, but that world is at peace. Across from the table in front of her is ? Wearing her uncanny costume as per usual, drinking tea and occasionally munching on a cookie, although how she does it in her costume is a mystery. This time around, there were some serious developments added, and there were some foreshadowing elements for the future, so wouldn't it be a good volume for the serious of the serious? Lol, Sirius Senpai. I feel like I'm being made fun of there. Well, putting that aside, there were indeed some serious revisions. There were more flirting revisions though. There were more lovey-dovey parts in this chapter though. Hearing the question asked her, Sirius Senpai shouted out the same line twice, as if to emphasize how important her words were. In her rather goofy appearance, one couldn't sense the word serious at all, but she, as per usual, was unaware of it. Well, putting aside your complaints to the flirting, why do you look so dissatisfied, or rather, why do you have that complicated expression on your face? It's just, seeing the serious development suddenly appearing makes me anxious. That I don't know how to react to it. What a pain in the ass. Can't you at least keep your own thoughts to your own mind? Serious developments, of course, bring joy to Sirius Senpai. However, after being slighted so much up to this point, when a serious content is added to the novel, it instead makes her wonder if the author is alright. Just as said, Sirius Senpai had a rather troublesome personality. Well, it's good that there are serious developments, but if we don't mention the contents of Volume 7, we'll lose the purpose of this section. Alright, let's not think about this matter any further. Purpose. Was there even such a thing? I already mentioned this in volume 4. This is the section where I introduce the highlights of this volume in an easy to understand manner. At least, there was never any introduction of highlights on the back covers of volumes 1 through 4, but for Sirius Senpai, this was apparently the purpose of this section. By the way, the first volume of the manga has just been released. Yeah, it's on sale, even though it had this charm that was different from the light novel, and I was happy that I'm at the back cover too. However, what does that have to do with volume 7? In response to swiftly derailing the story, Sirius Senpai shouted, just as usual. Rather, why the heck are you still here after volume 4, acting like a regular here? Anyone who has a part in the main story should get lost. But that has nothing to do with volume 7. Does it? Hey, Sirius Senpai, properly do your job and introduce this volume's serious highlights. This B-starred. Even though she's irritated by the teasing of the aloof, she knew that she couldn't win in a verbal argument with her, so Sirius Senpai only swallowed her anger as her face turned red. Well, for the time being, let me introduce everyone to the highlights of volume 7. Seems like time's almost up. Well then, I'm going back now. Okay thank you for your hard work, Sirius Senpai. See you in the next volume. As lightly waved her hand as she left the room, Sirius Senpai saw her off with a stunned expression on her face. In the room left alone, having been teased by this time as well, Sirius Senpai's bewildered voice echoed, if you just want to support me or have a particular novel in mind that you'd like to request, please join my Ko-fi or Patreon, the links are below. Once again thank you Momo Clan.